Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing.
Good morning, my friends. Your old pal, Peace, Love, Music, getting the Let's Go Good Morning show started. It is SIP Friday. Reminder, we are giving away 200 STX for the month of January. Also, people have been asking about, I haven't had a chance to actually pick the winner for the December. We will be getting that done by the end of the weekend, probably get it announced on Sunday, possibly by the end of the day today. But I got a lot going on. It is Stacks Improvement Friday. We will have the SIP show at 10:30. Adam Bitcoin's going to be joining us this morning for some chat beforehand. We've got Find2Earn rounds at 9:30 with Zenitron, who has recently proposed a SIP for encrypted NFTs. There's a forum post about that you guys can get in on if you're interested in learning more or shaping that. If you have ideas about how that should function or how that should work, you absolutely should be in that forum conversation. Also, I believe I'm going to be joining Adam Bitcoin and his friend on their podcast later on this afternoon. So I do have a full slate, a full day. Got some real estate stuff happening in real life, which is, I'll say it's a blessing and a curse, because it's just more time that I have tied up that I can't get things done. But I do plan on announcing that today or before the end of the weekend, probably Sunday. I'll probably make an announcement post proper. But we are having a contest for January. We will be giving away the 200 STX, by the way. That's a thing. That's not a question. However, today's entries and every Friday for the month of January count as 2 entries. So if you're only going to enter one time, you might as well do it on a Friday. Today's question: if you could improve one thing about Stacks right now, what would it be and why? And if you don't know about Stacks, you're not watching the show enough. But if there's anything you guys think that you could improve about Stacks or that you would like to see improved about Stacks, let us know in the comments today, and that will give you an opportunity to enter to win a share of 200 STX that we're giving away for January. Right on, Grimaldo. Good morning, my brother. And we'll see you guys at 8:30 with the news. At 8 a.m. is the Whatever Morning Space with Binta. If you're looking to get your vibes right, get into the weekend on a positive note, it starts at 8 a.m. with the Whatever Morning Space and the DeOrganized Good Vibe Tribe. Get your vibes right with the Good Vibe Tribe. That's at 8 a.m. And I'll see you guys on the spaces and the stream. See you soon. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s, showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. Speaking of interesting concepts, you're expanding STX tools and covering a broader swath of the Bitcoin ecosystem with Tenero, and it caught me by surprise. I knew you were working on something, but I didn't quite know what.
Yes, please don't mind the spotty.
Congratulations on your launch.
Video.
Congratulations
I'm not sure why that's happening
from
time
Stackies
to time.
Award.
We can't see it, and there's nothing we can specifically
welcome
do
back to
about
DeOrganized.
it.
Happy to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's
we're gonna
been a
leave this
whole
spot we did with
year,
Rubes
basically.
on Tenero. If you
We kind of
guys
were teasing it earlier
like
this year.
STX
Didn't quite
tools, you're gonna
realize some
love
of the
Tenero.
legals and logistics
Tenero.io.
of kind of
Check
setting
them out.
up company-wise. So we're now set up as a company in the US. I'm not from the US, neither is my business partner Milano, so there was like some complications there. Some of the logistics of actually keeping it under wraps were interesting because I wanted to launch it as like a stealth launch. So obviously trying to build hype at the correct time and make sure that it doesn't get like released ahead of time and so on. So working with all that various, very incredible partners. We've got initial launch partners. We have Stacking DAO. Obviously, they were with Stacks Tools as well, but they carried on over to Tenero. We have Beezy, we have XFirst, we have SimpleSwap, we have Caesar, we have Football.fun. Of course, we have Stacks and Spark as well. So we're working with some really, really impressive people in the space. And yeah, Stacks Tools is now Tenero. I can walk you through the site. I can see you've got it up anyway. Nice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I can kind of talk you through the site if you like. I can share my screen and kind of go over a few things. A lot of it will be familiar.
It'd probably be better for you to share your screen. Yeah. So I'm not trying to guess what you're trying to show. I just like to show off the branding when it pops into my head to do so. But I'm super excited about this, man. We use SPX tools daily on the live stream. Like I use it as a prop to show price and stuff. So I'm excited to have more opportunities and more tools at my disposal for that use case too. So awesome stuff, man. Take it away.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you.
Amazing. So before you take it away, I've got a question.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go.
So we know it's the cat. So what inspired the dinosaur from a cat to a dinosaur? So yeah, I'm kind of
Good question. So the dinosaur, I've kind of affectionately called him T-Fi. So like instead of like T-Rex and BTC-Fi, he's now T-Fi. So he's kind of like the mascot. He's the character. He was created. I kind of like the design, like kind of Pokemon-y. But he was created by Weasley, who is the artist of Megapunk. You can kind of see the pixel style there. I've had a lot of people asking if it's going to be an NFT or a token. It's not going to be an NFT or a token. It's just he's just a mascot. He's just a cool character to make content around. But I have had a few people asking if it is going to be some kind of like thing they can trade. No, it can't be. It's just a cool dino mascot for the platform. So yeah, that's the kind of behind there. Thought it looked cool. But it's been amazing to see the reception from everyone. So we have the main page. This is the home page, and this is the multi-chain page. So you can see at the moment we have Sport Fun, Stacks, and Spark. The ones that are coming up next will be Runes. We have OpNet, which is testnet at the moment, but that will be coming on mainnet when they go live, and also Citria as well. So we're working on their private mainnet at the moment, but again, once their mainnet goes live, we'll feature them for day one. So this will only get better now as we have more chains. This first landing page will become a lot more interesting as well. You can see market share, you can see volume, traders, how much percentage is dominated by each one. So Stacks is currently 31% of the market. You can also see the platforms, so that's the DEXs within that. So you've got Bitflow, some of the sport fun ones. Flashnet is from SparkNet. I've just clicked off that. Let me go back on. We have Alex, Velar, the usuals there. Obviously plugging Leo with the updated socials. One of our partners is Caesar, which is the AI. So we have all of the various Caesar articles there. We have XFirst, who is our API partner. And also we're going to end up having in-app swaps as well, which is very exciting.
Ooh, cool.
Which, you won't have to leave Tenero. You'll be able to swap within that. And that will kick off with, we're kicking off with Runes and Spark, because that's what they have the API for at the moment. But they're also working on Stacks as well, so that we'll be able to swap Stacks tokens within there as well. You can see the chain overview, how much like inflow is coming in. So currently slight outflow on Stacks, but really being a big chain, that's not really that much. Quite a big inflow to Sports Fun. And then this below here is all of the tokens that are currently tradable. and this is trending on an hourly basis at the moment with the most volume. Sorry, the 1 day actually, not 1 hour, 1 day. So the most volume is Stacks, the actual Stacks token. Then when we head into, let's go into Stacks, we can now see what you're probably more familiar with and looks a little bit more like Stacks Tools was. So this is the same for other chains like Spark. You can kind of see the tree map and the trades. It's also the same for Sports Fun. Slightly different because they have more tokens and NFL and football, but we'll go to Stacks as we're a bit more familiar with what's going on here. You can see the net flow, the tree map. So you can see 30-day, 7-day, 1 day, see what's going on pretty instantly, whether it's red or green. The recent trades, now this is live, you don't need to refresh this like you would have done with Stacks tools. So if we happen to see a trade come in, in the next 10 seconds or whatever, it will show here. So you don't need to refresh that. You can also see the market flow, Stacks chart. Again, we're going to cover a weekly ecosystem report with Caesar there, which will be all the goings on of Stacks at the moment. Again, the platforms. I've logged in with my wallet here, I think. Hopefully it shows. And if not, it means that I don't think it will share because of the screen share, but I have to go on a different page for that one.
Yeah, it won't show it usually won't show the pop-up, which is best.
Yes, yeah, true. We have the tokens, as you're more familiar with. We have the different modes, whichever one kind of colors and preferences you like there. Now we have the pools, so this is like, obviously, if you've got, say, let's go on to, let's pick, we'll go with Leo, just as, we're more familiar. This is Leo combined across all of the pools that it trades on. You can see one of our partners, SimpleSwap, there. Pools, now Leo obviously has multiple pools. We have Velar, Alex, Bitflow. So if we head into, like, say, the Bitflow pool and click onto the specific pair, it will bring up the Leo pool for just Bitflow, as well as the combined view. We have the tracker, which this is a customizable thing. I haven't currently set mine up, but I could actually like rename, say for example, I wanted to track like Peace Love Music's wallet maybe, or maybe I wanted to keep, an eye on a certain whale. Maybe they're unnamed. Maybe I don't know who they are, but I find their movings quite interesting. I can actually rename their wallet, like say Whale 1, and then on personalized to me on my platform, not everyone else's, but if I then see that wallet move, it would show as like, how it would say like a .btc name, it would actually just say Whale 1, so you can kind of like start to track things that you think
that is not a feature on STX tools right now, correct? No. I didn't miss that. Okay.
Yes, this custom is quite cool.
Yeah, I can see that. I love using STX tools and the data and everything, but that is going to be a time waster for me. Not a time waster, but I'm going to have to carve out some time.
It's fun as well because, there's been so many times I can count, and I'm sure other people as well, but where you think like, oh, that's an interesting wallet. I'm not quite sure what their motive is perhaps, or, they've been buying a lot or selling a lot, and you kind of want to just track it. And, you're not going to remember the whole SP, the full wallet, but you can just kind of think like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I can kind of rename that. You can do it for friends and, other reasons as well. We can see the market thing, but this is kind of like how the Whale Watcher was, except it's expanded on now. So we have the inflows and outflows per wallet across different time frames, not just 1 day. We also have the market flow, and then individual whale trades, which you can customize again. And also on the token page, we can now customize this as well to however we like. And this will stick with like your cookies essentially. So you can kind of click on which ones you want to see all on these. So you might decide that you only want to see, certain tokens with liquidity, or a certain type of transaction, or a certain type of volume. And this is all customizable again for the user, and this will stick with it as you go. And that's kind of the profile. We built it with mind of what is actually useful. Obviously, I've been in the space for like 5 years now, full time. What would I like to see? What I think other people would like to see, what I find useful. And now we've had the year to build it out. V2 will be shipped very quickly. It will be weeks, not months. We already have a whole list of new features to add, including runes and in-app swaps. And then, yeah, V3 following that will be also very quickly after. We're going to add more chains very, very quickly now.
Wait, you have V2 ready almost, and you're already working on a V3.
Yeah, so we've obviously, if you remember back to when we initially launched Stacks Tools, we shipped very quickly.
Yes.
This year has been a lot slower just because we've been kind of keeping it under wraps, and we wanted to get all the various partners underway. But once the screen has now been lifted, the curtain's been lifted, here it is, and now you'll see it start to move very, very quickly across multiple ecosystems. Lots more features. This is just the V1, and like I say, V2 will be weeks, not months. I'm very excited to get it going. I think the positive reaction by everyone has been amazing. I have a lot of support from obviously you guys. 300's been making loads of content. All the usual Stacks, crew have been supporting, which is amazing. And I think it opens also from a Stacks point, it opens Stacks up to a whole new group of users that perhaps wouldn't see it. I mean, someone like Beezy is a completely different user base. Doing a lot with those guys. Sports Fun. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO.
I'm largely unfamiliar with Sports Fun. Tell me a little bit about that.
So they're like a fantasy sports platform. Does it come under prediction markets? I don't really know, but it's fantasy football basically. You buy your players, you buy your shares in your players. If they perform actually in real life, actually during like the game weeks, so like NFL or just football, the higher they score, if they come in the top 5, you get points. That opens packs, which contain players, which you can sell for like dollars, basically, is the idea. But they've just finished their round. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO, even in this bad market. As you can see by the transactions and the volume that goes there, it's obviously, you can see in the top left, it's pretty substantial. I think they've done 90 million in revenue in the 3 months. And again, I remember the whole new user base to, that wouldn't see, Stacks and that kind of thing. So that's kind of how I think it's going to be, this like central database. It is going to be just Bitcoin mainly, but they're the only one that won't be Bitcoin.
And I remember you introducing me to this because I was used to the usual that we know about and play. You introduced me to this, like this was more crypto based fantasy football. First days I was like, let me try it out, and then I put in like $20. I woke up the other day, it was way up. So yeah, this thing is amazing piece. Yeah, but I forgot the password.
I was in the beta phase testing it back in like January or February. So right early in the year, I invested in a pre-seed round as well. So I know the team very well. That's the reason they're on this, and they're partnering with us on it as well. But yeah, very excited to actually just release Tenero, kind of get it out to the world. It's been under wraps for a long time, and I'm glad to see that people are liking it.
Yeah, man. You come with an exceptional reputation in the ecosystem, well earned. There's a reason why people support your projects, because the way you handle yourself, the way you deal with things, you're obviously upfront. People know, there's a trust there, which I know is not necessarily the paradigm for Bitcoin. We want to verify, but at some point there's enough verification where you do trust a person, and you put out great products. This is another one. And I think we're all excited to see you just produce and ship, because everything you do is usually high end, very quality. And this definitely seems like a well done project now. And, one of the things that we're excited about, within the Stacks specific community, is that this gives Stacks some exposure to a broader base beyond the ecosystem. People on Spark or people on the Sports Fun website aren't going to be as familiar with Stacks.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I think I've always been about kind of like cross collabs and trying to break out of certain echo chambers, if you will, and trying to actually like get because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people just aren't aware of what's going on in other ecosystems. There's so much going on in stacks that it's not even a fault, actually. It's just that people are busy, people are, kind of heads down, and sometimes, this kind of thing can open up to a whole new range of people, which I'm very excited about. It's interesting to learn different kind of ecosystems and what's going on. And it's much appreciated, all the support that we obviously get. It was nice for because obviously I always get things like the votes and the recognition for the building side. Now, obviously the actual design and features and stuff, that is partly me as well. But the actual tech side, Milano never gets the kind, because he's not very active on X at all. He doesn't go on X. So it was nice for him to get the Stacky Award and get it changed to Milano, which was very cool. He was very, very happy about that. He got the most technical builder, which was cool.
That's right. That's right. And, you had actually talked about him the other day. And then when he won, I was like, wait, who's this? Like, I'm following him. But he's... I
got the vote for it. And I commented under the post and said, I see why people have picked me, but this isn't me, actually. Technically, it is Milano who's the whiz behind the keyboard. But we work very well together. We're kind of like a yin and yang, different sides of the business, but both work very well together.
No, and it's good to have that dev partnership there too. And a lot of you need a technical founder, and then you need a market oriented or community based founder. And so it sounds like you guys have found a great balance.
Yeah, 100%. I think it makes a big difference, actually. I think you touched on it just before I came on, actually. I caught kind of like the last 5-10 minutes, and you were saying how a lot of tech people are kind of like building just because that's what they know how to do. But actually, a lot of the time, it can just be refined and slightly put in a different way, and all of a sudden, it's like a different beast.
That is something we experience a lot here, because we spotlight a lot of projects, especially early stage stuff in beta test, or stuff that are in test net or not even quite at test net yet. And we have a lot of conversation with these guys about their projects, and they're very, very talented at building, but it's hard to know. Building what's cool for the dev doesn't always translate to a usable project for the product for the market. So you need to figure out, how do I apply this to something that the users will actually engage with? And that's not easy. So when you find that balance, it's a unicorn to some degree.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's definitely skills for both sides. I think the term building can kind of cover, both in certain respects.
For sure. And I say, people will often say, like, I actually classify dev as more the technical side of things. So when I say dev, I'm usually talking about a technical side of the equation. But you are also developing the business. You're also developing the community. So it's not all just technical developer stuff. It's important to have a well-rounded machine.
Yeah, that's true. And that's where I think yesterday it was also good to see people like the Stacks AI Guild win their award as well. Obviously 300. Obviously helping a lot of projects to kind of get, that content side out, and the kind of marketing on X and different social platforms. Another big win. It was a good show yesterday. I thought the Stackies was good fun. A lot of high energy stuff, and obviously some big news out of the town hall as well. Obviously some big plans for 2026.
Oh man, there's so much cool stuff happening, and so much more coming too. One thing I'm not sure about that I saw, I don't remember what post it was on. Maybe you have some info on it. But something about stacking on the L1, like.
Yeah, that's going to be the huge one in my opinion. So it's going to be, they're exploring self-custodial staking through L1. So L1 Bitcoin to earn L1 Bitcoin. Now the only other one that I know of that does something similar is Babylon, except they don't earn Bitcoin, they earn the native baby token.
Right. So I mean, that's a huge difference. That's a big differentiation. Right.
I think that's going to be the big kind of push next year, and I think with a lot of treasury companies, it's clear that they're obviously buying awful lots of Bitcoin, and that's fantastic when it's all going up and to the right, because obviously they can just continually buy and reservice and buy. But if the market stays like quite choppy and kind of, not necessarily goes down, but kind of stays choppy, they're going to look for places to service that debt and be able to buy, or even leverage it to buy more, whichever kind of method they want to pursue. And I think if they don't have to go down the L2 rabbit hole and just leverage the rails of it and kind of natively deposit L1 Bitcoin to get Bitcoin, that's a very, very interesting prospect for the institutions, in my opinion. And obviously through stacks, if they then want to go down the rabbit hole a little bit deeper and buy stacks to pair it with to increase that yield and go down the dual stacking route, even better. But if you can meet them where they are, which is they're holding their Bitcoin on L1, that's kind of, you're offering that olive branch to them and saying, oh, here you go. And then, the more people that take it might end up going down the rabbit hole.
Right. It's a numbers game at that point. It's just a vector to get people in. Yep. You're giving them the reward. They're participating in the network. And then, well, if you want to earn more yield on your Bitcoin, you can do this, and you can deploy it to, BTC-Fi or just TFI, as we're calling it now, I guess.
Yeah, TFI. But that's the thing, though. If you can say, okay, thanks so much for staking on the L1 for the past, 3, 6, 12 months. Here's what you could have had if you went further down and paired it with the stacks. The difference might be at that point astronomical for a lot of institutions. Even that 1% extra, 2% extra on a lot of Bitcoin can be a lot of difference. So I think that's going to be an interesting kind of way they're going with. Obviously, USDC X is big news. And I think the privacy kind of shielded transactions that they were mentioning about, as well, selected privacy is interesting as well. You see the rise of Zcash, Starknet do a similar kind of style thing, that privacy narrative. I don't see that going away.
I saw a post this morning that made a really good, presented it in a way that really identifies the concern there in a really like real life circumstance. And it was just somebody that had paid somebody for something in USDC. And then that person ends up following up with them and talking to them about the assets in their wallet, because they could go and follow that person's wallet. That is a problem. And somebody, there's nothing wrong with wanting privacy for that specific reason. And just because you want privacy doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It's just a way to protect yourself. And we have a legal standard in the U.S. that you're innocent until proven guilty, or at least we used to. I'm not sure how much it holds right now anymore, but we really need to get back to that.
Yeah. I think that's going to be an interesting one for stacks. And I actually saw that same post. I think it was from Loki, quite a big DeFi guy, and he kind of posted.
I think that's right. Yep.
I think that there was an interesting analogy I heard a little while ago. I've only really kind of become interested in it probably the last sort of 4 to 6 months, I would guess. But it was someone saying you kind of close your curtains at night. It doesn't mean you're like murdering someone behind them. It's just that, it's your choice to, have privacy in the evening. It doesn't mean anything bad is going on behind it, but you just don't want people to be looking in at you in the night. That doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. I think stacks looking at that element for selected privacy is good. You can show your accountant if you want. You can show the people that need to do. If there's an investigation, sure, like we can look at it. We're not doing anything illegal, but it doesn't necessarily have to be shown to the whole, broadcasted to the whole world. And I think it's almost got like a self-built-in marketing element with this at the moment, because you do see a lot of the particularly European laws are coming out and saying, we're now banning this or we're banning that, and you can't hide this and you can't hide that. So the narrative almost writes itself. So I think that could be something that might creep up on the rails for stacks a little bit. That could be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. It's needed. It's needed in the marketplace. And man, I can't say, like, I felt very encouraged last year at the end of D grants. There was a lot of energy coming out of D grants. And it kind of tapered off into, we had just had the election. I think there was almost like too much excitement too fast around there. And right around this time last year is when things started tapering off. It was bad timing for Stacks because it was right as we were launching fast blocks with Nakamoto, SBTC. And I really think that that's actually the story of Stacks price. Everything else has been crushing. Stacks price is just the victim of just a number of bad timing events outside of control that have happened, and that actually leads me to believe that there's even more upside, potential than where it is. But I haven't felt the energy like this in the ecosystem yet. Like, I feel like there's just, with all of everything, the shipping, all of the people that are solving real problems, all of the building that's going on across the ecosystem, the Stacks Labs entity, the endowment, the accelerator that they're talking about. This is the time. If you're looking to build on Bitcoin, Stacks is where it's at. It's undoubtable at this point. And it's like to have people like you in the ecosystem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the fundamentals aren't matching up to the price. Obviously, NFA as always. But I would say there is a lot of builders, new builders as well, which is exciting. Obviously you see things like the Hacker House come out, and
that was so cool.
Yeah, there's so much.
There was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's good to see a lot of different projects. I saw you had on. I was watching a clip on the DeOrganized show. I think it wasn't live. I don't think. Are you doing it now where you like kind of play clips throughout the day?
Yeah, because we're running the stream from like 7:30 to like 5-6 o'clock at night, East Coast US time. So I have time to replay it. And now it's forcing me to go make these clips, share them out, get them on the stream and stuff like that. So I saw
an X402 one. I think it was Tony.
Tony, from I think it was last Friday morning last week. I think, or maybe the week before. I can't remember now. It's been, but
that shows it's working though, because I thought it was live, and I tuned in and I was like, "That's interesting." And I would not have seen that. If it wasn't running, I would not have seen that clip. And it was interesting. Yeah. So.
And, people drop in to see what's going on, and we have lots of content to expose. Lots of stuff to keep amplifying. So we're slowly but surely figuring out our model and doing more with what we have available to us, and we're doing pretty good. We're getting a little bit of slumpy Friday morning numbers right now.
Okay.
We're not getting a ton of viewers right yet. We only got a couple hundred this morning so far, but I mean, most days we're getting at least 1,000, a couple thousand. Some days,
that's incredible. Incredible. It could just be coming close to holidays as well. People start winding down. Perhaps they're visiting family, or that's kind of how this time does feel. Obviously, us launching last Monday, we were kind of rushing to get it out before the holidays. I would imagine Stacks also getting their town hall kind of out, and some of the announcements. People can stew on that over the holidays, and then go into 2026 with a full boom. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for 2026. I think it's going to be the year, personally.
Fingers crossed. We never know in this market, but yeah, I think I'm with you on that one.
You never know what the outcomes are going to be, but I know we're going to be working hard, and we're going to keep pushing. And so some good stuff's going to come out of that.
It can be the only way.
That's it. That's all there is. Brother, I could talk to you all day. You're welcome to hang out if you have the time. Do not feel obligated, but we have the Game Master coming up from the underworld to play some Find2Earn rounds with us this morning. And he's also going to jump into the SIP call because he's proposing a SIP for his encrypted NFT standard. So we're really excited about that. I'm going to play a quick word from Bitflow. Rubes, do you need to... Can you hang out? You want to hang out and play some Find?
I'm going to hop off, but I do really appreciate you having me on, guys, and I will definitely be coming on a lot more because we will be shipping pretty quickly now. You're going to see a lot of upgrades, certainly past the holidays, probably weekly or bi-weekly. We're going to be adding, a cool feature or two. So I'll definitely be seeing more of you guys. Really appreciate you coming on, me coming on for your show, and appreciate all the love, guys.
Right on, man. Have a great rest of your day. Happy holidays if I don't chat with you again before then. And you're always welcome. Just let us know when you want to come on and we'll drop you in.
Much appreciated, guys.
All right.
Have a great holiday, Rubes.
Have a good one, guys. Have a good one, Hannah. Have a good one. Peace.
You too, man.
Awesome.
That was awesome stuff. Really dig it. And guys, stay tuned. We will be back momentarily with the Game Master and some Find2Earn rounds after this quick word from Bitfile.
There's like a treasury strategy outlined on how we do options, how we do loans. Like there is like most ecosystems I'll say are not as transparent about this, but I wanted to make sure it was put forward for the community. So we have how we do options, how we sell, if we sell, how we have a commitment to not stake. So the endowment does not stake the treasury. Reasoning for that is I don't think it's fair for the community to not get the maximum rewards. And so therefore the endowment does not stake.
Understandable. We were actually, we talked around that concept a little for during the, before when the vote was live and even beforehand when we were,
the community weighed in and we made sure, and that's how it went into the vote.
Right. To be honest with you, I didn't have a strong opinion either way. I understand both sides of it, but I'm glad that the community's satisfied with the outcome.
The only area that the endowment stakes on is staking delegations to pay the validators who are validating the essential services for being an SBTC signer, but that's it. So our staking delegations are quite small. They're limited to like a slot.
Awesome. I want to. We have about, and I don't know how much time you have. We have about 15 minutes in what we designated for the segment, but it's my show. We can go as long as I want. Well, but I don't want to commit you. I don't want to overcommit you.
I'm going to hang out and say, I'm still publishing a blog post and I'm still writing the Twitter thread, but it will be out there.
Awesome stuff. I just wanted to give everyone else a chance because I've been monopolizing the conversation. Rita, do you know GP? Do you know Hattie?
We know everybody. They're all hanging out. They're like, they're the buds.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear all the alpha and seeing some of the things that we're going to be doing with SBTC is really exciting. Seeing the privacy and payments for SBTC got me very excited. So
you can expect Manib to give the overview during the town hall. This is like his R&D baby. Like he has been gunning for this as a long time Bitcoiner to bring it back so that Stacks is the missing layer.
That's awesome. I can't wait to hear more. I know that I saw Munib make a post about privacy and layer 2, kind of alluding to something, right? And to see this new updated blog post kind of doubling down, saying, yes, like this is a direction that we're going to be, focusing on is very, very exciting because I think that it's an interesting use case for SBTC. So can't wait to hear more about that. I think it's going to be a bullish 2026. I feel like, with quantitative easing starting today and, maybe the, macro environment looks a little bit better for us. And, things start to turn around a little bit. I don't think that anybody was expecting to have this opportunity down here where we're at right now, but it very much is an opportunity. So let's get bullish, guys. Have some of these bullish vibes on the timeline again. And I love how it's very community oriented, this blog post, and explaining, hey, this is what the community wanted and asked for, and this is the way that we're going to approach it is very necessary. So awesome. What very, very well thought out and put together post here that you have.
Thank you very much. And like, this won't be this is not like the last post. This is the first post. So for transparency, the treasury will be reported on a half annual. I'm still trying to figure out if I can get proper dashboards in place to actually have an on-chain view of the treasury. So that is something I'm trying to build out. I have some devs helping me build that out, but the goal is sometime within next year, this is going to be a fairly transparent on-chain treasury that people can see the read receipts.
I would definitely reach out to Trip and Monkey to help build out that platform because I'm sure he already has one.
I'm using some of the ecosystems tools right now, but right now it's for me to see how I'm going to connect some of the trading APIs and things because those are subject to other kind of rules and regulations. So I'm trying to navigate it accordingly and make sure that I'm following Cayman law.
Awesome.
We're doing the thing.
Hattie.
Hey,
Quiet.
Aaron, thank you very much for coming on today. I think it's been an amazing start. The transparency will bleed through, and I think people will see that, and it's incredible. I think you've touched on a few opportunity gaps that we have in the ecosystem, so I really love that, and you've given a lot of space for people to think about how we can grow the ecosystem. I have one question, which is maybe off topic or maybe is on topic for this.
Sure.
But maybe for everyone who's listening is, can you give a description of what the difference between the endowment is and the foundation? Because we have two different...
Go up on the blog post. I got you. It's covered at the first section of the blog post, but the endowment is the foundation. So hold up. Go down just a little bit more. Keep going and pause. Okay, great. So in the blog post, I put exactly how the entities are set up. So like the way you should think about is the endowment is the foundation. It is a Cayman Island foundation, and that's the mothership where all the money is. That's how you should think about that. The endowment staff is myself. We're hiring a CIO, and we have Cayman directors. Because the endowment needs community support, buy-in, and input, there is the Treasury Committee, who is kind of like our advisory board. And they provide us the quarterly board meetings of what they want to see, how they want to see funds spent, and they essentially approve our budget going into the following year. The LabsCo, where Alex Miller is the CEO, is wholly owned by the endowment. So it really is one org. It's just a foundation of LabsCo. The LabsCo is our subsidiary. So there is no more, which entity does this? It's all streamlined as one.
Perfect. Thank you for putting that. I just wanted to
welcome. No, it's
you to put it in your own words as well.
Necessary to point it out for Stacks that we've done things super decentralized, and that's been amazing to do. But obviously there are efficiency challenges, and so we did choose the route of the labs and foundation are all in one entity. Literally, the only difference is I'm just staff at endowment, or everybody else is staff at labs. That's it.
Perfect. And then the follow-on from that would be, as we sit here and we talk about SIPs and we talk about governance in the ecosystem, where does governance fit in?
Stacks Foundation with Mitchell will be continuing to carry out governance, as that's their operating charter. They will make sure the SIP process is followed and governance is carried out. So you can think of it as one kind of main entity that is doing all the production, development, blockchain engineering, marketing, BD, and kind of the treasury all in one. Basically, between myself and Alex, we're doing all of those components. And then Mitchell and Claire and the folks at Foundation are making sure governance is carried out. Because I think it would be remiss to put all of that in one organization. Governance should be a separate body, because that is clear. You wouldn't want to commingle that.
Correct. The same as any organization, you'd have a separation to ensure that you have checks and balances.
Exactly, and that's partially why when the Treasury Committee was appointed by the folks like Joe from Lunar Crush, who got to be a part of it, and Tycho, they were really well balanced on making sure they had one person from the LabsCo, which was Alex, one person representing governance, which is Mitchell, the other 5 slots all going to the community, and the last one really going to whoever is funding the Treasury, which should be a CIO. So it's a fairly well-balanced approach, just getting as many ecosystem voices and representation there. And remember, the TC is a kind of a board appointment. So like whenever there needs to be changes, that can be made.
Perfect. Thank you for laying that out for us. I just wanted to make sure that everyone got it from yourself.
So totally. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, great question, Hattie, because I know that's like on the panel here, we probably had a general understanding of that, but a lot of the community probably didn't. So I think it's good to.
Yeah, I definitely owe the community a little bit more like blog posting around these things and such. I'm learning how to post on stacks.co because, hey, I've never got to do it before. This is fun.
No, and we do. I mean, more is better. And there's been a lot of
more is more.
More is more. So it's there's lots of opportunity to grow still, right? And I think Stacks is doing some tremendous things. I am a huge fan of the endowment. I love how it's been broken down. I was involved in the initial Hattie and Hero and GP. All of us were actually involved in the initial meetings that led to the appointments committee. We were all part of that group. It's open. It's available. If you want to be involved in Stacks, you can be. All you have to do is actually participate.
Exactly.
So
yeah, that's how I got you in peace, right?
That's
in
right.
The early days.
Right. If it wasn't for Hero doing the spaces for D Grants Cohort 2, I would never have gotten to know. I would never have onboarded and integrated into the ecosystem to the extent that I am now. Huge value.
I think it's just difficult for sometimes first timer to know where to go. And I think being a little bit out there and a little bit kind of welcoming, I think it really helps to because they will start asking questions like, where do I go? How do I participate? Or if you give them like a pointer where to participate, because Stacks is, I came into Stacks 4 years ago. I jumped on one of the public calls that Willbody hosted, and it was open. So little things like that, like people sometimes just need to know, like, actually, when you dig under the hood, there's a lot of opportunity and openness to Stacks, and it's just making that awareness part that people can participate and where.
Couldn't agree more. I think we're lucky to have such a community that's opening, welcoming, and friendly.
I'm going to bring them on. We got a late comer. Kinderly is in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing? Or it's evening for you. Are you with us?
I'm very good. Oh, nice. So, Raina, if you don't mind me asking,
he's having some technical difficulties.
So, also, I know you head up the DeFi working group, right? And is there any like cool updates from that group?
Yeah, so I'm going to be handing all of the groups back now to the LabsCo so I can do what I do best, is trade and manage our treasury. I think wearing sometimes too many hats comes at a detriment. But from the DeFi working group, what they've been helping advise me on is how they want me to deploy the working capital. So from the budget, there's 25 million stacks that has been set aside to deploy in DeFi. And so what kind of our goal is right now is to make sure we're deploying it where we manage the spreads and reduce slippage across the ecosystem. Because what I don't want to see is someone doing like a 10K SBTC to BTC swap on Bitflow and getting wrecked by slippage. And so that's what I'm like, they're really making sure that I target the right spread and band targets. So like that's been a key priority from the DeFi working group right now, as well as making sure we're all ready to support Bitflow as they move to HODLMM. So the concentrated liquidity will be a big ecosystem boon. Currently, when you're using an AMM in this kind of V2 model, they're not super capital efficient to rebalance the pools. And so that's kind of where the DeFi working group has been provided a lot of initiative to myself and other builders to make sure that we can manage that. And then kind of also from the DeFi working group is they've been testing the Circle integration to make sure that we're ready to move AE USDC into USDCX and things like that. So a lot of things, but I'll say it's more like nuts and bolts of making sure the infrastructure behind DeFi works.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's all coming together, I feel.
It's all coming together, and I'm excited for the new year to come.
Yeah, 100%. There is so, like, we rattle off like more than a handful of items before, and we didn't even touch on HODLMM and concentrated liquidity and zero slippage, or the less slippage, the more efficient distribution of capital. There's so many things coming to this ecosystem, and it's Bitcoin oriented, which is what everyone ultimately wants. We are in the right place. It's just a matter of, we just got to keep chipping away, and it'll all come together for sure.
And Raina, if you know I'm starting to do like a little bit more graphics around like the upcoming calls of the next week. So if you know in January ahead of like when the calls might be for Stacks and Delma, I'll make like graphics.
Perfect. I'll actually
so-
coordinate with yourself and I guess Rick or Brandon at Stacks Labs to make sure the time is right before I even put it on the ecosystem calendar. So I'll make sure that it works for everyone. I'll try to do something that's like the normal DeOrganized timing. I think we try to do like 10:30 Eastern or something like that to hit the time zones, but that's what I'm going to be aiming for.
Yeah, we'll come to leverage the SIP call as well on a Friday.
Yeah, thanks for letting me hijack the SIP call for a little bit. I appreciate y'all.
You have carte
I
blanche.
mean, it's officially governance call, I think, or sometimes we refer to the SIPs because governance is broader and SIP is more specific. But Stacks on this call essentially sort of facilitated by the Stacks Foundation anyway. So this call has a lot of the governance elements to it, such as when SIP 31 was on, Alex came on and shared the idea, gave feedback from the community. That was a true governance effort.
I love it.
So yeah, it is compatible.
Well, I have to comply with everything governance because that's how I get to do what I get to do. So thank you for everyone who works through on governance and making sure it works smoothly because it is a massive undertaking.
But worth it. And we need more volunteers, by the way. We need more people in the governance, in the working groups and the CAB and people getting involved in the SIP calls and the SIP process. We are ironing out. Hero's been doing a ton of work, by the way, ironing out the roadmap and a template for submitting more SIPs. And actually, I just heard that we got more SIPs. We had one announced last week that's very interesting. Another one that...
There's a couple in the works from what I saw on GitHub.
There are several in the works and more to come from what we've been hearing for some very interesting things.
We need to get Fridger SIP out. That SIP 32 improves stacking. That's basically essentially no downside. Only improves everybody's yield.
It also helps with the cooldown cycle as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. It removes it.
Yeah, we need to get that conversation back up, I think, because SIP 31, now is over, and I think it's time to get back to some of these already sort of got community consensus, pretty developed further on, I believe. Just need to speak to co-developers on that, and yeah, I know there's I see on the blog there are several huge technical upgrades coming too. So I can
upgrades, and I also put a recap of what's been shipped since SIP 31 because sometimes it's good to recap that a lot of work has been done behind the scenes.
Great. Yeah, I'll definitely share this post out.
Yeah, I should be up and ready in just a couple moments, and you'll see the endowment and Stacks the Stacks handle tweeted out. Sorry.
Awesome. We will we will obviously amplify that as much as we can, as we always do. Tenderly, welcome to the end of the show. How you doing, man?
So, Peace, I just got a few things to share, if you don't share.
Yeah, sir.
Just to drive a bit of
How are you all doing?
We're doing well, man. Tenderly, if you don't, if you do not know, Tenderly is one of the young up-and-coming content creators and community builders in the ecosystem. He's doing a great job.
Hey, how's it going?
And here I'm sharing you. There we go.
Yeah, so I just want to sort of bring a little bit more attention again to the Stacks Forum, because this is where we have the working groups recaps, and there you can find, for example, Tuesdays working groups recaps for clarity. And the things being discussed, I think it's really useful to just a quick browse. And then there are a lot of resources here I linked where you can get, for example, I didn't even know the clarinet needs to be upgraded. And there's like a lot of links that you can get your Clarity Clarinet upgraded so that it supports Clarity 4 functions. So yeah, I do recommend create an account. It's pretty easy to create an account. I think you just link your Discord or GitHub, and then you're in. And start posting feedback on there, interact with the thread, whatever thread that might be, like the one that Reina just posted. She's literally asking for your feedback right there. Like post your feedback. What should we do? How should we grow? So really recommend that. And the other thing was, like I said, I'm starting to post more like the upcoming calls, maybe more visually, get the words out there, start bringing out of the Stacks calendar and bringing out of the Stacks forum and just out to the public. So you can see exactly what kind of working group or calls, like for example, Friday went off.
Clips that be glowing, insisting on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks. Another L2, showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat, spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look and clips that be glowing, insisting on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks. Another L2, showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat, spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Pumping the name.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostEx, the social value layer.
Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Friday, the 9th of January. We have made it. I should say Stacks Improvement Friday, because we talk about Stacks Improvement proposals at 10:30. We get the update on what's going on. I'm excited about that. It's my favorite day of the week, partly because after the Stacks Improvement proposal, I'm usually done for the weekend, aside from, as far as like shows and guests and stuff. Although I believe, going to be jumping into a show with Adam Bitcoin and his partner. I'm going to be a guest, not on our. It's not going to be broadcast on here, at least not live. I'll definitely share that out in our rotation once it's available on YouTube for us to restream. So I'm excited about that. Lots to talk about. Some interesting things happening in the news, as always. We definitely live in interesting times. Friendly reminder, guys, I know we talked about this a lot yesterday. I'm not going to get into the background subject matter, but I am seeing a lot of what seems to be a lot of pot stirring, a lot of deliberate, provocative commentary that really is dangerous. It's designed to polarize and to whip people into a frenzy. And I want just to remind everybody that we're all humans. Whatever that means, whatever that actually means. We all have our beliefs, but we don't really know. No one really knows what the heck we're actually here for, what we're doing, and what we're supposed to do, where we're supposed to go. But from my experience, it does seem like part of the goal is to have experience. That's why we're here. We're in an experiential medium. We have experiences. That's why time and space and motion and growth all happen, right? Otherwise, it doesn't seem to be necessary. So we're here to have experiences and maybe decide. Part of that is trying to decide what we want to experience and doing what we can to facilitate those outcomes. And do you want to experience a world where there's this constant back and forth divide, red, blue, good, bad, whichever one you side with, the other side is bad, and we need to defeat the opposite humans that think something different than us? We live on a big planet. There's lots of resources. We live in an abundant world, an infinite seemingly universe, at least from our perspective. There's lots out there to share. There's lots to go around. You don't need to be insecure. You don't need to be angry that somebody disagrees with you. Get into some dialogue. Try to understand the position of the other person. That does. Not every conversation is going to go great. and sometimes I can be a little provocative too. I try to get people to consider things beyond what they already believe. And I do actually kind of poke the bears on both sides to generate dialogue. But at the end of the day, my goal is to get people to kind of rein in what they think they have to believe and have them think about things a little bit more holistically. So just consider that you can hold an opinion that is nuanced and different than a cookie cutter, I have to believe this because I'm on this team. Get outside of that. We need to get past that. Think for yourself. Don't be told what to think about any situation. Weigh the facts. Oftentimes, maybe there's fault on both sides. And we're not going to get past that if we're just looking to pick one that actually is at fault and ignore the faults of the other side that we're supporting. That being said, we are, this friendly reminder, this is a news show, providing news, some information, some education, hopefully some entertainment. Never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. And let's take a look at the numbers today, shall we? I don't know if I might have to do a little bit of, how does this look here? Yeah, I'm in the right spot. Yeah, that's all right. I don't need to be much bigger in the screen here. Before I do get into the numbers, guys, we have a daily entry for our 200 STX giveaway. The pinned post on the DeOrganized account is deorganized.btc. I'm sorry, it's at DeOrganized.btc. DeOrganized.btc is our BNS name. If you don't know about BNS, BNS1 is the place to go to learn more about that. But I do have the pin post. We do this daily. If you answer the question during the live stream on the replies in the pin post, you are entered for an opportunity to win a share of 200 STX. You can enter daily. Friday's entries count as 2 entries. So you might as well enter today if you're thinking about doing it at all. Today is the day you get the max benefit. And we will also be announcing on Sunday the winner of the 200 STX giveaway for December. Sorry for being a little bit late, just slightly tied up in too many things. And, maybe that's on me. Maybe that's on me. Maybe I got to focus on the world I want to experience and have a little bit more time to work on the things that are important to me. It's just so many things that are important to me. Let's take a look at the numbers. We're getting dangerously close to a P-flow monologue here. Bitcoin actually back up over 90K. That's good. I had seen it at around 89K earlier at one point, so I'm feeling a little bit better about that. Ethereum up over 3,000 still. That's good. BNB. Did I see Solana dropping? Oh, it's way up here. Okay. Scanned right past it. Almost 140. That's actually solid. Solana's looking good. Actually up 3%. It's not too bad. Stacks doing this morning. Ooh, we did move up. We were at I think 83 or 82 yesterday, moving up to number 1. Just under 35 cents, up 4.5, almost 5%, still up 30% over the last 7 days. Stacks is doing pretty good. Still a great entry in my opinion. Not financial advice. Top 3 gainers. Oh my gosh, Polygon's a top 3 gainer. Still at only 15 cents. Man, I was a huge fan of Polygon back in the day. Polygon was novel, very interesting. It was the first L2 on Ethereum to add functionality and scalability to Ethereum. And they might have just had a great idea, but they were just too early and the tech wasn't developed enough, and that's too bad. Maybe there's hope for them. I do not hold a Polygon bag at all anymore. It's one of the ones that I did actually, I think I took losses technically on it. But so Polygon, Jasmine, pump, getting a little pump. I have no idea where that price was before because I really don't. It's not my cup of tea. I think it's but I'm always interested in innovation. So top 3 gainers: Polygon, Jasmine, Pump Fund. Fair and Greed Index coming in at 41. We're still in neutral. getting close. It's a little more fearful than we were a couple of days ago, but depending on how the weekend and the pricing goes, could be good signs. I don't have it in the news items, but I do want to point out that somebody minted, or $1 billion was minted in USDT. That's a hugely bullish sign for the markets. So it does seem like we're getting into a little bit more clear direction moving forward. I think that there's a lot of energy behind accumulation. We're just getting to the point where it's not quite, you always got longs and shorts that make things harder to sustain too, because they're always going to get targeted. Which is healthy, actually. You want to see the people long get liquidated, then people short, they get liquidated, then people long, they get liquidated. And that's why the markets don't go up linearly, largely because of leverage. And that has to get not taken out one way or another, or the corrections end up being huge, which is never a fun ride, by the way, unless you're a trader and you understand how to make money doing that, which that's not me. I'm not a financial advice kind of guy. Just kind of trying to figure it all out along with you all is actually really my position. So Bitcoin is stalling, but this low-key absorption signal shows a violent supply shock could be inevitable. Despite sideways price action, Bitcoin may be quietly setting up for a sharp move. Analysts point to absorption behavior where large buyers consistently soak up sell pressure without allowing price to rise yet. This typically indicates strong underlying demand masked by short-term distribution. Historically prolonged absorption phases tend to precede violent directional moves. As available supply thins and sellers exhaust. Man, I can't talk right this morning. I'm tired. While short-term traders see stagnation, long-term participants may be positioning for a sudden supply shock rather than a slow grind higher. We've all been kind of waiting for a supply shock to happen that hasn't manifested yet for like nearly a year. And the centralized exchange on exchange supplies have been diminishing, especially specifically for Bitcoin. Supply shock should happen, but you have a lot more savvy market participants, I'll say, that know with large funds, well-funded, savvy market participants who know how to accumulate and keep prices where they want, keep prices low while they're accumulating. So eventually they're going to stop accumulating and let their gains get realized. That's usually when you want to start taking profits, is when they start taking profits. So not financial advice. Let's see. Crypto market crash. Last October marked the end of easy yield era. That's what BitMEX is telling us. According to BitMEX analysis, the October drawdown was more than a price correction. It reset the crypto market's incentive structure. High, low risk yields fueled by leverage, basis trades, and overextended derivatives have largely disappeared. Capital is now being forced into real risk assessment, with yield tied to lockup, smart contract risk, or operational exposure. The shift suggests a healthier but more demanding environment where returns must be earned rather than farmed. Fundamentally changing behavior across DeFi and centralized venues alike. This is actually a healthier situation, though. You don't want yield without actual fundamentals, without actual work that's earning and providing value along the way. Because at the end of the day, that's not sustainable if it doesn't include the fundamentals. So this is actually a healthier place to be, if that is the case. Remains to be seen. We'll see. Ethereum treasury firm SharpLink takes $170 million ETH on Linea Network. SharpLink, an Ethereum-focused treasury company, has staked roughly $170 million worth of Ethereum on Linea Layer 2 network. Linea is the network put out by Consensus, the producers of MetaMask. The move signals growing institutional confidence not just in Ethereum as an asset, but in Layer 2 infrastructure as productive financial rails. By staking rather than holding idle ETH, SharpLink is prioritizing yield, security, participation, and long-term alignment with Ethereum's scaling roadmap. This reflects a broader trend of treasury strategies evolving beyond passive exposure into active on-chain participation. This is actually an excellent sign. It's adoption, it's participation, it's in a holistic way. Staking on a Bitcoin L2 to earn yield, securing the network, and Bitcoin L2 and a Ethereum L2. The Bitcoin L2 here would be Stacks doing the same thing. You can participate directly on Bitcoin. But I do want to say this. Success of Ethereum means success of crypto right now. And there's nothing wrong with being positive about a number of different blockchains and hoping that they all have some success in some way. Ethereum is here. It's already got a huge user base, and I think that in the short term, Ethereum is going to be the main vector for onboarding people into crypto, onboarding normies into crypto. Who knows though? What do I know? Oh, man. Oh yeah, okay. Visa-linked stable platform Rain raises $250 million at a $1.95 billion valuation. More money coming into crypto. Rain, a stablecoin-based payments platform, has raised $250 million and secured membership in Visa's network. That's actually even more important. The funding underscores accelerating momentum around regulated enterprise-grade stablecoin infrastructure, particularly for cross-border payments and settlement. Visa integration positions Rain to operate directly within traditional payment rails while leveraging crypto-native efficiencies. This marks another step in the convergence between legacy financial networks and blockchain-based money, with stablecoins increasingly serving as the connective tissue. And this last one is also a little bit edgy, I guess we'll say. Iran's Revolutionary Guard uses crypto USDT to evade Western sanctions. And there are some people, by the way, that are pro-Revolutionary Guard. There's a lot of people that are not pro-Revolutionary Guard that are also pro-crypto. And so this is it's an interesting paradigm here. Reports indicate that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has used USDT stablecoins to bypass international sanctions and move funds discreetly. The case highlights crypto's dual-use reality, while stablecoins enable legitimate global commerce. Stablecoins enable legitimate global commerce. They also present challenges for enforcement and geopolitical oversight. Do we really want geopolitical control over money and spending? Do we? Is that what we want? A hyper-centralized entity that can dictate who can and cannot transact? I don't think so. Personally, I think that's way too far towards totalitarianism, and I don't like it. It's the whole reason why we need crypto. This incident reinforces why regulators focus so heavily on stablecoins, particularly centralized issuers, and raises difficult questions about censorship resistance, compliance, and the limits of financial surveillance in a global permissionless system. Financial surveillance should be limited. The government should not be surveilling your financial activity as a standard practice, and that's what's going on right now. So while I can appreciate a threat from the current regime in Iran, or if they are still the current regime, I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. But it's kind of like the Second Amendment exists for people to say things that you don't want to hear, not for everyone to say things that you do want to hear. And so that's the same thing with the right to transact. The right to transact means that some people will transact that you don't want them to transact, and you can't do anything about it directly, except for just choose not to transact with them. That's how the market works. If nobody transacts with Iran, then it's not a problem. And if somebody has something to sell to them, well, then we just don't do business with that person either. And if you want to do business with them, that's up to you. That is, I think, the last story. I do want to remind everybody that, hold on, let me actually do this way. Bitflow is the leading decentralized exchange on Stacks. They let you trade BTC, SBTC, USDC, Runes, STX, USDH, maybe as of today, USDC-X, and more, all in one place, while still getting the best swap rates across the ecosystem with their DEX aggregator. Soon, they're going to have even expanded liquidity options with up to potentially having zero slippage on your swaps and on your liquidity pooling, should you choose to engage in that. And they also are just expanding with their BFF Army. That's BFF.Army, to give people some education on how to use some of these more complex DeFi tools out in the marketplace. So check them out, bitflow.finance. It is my go-to when I'm looking to trade on the leading Bitcoin L2 Stacks network. With that, I'm going to bring on our homies. I got a bunch of guys in here today. This is great. Let me bring on the main homie, GPSC. Where'd you go? That's weird. I could see you, but now I can't see you. GP might be having some technical difficulties. I got a bunch of other guys. We got Adam Bitcoin in the house today. What's up, Adam? How you doing today, brother?
Yo, what's good? How are you?
Good, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. There's like 8 guys in here. What's going on? Hey, are we still on for 3 p.m. later today too?
Yeah, of course we are.
All right, man. Looking forward to that. It's been a while since I've actually been interviewed, so it'll be different.
Let me ask you a question. I got my camera sideways, but I never tried it. But if I do it like this, it's the same thing. It's okay, or
whatever works for you, man.
All right.
Yeah, that works
this
too.
Way is a little better.
Yeah, and honestly, It was skipping for some reason the other way, but that might not have had anything to do with it.
All right.
The orientation might not have had anything to do with GP.
GP, what's good?
Yo, Adam. Wagwan,
I can't hear.
Is
it just me?
Your audio is getting a little underwater there, GP.
How's it now?
Way better. Sexy.
Good.
Got it. All right. 300 in the house. What's up, my brother? How you doing this morning?
Okay. Fire. All right.
You do have a little bit of a lag, GP. Hunter, I can't hear you. No sound. Can you hear me, Adam?
I hear you fine.
You can hear me. Can you hear 300?
Not right now, but I did. No. I don't hear.
Can't hear you, man. Yeah, if you guys need to restart, go ahead. We also got Bolu Peak in the house. Bolu, you with us, brother?
I'm with you.
I know you're here, Adam. We got Bolu. I think we got so many guys. We're breaking the system. Nosferatu too in the house. So we got Bolu Peak. We got Nosferatu. I think GP just jumped back in. Maybe. Well, I don't see.
Hey guys.
Hey, Bolu, what's up?
What's up, Pepe?
Hey, what's up? I'm good. I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Right on, right on. Let me see. I got some. All right, we just got. I know
Heat
we're
up some. Back. 1 second, okay?
cool, cool. No worries, man. No worries. Let me. Oh, we got Grimaldo in the live chat. Good morning, brother. We got assistant boyfriend GM. What is up, guys? There's so much. It's insane. It's just so much. The activity. Can you guys feel the activity rising in the space here? Hana, it's showing you muted. Is your mic muted?
La 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 la.
There he is. There he is. All right.
Yo, you know what?
Yo.
It started off on X and now on Restream, bro. Hope you're well. GM, everybody. Nos, Adam, Peace, GPSE. Hope you're well, guys.
Yeah, man, doing great. It's Friday. How can you not be? I got my hair down. It's Friday. We're ready to go, man. We're ready to go. So
the week moved fast. The week moved fast.
This is one of the fastest weeks I've ever experienced, brother. I can't believe it's already Friday.
January doesn't move like that.
No, but it is.
It was a very fast week. I agree with that. Good morning, fellas. Am I in the game?
You're in the game.
All right, solid. Happy Friday, guys.
How's the yo, man? Are you guys? I think your guys' computers are too tired from all the Arc Raiders you guys are playing. I think that's what the problem is.
From all the raiding,
grinding is hard.
Don't shoot,
man.
Don't shoot.
Friendly.
Don't shoot. Friendly.
Oh, you can friendly fire in Arc Raiders. You can get killed by friendly fire.
No, man, they got these solos that they run, and then like you can go. You have
like they're kind of like teaming with people that they're not really teaming with.
Yeah, they give you some emotes and stuff, and that's one of them is don't shoot. And the character will call out to the rest of the lobby.
Right on.
Yo, do I got a story for you guys?
All right,
but we'll wait till later. Everybody's got to wait to hear the story.
We're waiting till later, later this afternoon, or you're going to do it later in the show?
No, we just got to keep the viewers in tune if they want to hear the story. So a little later, 20 minutes maybe, we'll give them a little time.
Adam's got a story. That's going to be, it's always interesting when Adam's got a story. So you guys definitely want to see that.
Let's go, dude.
Should I get into the story now or make them wait? That's up to you.
It's really up to you, man.
You live an adventurous life.
Let's get into this.
You may not want to keep them waiting
a little bit. And then I got a good story.
Can I just say for a second too? You can't tell with the hat and the hoodie, but my first impression of Adam is that he looks like a live version of Jack Bin Switch's Explorer PFP without the mohawk. Like, I think he looks just like Jack. Hold on, we got to get that up. I think Jack's rocking it again on X, so let me bring that up. But I'm going to go get that. Adam, you can bring us into the story. I want to hear it. I'm curious.
All right. I'll get you into the story. So, as some of you guys might know, I'm working so we could build products. I'm building like a dev team. We're learning liquidity, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So we've been doing some like launches, which are basically just like practice launches, test launches, just for, building out real products in the future. And so some British guy, he says he's 60. I don't really know. He comes on the team. All right. And then, so this guy comes on the team and he starts like helping, he's trying to put together like the art division, designs, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So this guy, it was weird because he kept trying to like kind of break up the team at the same, which was like really weird, but I thought he was just like a older guy that might be like out of tune and didn't, like maybe just not on the same page as all of us. I didn't really know, I was like, it was a little weird, but he was helping, he was building. Okay. And everybody also watch out for this guy. His name is Steve O'Blady on Twitter. And so this guy at the same time is helping. He's really trying to like destroy us, which was like really weird. And then the launch happens. So the launch happens and the liquidity pools were kind of messed up. But we're seeing somebody dumping 1 million tokens at a time, but we can't see what's going on and we don't know why. So after a little research, we realized that it was this guy who was supposedly on our team. And he's saying that he's a hacker and this and that. He kept dropping all these weird links. And, I never clicked on any links. I'm not a fucking idiot. But, like, it was just weird. And so basically what we figured out, what he did was he dropped a fake contract like an hour or two before the real contract with the same name. So what he was doing was he was buying on one side, on the other side, same name for same name. So you can't even see it. It's not coming up on DEX Screener or anything. It's just showing in his wallet because it looks like it's just one coin. But he was trying to get buys on the fake contract, selling it into the real contract. So he's selling here, pushing it down, buying here, pushing it up, selling it back to here, pushing it down, and just trying. But like the whole thing is the contract or the liquidity pools were kind of fucked up. So he didn't get the payday that he wanted, but he's also an idiot because he didn't let the coin build up at all. He just was instantly dumping every single time anyone even bought it. So the guy basically destroyed everything, got away with like $150. And like, but it was weird because he was, the whole thing was fucking crazy.
That's a lot of work for $150, man.
Yeah, dude, it was sick work. But the thing that was insane is this guy was so smart that he figured out how to exploit the contract instantly. Like he saw what the problems were and instantly realized how he can exploit it and suck out all of the money from the. It was pretty crazy. But, he's just an idiot at the same time,
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. You don't know. Launching tokens is tough. Launching a token is a tough. It's hard to do in a way that is secure, not ruggable. And honestly, one of the only fair launch. So you can do, was it in a bonding curve or did you just drop a token with liquidity on a platform? Oh, I think Adam's frozen a little bit too. What I was going to say was one of the best, most fair token launches I've ever seen was the RuCoin token on Stacks. Jack Binswitch, thought very, him and Ian Banksia, his tech partner in the project, OG in the space, worked really hard to actually put out a fair launch token. There was no dev supply. Everyone had an opportunity, the same opportunity to buy in when it launched. It launched, and then you had to buy it with STX, and there was a certain allotment everyone got with the STX. GP, you were there for that too, right?
For the launch of what?
RuCoin?
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. That was a huge launch in our ecosystem.
But that's actually how you avoid what happened with Adam's launch. Everyone had, Nas. What's up, brother? We got Nas with a rare doxing. He's been doxed before, but love seeing you on the street.
Nas. Wait, am I too long with?
Yes, bruh.
You could do it right now, Bolu. You know you're with.
Do it.
No, you don't have to though. I don't want to make somebody do something they're not comfortable. But you're always welcome. Doxed or not, that's how we do.
But
we don't.
But I know how he looks like. I know how he looks like.
He looks like a fraud to me.
Oh yeah. I think you know how he looks like because he joined. He forgot to turn off his camera in one of the DeOrganized meetings.
Yeah, he's kicking it. He's kicking it. He's doxed to some people. Semi-doxed.
Yep.
Looks like Bully looks like a discount version of He has a mustache.
Timu version.
He has a mustache that you could catch fish in. It's so big, and he has like a little ass chin. So make with that as you know what he looks like is Giga Pepe, right? Go figure.
looks like a dad to me.
Yeah.
Talking about catching fish with his mustache. That's crazy.
Guys, though, am I wrong? Like, does Adam Bitcoin not look like Jack which is Explorer PFP?
He does look like Jack.
He does have some character in his head too. Like when I first met him, I thought he was just maybe like a really advanced AI designed after Jack's PFP. I wasn't even positive. I was like, this is crazy. Dude looks just like looks just like him. And I just came across him in a space one day. He's a grinder. He's a hustler. He's still trying to understand some things in certain directions. I tend to be of the opinion at this point. We also have the benefit of having played around with STX tools, Fact Fun. We've had the Pump Fun experience. Out of all of that, one of my biggest takeaways is you don't need as many. You don't necessarily need tokens. We don't need as many tokens as we have. And maybe one thing when you're creating a project, what you really should focus on is not creating a token, but creating value. And there could be a reason for a token. I'm not saying there's never a reason for a token. And sometimes it's just about the experimentation and the opportunity to learn some things and stuff. So I'm not trying to discourage any kind of activity. But I do think that most people will be better served when they're considering how to launch their project and they're thinking about tokens. It's important to, can I do this with Bitcoin or Ethereum or the main token on the platform? Do I really need a token to do all this? And I don't think you could probably do everybody wants Bitcoin. Most people also want Ethereum, and those are the two main ones, maybe some Solana. Why do I need a, peace love token, like to stroke my ego? Who's got value in
peace
that?
Peace love,
hoorah. I want Bitcoin. I want you to have Bitcoin. I don't want you to buy my peace love token so I can buy more Bitcoin, because I don't think that that's a fair transaction, because I don't actually have faith that there's any value in that peace love token. So that's just an extractive play. Like, if you want to support peace love music, send me some Bitcoin. Don't buy my shit token. That's my position on that. Now, that being said, I absolutely love the concept of community tokens and building a community around a token. I just don't know that there's I don't know what the process is to make them value in a community token sustainable.
Yeah, a lot goes into building a community token. There's a lot of work. It doesn't just stop whenever you launch the token and it bonds. A lot of work goes. That's when the work starts, after it bonds. Excuse me.
Exactly. Like when you we were just talking about creating a community token, Adam.
Yeah, it's not easy.
It's not easy because there's a lot of upfront, and then it's constant unless you can never exit as a community leader. And if you do, that's the end of the project.
Yeah.
You know, so you're
You're
More-
fighting through people selling on you. You can't. You got to keep putting money into it, or at least finding people that
Right.
want to support you. You know, it's so much work. Really is.
right, which is why I would suggest making the community around something beyond, like, not a token. I wouldn't launch a token. I haven't launched a token for our project, and I have, although the AI BTC devs did prompt, when they built their prompt to DAO, they did make a DeOrganized DAO token that is not affiliated, but I love those guys, and I'm super honored that they recognize us in that way. But I don't know.
Oh, moist and fresh. That whole era was so.
That was
good.
just right.
Yo,
So
you
let's
know
talk.
what?
I'm dry socks. So
I
guys,
did.
I'm looking for buying dry socks.
I did launch a token. That's actually true.
Everybody, go check out dry sock.
We launched the dry sock stacks token, or fresh token on stacks. But that was a complete meme project. It was just for fun, and it was with the moist sock guys. It was Jesus approved. Say GP. We got the Jesus.
Do I need a soundboard to play Max Steppins right now, or I can just do it?
Yeah, where is it? Where's mixed? I want to hear. Where is fresh?
I'm fresh Max Stepping.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I don't need a
Rafa,
soundboard.
actually, have you guys seen Pillar? Have you guys played around with Pillar yet? Pillar is a
Oh,
new
dude, I was taking a look at that. Pillar's interesting. Here, I'll pull it up.
The reason I bring it up is because one of the accounts Rafa created, he sent to me. He put the PFP as Fresh McSteppins. So Fresh McSteppins has an account on Pillar that's not run by the main.
Yo, so a friend of mine,
ex-goat.
a friend of mine has a project which I think the idea is great. Basically, he launched the meme coin. It's called Brackets, and his website is like a news aggregator, like a sports betting aggregator. So basically, I mean, yes, he does promotion for his coin, but his promotion to the coin isn't his main thing. The main thing is his organic traffic to his website. So instead of promoting the coin, he's more promoting the website and letting people find the coin on his website, and it seems to be working. It's a pretty cool concept.
That is interesting. It is interesting. What platform is he on? Probably Solana.
Yeah, it's Solana. The website is sportsbrackets.com. You want to check it out? It's basically like a news aggregator, sports website, and you know I guess he says he's got like I think he's getting thousands of it's like a couple-year-old website that he's got organic traffic. He's getting like tons of traffic to it, and it's normies more than anything. And he's got one tab that just says brackets with the ticker, and you click on it, and it just explains, this is a coin, blah blah blah, and he's adding like a raffle to his website with it. So it's I've never really seen anybody do that. Usually people are trying to like force the coin down their throats, but he's just letting people find the website, find the news, and then find the coin themselves. I like the idea.
I like the idea. The only question I would have for him is, could he generate the same kind of transactional volume just using Solana and taking fees? And then he's earning in Solana instead of his token. He doesn't have to worry about tokenomics. He's building value through his platform and providing that data and providing a place for people to interact and exchange with on-chain transactions, which is the value. So does he need the token is really my question. And I'm always going to take that approach, because I think that that's actually a flaw in a lot of the way things are getting developed right now, is that if you're focused on if you're building around a token, you're limiting yourself to what the value you can provide, because you got to figure out a way to put value into the token instead of the experiences that people are having. You know what I mean?
But what do you mean? If he's providing an investment, let's say, for his community in, you know, in the token, and also doing giveaways on top of it to give back. You know, if he's just giving back Solana, then it's not a promotion for his own brand.
Well, his brand doesn't have to be a token though. You know, his brand is
No, but it's not. It's a news token, just a plus, just for fun, for people that want to get involved.
right. But he's going to provide. So, what would you rather have as a giveaway? Would you rather have his token, or would you rather have some Solana?
To me, honestly, I don't really care. It's the same thing. You could just swap it back. It doesn't matter.
Well, but that you can just swap it back, and that's what most people will do when they win. They're going to swap it to Solana or something else. So it's very hard to sustain that value. You know what I mean? Like, it's very hard to sustain a value of a token. You don't need the token for anything necessarily. It's just a brand association.
Yeah.
So
well,
it's hard. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to be helpful, right? I'm not trying to.
I'm listening.
Because I think that we don't need tokens for everything. Like, we really don't. It's the value in what and I don't know the platform. The value in what he's providing is in the platform and the information and the data he's providing, and the interaction opportunity that he's providing. And if that's an engaging experience, you can use Bitcoin. Wrap Bitcoin on Solana too. You can even be using Bitcoin to entice people.
Yeah, but
that's a better marketing.
It's not the name of the brand though. It's not gonna help him in his marketing.
Yeah, because if they're coming to the platform, of course, because you're associating the brand.
Yeah, but off of the platform, let's say, if he's doing a giveaway in Bitcoin or Solana, nobody knows what his platform is. But if he's doing it in the name of his token,
but that's what the giveaway is to get the giveaway is to get attention to the brand. So, like, I'm giving away stacks right now, small amount, 200 STX in a month. Price is down. It's only like $60, $70 for the month. Maybe by the end of the month, it'll be a little bit more. At its peak, it was like $600, $700. So not a small amount at the top price of stacks. But I'm giving away stacks. But the giveaway for stacks is to get eyeballs on my brand. So the DeOrganized account gets eyeballs because people see I'm giving away stacks. It would probably be even more valuable if I was giving away Bitcoin as SBTC instead of stacks. To be honest, like, that would even make more. Like, there's less. We're in the stacks ecosystem. There is reason to maintain STX as an asset because of how stacks is designed, but the prime asset is not STX. It's SBTC. It's Bitcoin. That's what everybody wants. Bitcoin yield is what's going to attract people to stacks, not the potential gains from STX. It's the functionality for Bitcoin and whatnot. And so it's fun to create tokens. It's fun to have communities, and obviously everybody wants to make money. But if you don't have a real value proposition in the token you're creating, it's going to be a lot of work and potential opportunity lost, because you're not going to really be able to capture the value you're creating unless that token has some kind of long-term sustainability. And most tokens don't. They just don't. You have to keep working and putting in more and more effort and constantly creating to do so.
Well, I do.
So
I see what you're saying, and it makes sense. I mean, like, but the thing is also is that I think that, like, for example, my page, I'm always doing giveaways, and it's not a giveaway for my. It's not a giveaway for my. Well, it's a giveaway to get eyes on my brand, but it's also a giveaway to get eyes on other brands. With the same thing, like you're trying to get eyes on STX. While, bro, he doesn't even really have to promote it because he has so much traffic. The price is just going up because people are finding it. You know, so he's not even really putting in a lot of work into it. He's just trying to build, like, or he's building a raffle right now, so it gives away. So I mean, I think it makes sense for him because like if he was giving away Bitcoin, like yeah, okay, that sounds better than brackets giving away Bitcoin, but at the same time, they're not gonna find his website, which is his ultimate goal, also from that.
Well, so are you more likely to go to a website to get a Bitcoin giveaway?
Like I said, to me, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. It's still money.
It's not the same thing. It's not the same
for me
thing.
Personally, I think it is these days.
Well, which one would you hold if you received it as a giveaway?
I mean, I would hold Bitcoin over that, obviously, but at the same time, I'm holding both. It doesn't matter, you know. Like to me, that at this point,
speculate. Right. I diversify. My portfolio is not close to 100% Bitcoin. I don't know if it's even 50% Bitcoin, but it should. I've had regrets over how little of a percentage my portfolio.
No, I agree, bro. Me too. I agree. But at the same time, it's still all the same. It's still all money to me. You could swap it back and forth. I don't really see that big of a difference. You know, at this point, I mean, if you asked me 5-10 years ago, then I would have said something different. But at this point, I honestly, I personally, not to talk shit about Bitcoin, but DEXs own so much supply. It's a fucking shit coin now too. It really is. You know, if people would take their money off exchanges and the price was these guys are not manipulating the price, then I would change my mind. But at this point, it's the same thing.
Well, it's not because of the way. So the value of Bitcoin is in the network, not the coin price necessarily. It's what you can do with it. For most Bitcoin users, it's about
what can you do different with Bitcoin than you could do different with brackets?
Well, Bitcoin is a decentralized distributed network. It's way more secure than anything on Solana. It's more reliable. You can participate in the network differently. Brackets doesn't exist. Solana doesn't exist without Bitcoin, to be completely honest. Not in the way, like there's no reason for blockchain technology if we're not going to be decentralized and distributed, trustless, permissionless, and all of that.
I mean, yeah, I agree.
There's a smart contract on Solana that somebody could go in and manipulate and change the details of brackets right now and rug the token.
You have a point about that. I definitely agree, and I also think, yeah, of course, Bitcoin is decentralized, but I mean, they could just market sell everything, put all over the news that Bitcoin is fucking dumping to zero, and everyone will just fucking instantly start selling it. So it's, I mean, yeah, maybe it's decentralized, but
so in that scenario for brackets where it's dumping to zero, I wouldn't consider accumulating. But if Bitcoin is dumping to zero, you better believe I'm getting some cash somehow and accumulating.
I'm selling a kidney.
Don't sell your kidneys, GP. You might need
But I might idea, though.
I was like, depending on how far it goes. Bitcoin goes down to 10K. I'm buying heavy. I'm selling everything I can. All my guitars, whatever. I'm selling everything.
Sell both kidneys. You don't need
GP's kidneys.
Give me the Bitcoin.
GP wakes up in a bathtub full of ice.
Yeah, dude. But I'm gonna look at that hot wallet. I'm gonna be, oh yeah.
Yeah, you got a ledger on your chest, but you don't know why.
They just put the ledger in where the kidney was.
Story real quick. I'm looking at my Telegram group, and oh wait, what is this? Now I'm confused. How the hell did they even get in this? Hold on a second.
I'm in there.
No, I'm so confused. Where is this even coming from? What the hell is this?
What you looking at?
All right, I don't even know what the hell this is. I'm so confused. I have like a Telegram did I share this link possibly? I don't think that's even possible. I have a Telegram group. Yeah, I have a Telegram group that I just like send stuff to it so I can transfer it from the computer to here, but I'm looking at it and somebody joined. I don't even know how. I think this is like a bug or something. Hold on, let me see. This is fucking weird. But like
somebody within the group could have shared the link as well.
No, there's nobody in the group. It's just me. But I'm looking at, but I'm seeing messages from. Hold on a second. Is this a bug? I don't even know. But whatever. To make a long story short, I don't even know how this is possible or what happened. I'm really super confused now. But there's a scammer in my group, in my WhatsApp group, and he has his real picture. He's a Nigerian kid. He's a dude. I know who he is. And he's sending messages saying, "Hey, I love your smile. I'm Sophia Mudd. Like, we should talk." And I'm looking in my
He's
group.
got the wrong PFP.
You go reached up.
I look in my group and I see the girl Sophia Mudd trying to talk to people in the group right now. But I don't even know how she joined this group. This is impossible. How did this even happen? This literally isn't possible. I don't know what the hell this is. This is so weird.
So that's in WhatsApp, not the Telegram group.
No,
I'm in the Telegram group.
no, I have a separate Telegram group that the only person in it. I'm still the only person in it because it says one member, but somehow she is commenting in this group. And there's a sip in there too saying, "Hello, Sophia."
That's not a good. Wait, so they not.
You
didn't
look out for that guy, man. Tell him not to send any money to her, please.
Yeah, bro.
Not a girl, dude. You're not gonna get.
Watch out! Watch out! Probably you're gonna get a nude soon. So yeah, you better watch out for that.
Be careful, guys.
I started a rumor. I said, "Oh, my friend, he got scammed $2,000 by a 16-year-old Nigerian boy that's acting like a girl, and he got so mad he didn't come back for like 2 weeks."
Oh, dude.
Yo, but how is this even possible? What the hell is this? This is crazy.
I'm wondering if it's
not a
way,
good
like,
sign if you're able to
No,
get it.
yo, I'm so crazy. I'm retarded. I took the screenshot from the other, sent it to this group, so it looks like it's commenting in my group. I'm retarded.
Honestly, man, I was a little concerned that you might have gotten hacked because it's like, how is he showing up?
I was like, well, how did this happen?
Yeah, that is crazy.
Screenshot.
Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of it.
All right.
Sketchy business.
All right, guys, we are the game master is on his way up from the underworld to play some Find2Earn rounds with us. So we'll be back with right after a quick word from our sponsors at Bitflow with Find2Earn rounds with the Game Master Zenitron from Skullcoin. Stay tuned.
Bruce.
It is time.
Good morning, Zenny. Happy Friday.
Game Master has arrived in his true form. How are you today, sir?
As eternal as ever. Let the fun begin.
Let's go. We are going to play some Find2Earn rounds today, sponsored by, I believe, LeoCoin, STX, not STX AI, sorry, STX AI, Nakamoto One Droid, LeoCoin, and Bitcoin Pepe, and our jackpot round sponsored by Skullcoin. We had no winner, so what are we up at? 90 STX today for the jackpot round?
Yeah, it will be 100 stacks.
100 stacks, 100 STX up for grabs for the jackpot round. So guys, stay tuned. These games are played on the Skullcoin BTC page on X. So it's at Skullcoin BTC. That's where the game rounds are launched. First rule of Find2Earn, you must repost the live stream. Share out the live stream. It's important. And also, you must like and repost the game rounds on Skullcoin. If you are the first to find the correct location and you did not share out the live stream or give us we will actually give your prize today we're gonna give it to Adam Bitcoin. That's what we're gonna do.
We'll beat you up if you don't share the live stream.
Wait, what?
We're going to catch a fade.
If we all participate in the right way, if somebody wins a round but they didn't actually like, share, follow the right things, we're gonna give you their prize today.
Let's go, dude.
Nice.
Small amount of some of the meme coins off the box. We're giving away a little bit of.
Share, like, and comment if you do not want to catch a fade, or don't. And just
If you don't want to catch a
Catch a fade. We'll beat you up if you don't share the stream.
How did we get
gangsters
here,
in the
guys?
building right here?
How did we get here?
I love the turnout this morning, man. This is great. It's giving me. This is wow. That is a spicy looking Bitcoin. Pepe shit.
Yay!
So this is the first round, guys. You're going to be, and you do have an advantage tuning into the live stream. You get the first image first. You're going to be searching for this image in Google Street View. The game rounds launch on Skullcoin BTC. You will have a Google Maps location. You click on the Google Maps, and you're looking to find this Street View image in proximity to that starting location. You drop the link or the coordinates in the comments underneath the game round, and the first person that finds it wins the prize. And now you're going to win some Bitcoin Pepe, the orange frog, the only Pepe coin you need to know about. And this game is going to launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go.
So that is what. So that was what Zeni was on about, right? These days he was off.
He was. Zenny is the reason why they had to rein in the Grok image image function in the UK. Get a little bit too random.
Yeah, that Pepe looks fly though. She's got the Brazilian hair on.
We're all gonna need to take a break between this and Find2Earn. Cool down.
You got the Gucci bag. Let's go.
So I am reposting the game round, and I'm starting it. This is my starting location, and we are in. Where are we? Doesn't tell me on here. I have to zoom out. Colombo. Where are we? Sri Lanka. That is where my oldest son's fiance is from.
I would like to go there one day. Sounds like a nice place. There's good waves to surf.
Definitely sounds like a nice place from what I've seen.
You're a surfer, Adam?
Yeah. I've been surfing since I'm 8 years old.
Oh, that's fly. Do you have any content surrounding like you ripping it up?
I mean, there's probably shit out there, but not really, to be honest. I'm actually like I'm pretty good. I used to be like one of the best surfers in New York back in the day, but I don't know.
That's cool, man. That's cool. You know, the more we know.
Yeah.
Time catches up with all of us now.
Exactly. Time. I mean, I still could do airs and get barreled, but not like it used to be.
It takes you a few more days to recover. Is really what the truth is.
Yeah.
Man, the body takes multiple days, man. It takes like 3 or 4 days to recover once you start getting up there. Dude, I had my first gray hair. I was over at Lola's house and
I found it.
You got a gray hair. So,
I was looking in the mirror yesterday. Hopefully I don't got none.
It was at the saloon.
Yeah, dude.
Pepe was at the saloon.
Okay, great. So we have a winner. It's Naloshin.btc. He was the first, and only one MS was the second. Just 9 seconds late.
Let's
and
go.
We continue.
Congrats.
Yeah, lots of people found it.
Okay, now we play whitelist game only for new players. We start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Jake,
Let's
hello.
go. Hyundai.
Vamonos.
Andy. Yigzu.
This round is sponsored by the Nakamoto One Droid project that is also affiliated with Lunar Crush, by the way. They put some Bitcoin on the moon. And you're looking for this droid. And this, again, don't forget to like and repost the game rounds. Make sure you're sharing out the live stream.
I'm wondering how somebody's gonna get to that Bitcoin that's on the moon. Like, what is it gonna look like when somebody finds that? They've got like a nice little portion of BTC on the moon. Isn't it like 2 BTC, something like that?
Well, to be honest with you, what I'm expecting to happen with that BTC is that it won't be quantum protected and it'll be stolen once the quantum threat becomes real. I don't think the network will be a problem, but I think that Bitcoin will probably be gone.
Somebody's gonna zap it.
Well, unless they have it, because they don't have the keys, right? They send it up there. It's only.
So the keys are actually like punched into like a metal plate that is on the rover itself. So once you get there and you're like in person messing with that rover that's on the moon, you can get the seed.
I think like when we become interplanetary, we have to make like seed phrase hunt. Just put different seed words to different planets. So you have to assemble the whole seed phrase. Just visit different planets. Simple as that.
Yeah, that's a different type of wormhole than we're used to talking about recently. But we do need that wormhole travel. It'd be a great way to get more abundance and resources and whatnot too. And then we can participate in interplanetary seed phrase treasure hunts. That'd be a fun time. When are we going to do another seed phrase treasure hunt again?
You want the smoke? The dude squad.
I think we'll do it.
GP.
So okay, while we play Walker's game, let me launch the Leo game. Can you count down?
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kamas Khan.
Kamas Khan. Hyundai.
Hajime.
Vamos.
Completely forgot that he was booted out of Dude Squad yesterday when he started growing his red beard. So you're gonna be in the other squad, bro.
Alpha Squad, baby. Welcome to the Alpha Squad.
So we welcome you with open arms to the Alpha Squad. So you gotta hand over the Dude Squad to somebody else.
No, man, no. Dude Squad's out in full force. Alpha Squad versus Dude Squad is not even a conversation, bro. You know what it is.
Yeah, bro.
Let's
if you guys didn't cheat.
Oh, we cheated. All right, look. So I had nothing to do with that part. We did have like 9 people going into the various group chats, and
I believe people that were on this stage, I don't know if they're still here with us. They conveniently have disappeared. Looking at some of our brothers that were with us this morning that might have been involved in that
the scandal, dirty little scandal, and talking the whole thing, the whole social aspect of the seed phrase is really interesting. Don't trust somebody to give you your seed that you're
don't shoot
for. Don't shoot. Yeah, exactly. It's very interesting. I had no idea that was taking place. But the guys delivered. I ain't gonna lie.
But this time, guys, if you ask for words, we're gonna give you ones that are generated with AI. Definitely, I'm gonna do that.
See, this is the thing. I thought that people would also play like that.
Dirty.
Winning, right? So. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I'm not the one that encouraged it. It wasn't my idea.
It's fun. It's hilarious.
It's a lot of fun.
It was silly. So that's the thing. The lesson here is you don't trust, you verify, and
facts.
We just didn't really quite realize what the deals were and who was making deals, and you guys took advantage of some people that were trusting of you.
So literally, So literally, Zeni cracked the Arc Raiders codes before Arc Raiders was launched, because that's exactly the theme, that you don't trust nobody. You have to verify.
The social aspect of it is like very, very interesting. I think that is something really cool to witness. Though some like 50% of the people that experienced the social aspect of the seed phrase hunt did not like it. They got scammed. The other half, came out on top. And,
Yeah,
it's just
I agree completely. The social aspect of Arc Riders very important. Like, and seed phrase hunt also, like the social aspect where people can bluff. It's very interesting. And to be honest, people like this because like interaction with the people that they have lack of it in like digital era. So answering the question, we planning to launch seed phrase hunt right after we launch like our streams additional to DeOrganized on Pump Fun in the evenings. So we want to invite Solana boys here, but if people will understand if the community, the whole crypto community, they push this meta, obviously we'll make the seed phrase hunt on different blockchains, but on Stacks is our homeland. So we start here, and we are working on the proposal. It's a Stacks improvements proposal, like in Bitcoin. And Hero just contacted me yesterday, and he said me so we should make a comment on GitHub, official GitHub for proposals, and I will make it today or tomorrow, and we will move forward to make it real.
Nice.
Yeah, because these changes is very important, not only for our project, but for developers on Stacks, if this meta will be big. Yeah, if encrypted NFTs will be adopted by crypto community, if people like it, they can build this on standard on Stacks with like some kind of NFT standard, right? Also, so we just follow timings. Yeah, we want to push seed proposal. We want to push Find2Earn meta through Twitter, and we want to push encrypted NFT as a new on-chain game with fair competition. We will give it a try. I'm not saying like it will be big thing and we will be very successful, but we should try to do it.
Listen, if you get 10 people from the Solana ecosystem into Stacks, into Find2Earn, towards DeOrganized, that's a win. You know, it doesn't have to be a huge success for it to be a success. And so that's that's my opinion anyway. Is this? I probably wasn't the first here. No, that's not the right one anyway. Anyone find this one yet? There's a lot of
Yeah, we have a winner, Pablo. Pablo is winner for the Leo game, and Blessed Origami is a winner for Whitelist game, and we play now jackpot round, 100 stacks for the winner. We give opportunity everyone to win, and we not redraw the picture. We'll give you small town and the original picture, so we want to see the winner today. 100 stacks for grabs.
good stacks, guys. That's at the Skullcoin BTC page on X, and we're waiting to launch. We're going to give you the countdown momentarily.
Okay, we're ready. Yeah, please, you can make countdown.
All right, we're ready to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Let's go. 100 stacks for the winner. We have no winners.
100 stacks.
Let's go.
100 stacks. You have to get that 100 stacks. You know what I mean?
100. Maybe 300
You
stacks.
gotta win 3 times to get to 300 stacks.
The 300 stacks.
Yeah. 300 stacks. If they don't win, we're going to 300 stacks.
All right, so we're looking for this blue truck out in front of this gate. Get that stack on top. That might be a tell there a little bit. See what happens. I'm gonna go to that map. Go into 3D image. Zoom in a little bit. See if I can. A lot of what's going on here? I don't want that on there. There we go.
I don't understand. How do you do this? You literally have to search the map of the world to find this thing?
So
I'm just like I'm just like I'm just Hemingway. I'm just getting drunk and just clicking random places and just choose them to like here is a treasure.
So let me show Adam how this works though. So you get, when the game round launches, you're gonna see a post on Skullcoin like this. See on the screen now?
Okay.
And you have this is the link to the starting location, and this is the image in Street View that you're looking for. So for the jackpot rounds, they're usually a little bit more challenging. Usually for the other rounds, it's kind of really close to the starting location or relatively close. Sometimes in the jackpot round, it's close, but it's tricky close. But you click on that link, it opens you up in Google Maps. So this is your starting location. Why did I keep doing that? Why it's that down. Why? So you've got your starting location in Google Maps. Where's my starting location now? Hold on, let me start this over again. What is that? All right. So this is my starting location. So I like to go to 3D view. It gives you a little bit more depth. This one's also really challenging because it's very washed out and white and match the ground area too. So it's hard to see. The Game Master does, he's actually not just getting drunk and randomly picking locations. He's doing a lot more work than that. Making it various levels of challenge, because part of this is to experiment and expand and figure out what works, what doesn't work, how is it harder, what do people like. This is all new and always evolving. But so if you click on the little yellow peg guy over here, it highlights all of the streets blue, and you can drop into them as you're searching if you find a location that you think is the right one. I'm going to go back. So one thing I'm noticing in this image, right, is the compass. So I'm finding this blue truck looking north, to the north, or slightly northwest, but pretty much straight north. So I want to find a street in the map. So I'm probably going to be looking on this side of the street in this area based on the angle of the roads. I'm not going to be looking on any of these side roads. So I've limited myself to the north side of the street for streets running east-west based on the compass of the map. Now, it's still a huge search area. One thing I also noticed in that image was you got a gate, you're kind of a continuous, but the buildings aren't completely continuous.
Yeah, to be honest, satellite view doesn't give you, here is a hint, you have just to walk through the streets. That's it.
You can't find it, you can't find any clues you?
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna walk up the streets that are in the correct orientation until I find that blue truck. Or we run out of time. And I've already gone in the wrong direction, so who knows, you know. Like it might be back towards the other way where I was.
What is Velar? The DEX?
Velar is a decentralized exchange on Stacks. They have a perp DEX product, but they're still building it out, or it's still developing to full functionality.
I like the website. It's nice. I'm checking it all out right now.
Awesome dudes.
Skullco.in if you want to go check it out.
That's right. Skullco.in is where you can go, and there's an on-chain game. Zenitron was just mentioning he has created encrypted NFTs. It's a new SIP that's being proposed on Stacks now. And those NFTs were originally iterated in the Skullcoin on-chain game. So you can actually engage in some NFTs, participate in the be one of the game. And then there's a lot more coming in that wheelhouse as well. As I will.
Yeah, so we have like different like stages of adoption. It's my vision. Like we have to make this entertaining game on Twitter to create the strongest community, and we have to move on chain to create the on-chain games. And it all matters. Okay, we have a winner. And it's Wayne Hazel. Congrats.
Hey, let's go. Hey,
Congrats, Winnie.
Thanks. Andy. Copy.
We have a lot of players who found after Wayne, Shenkomai, Erai, Amit, Nalofin. Congrats, everyone. But the winner is only one. Well played, everyone. GG.
All right, so let me see. I'm going to go to the post. Find Winnie's win. GD didn't make it. Here's Winnie's image. I'm going to get the coordinates off of there. And I'm actually going to get my corrections. So you weren't too far, guys. We weren't too far. And I was actually on the right side. I just didn't go far enough. I didn't go across the intersection. Dang. I was actually in the right area. I just went too far. I was right. Well done, guys. Another excellent episode of Find to Earn. Thank you so much, Zenny.
Well played, everyone.
When do you expect to get started with the Pump Fund streaming?
Yeah, it's maybe like in 10 days, not early, because I need to finish like documentations, and I need to ship this SIP on forum, and we need to test everything like community, etc.
Right on.
Okay, thanks everyone. Going back to Underworld.
Thanks, Zenny. Have a great weekend, brother.
It travels back to the Underworld, sir.
Thanks, Zenny.
We look forward to seeing you again. More live rounds on Monday. And stay tuned for the strike game is coming. That's a little bit away. More stuff coming. I love what Zenitron's working. Basically, what he's trying to figure out is ways to create good, safe, fun, engaging experiences for people on chain that are not gameable by AI. That's actually partly what we're working on with these games. Is how to make it fair competition is actually what he's trying to do. So that's a big work, huge brain. Those that don't know, Zenitron is not allowed in many casinos throughout the world because he's too good at poker and other things. He's an awesome dude, good friend of ours. Guys, we're gonna take a little bit of a break. We got the SIP show coming up at 10:30. Happy to go around the room, chat anything else we wanted to cover before we wrap up for the morning show.
Yeah.
Adam. Oh yeah, GP, you're gonna go last because you got the most to say, I'm sure.
Let's go.
Adam, we're gonna be live a little later with your boy. We're gonna talk a little bit about what's going on in the ecosystem here and whatever you guys want to talk about too. I know I'm the guest, but I can't help but be a host too. You know, that's just what I do. Excited about that. What else are you working on? Where should people go to find you?
Well, my Twitter is Adam Bitcoin P2P1, and you know, I do have a WhatsApp community that I'm building. I like to be on WhatsApp because I feel like it's a little more personal, and you know, instead of Telegram where anybody could be anybody, at least we know a little bit more and can have a little bit more trust on WhatsApp. So I've been building a WhatsApp community, which I've been building for the last like 3 years, and I've just been really taking it serious now. But yeah, me and a friend, we are building Decentralized Tomorrow podcast. So we had our first episode, which is being released today, and we're gonna record our second one with you today. And yeah, we're just working on this. It's basically what I'm doing is interviewing. I want to interview builders in the space, you know? So I don't care if the person is famous or it's a big company, whatever it is, you know. I was thinking more doing it like a style like to have, you know, at least if you have like some sort of following, some sort of community, you know. But I really want to interview people also at some point that, you know, like maybe like the Nigerian guy, like change your life, you know, because I know crypto's changing a lot of lives. So I really would like to, you know, I'll have guys like you or us that, you know, maybe, you know, we're I mean, whatever, it changed my life too, obviously. But, you know, so I don't know, whatever. But, you know, like I want to make it like more of, you know, an interview style of you know, I just had the guy who was Baby Billionaires. He's building an NFT project the last 3 years. He has a little community, you know, so just every week I'm doing it 1 day a week for now. And yeah, just trying to interview people that, you know, have communities. My friend is really good, Antonin, who is like, you know, putting some questions together. So, you know, yeah, whatever. Building Decentralized Tomorrow podcast.
Like it, man.
I like the branding.
And honestly, I love the branding. I definitely think a once a week cadence is good for getting started. Just to put it out there, we started every 2 weeks when we first started doing it. Now we're streaming all day, every day, Monday through Friday. But it started with every other week we would do a live stream, focusing on people building in Bitcoin, building on Bitcoin, building in crypto. It's great content. It's actually largely what we do when we bring in guests is people from projects that are building stuff, either stuff that's established, big projects, small projects. It doesn't matter. You know, it's all just about getting more exposure, learning more too. Like you're going to learn a lot from doing these spaces, doing these shows. You're going to distribute those out on YouTube?
Yeah, you know, we're going to do shorts on like basically I'm just putting it all together. I'm not really in control of anything. You know, I let him handle it because I don't want to do nothing. I said, I'll get the people, you know, I mean, I'll ask questions too. But, you know, like I'm actually, you know, I said, listen, you make a description, send it to me and I'll fix it and I'll make it like, you know, I'll make it good. So, you know, I'm having him just, you know, he's editing, he's controlling the YouTube, he's controlling all the channels, and, you know, I'm getting the people and I'm editing everything, you know, so I don't really have to do anything basically. Or, you know, I mean, I'm doing a lot, but, you know, I'm not.
We're happy to like redistribute when you guys have a long form something on YouTube. We can actually.
Yeah, today we're dropping the first one. It might be already dropped. Today at some time, I'm going to make a post and the first episode's going out today.
And that's on your YouTube account.
No, you know what, dude? I have a sad story about that. I don't know if you know about like 2 to 3 months ago, somebody stole my phone. I was sitting on a bus and somebody jumped through the window and snatched my phone out of my hand. And now I have my password, I have my username, but Google, YouTube are forcing me to get a YouTube channel. 1 year of work completely gone. I cannot even get into the channel anymore.
That's terrible. Keep trying.
You can recover. You
What's
can
that?
recover it.
What's that?
You can recover that. You can recover that.
How?
Probably let's chat in the DMs and then I can
Yeah, shoot me a
show you the
DM,
way.
please. I've tried every
Do you-
single way. I've tried computer, I've tried cell phone, I've tried YouTube, I've tried Gmail, I've tried everything there, and there's no way that I can get it back. But if you have
Yeah,
any
Hunter
idea,
was
please.
Hunter was able to
mine
like
was,
get his
mine
account
was
back.
hacked.
He's been through some of that.
Mine was hacked and everything was deleted there. So I managed to get hold of the YouTube team and then I gave them what they asked me and then boom, came back.
Oh wow. Yeah, please let me know how you did it because I've tried a million things. I can't figure it out.
Oh,
I didn't even have
definitely.
2FA. I had not, I make sure that I don't have 2FA on. Don't take my advice because I know you're supposed to have 2FA, but I make sure I don't have it on so I don't lose my accounts, and it's still gone. I don't know.
You get it back, bro.
Yeah, keep grinding. You got enough charisma to ability to
I
get it.
can point you in the right direction. It might take a little bit of time, but it's definitely worth trying. You should definitely DM Hunter.
All right.
Hunter, what do you got going on for the rest of the day? Anything cool happening?
Nothing cool. Just maybe raiding.
Dude is a dick.
You wanna go? You wanna go on a raid?
You going topside, homie? Yeah, I'll go topside with you.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Because it's been a minute since we have gamed together, bro. So I think we go on a raid.
Yeah, we've got so in the Zest Discord at 3 p.m. ET, we're gonna be doing Zest game night. I'll be sharing my screen and maybe we'll go topside with 300 today. Crypto Dude often jumps in there. Cryptity, everybody.
I don't know what is Zest.
So Zest protocol is the premier borrowing and lending protocol on Bitcoin via Stacks. They have Stacks, Zest Stacks Market V2 set to launch very, very soon. So you can go collateralize all your SIP10 assets and borrow against them. Many yield arbitrage opportunities for you if you're looking to earn some yield on your assets and put them to work. Zest is a battle tested and backed by some real titans from the space, like Binance Labs, Tim Draper, Trust Machines. It is the place to go gain access and get liquidity.
For sure. And so in the Zest Discord at 3 p.m. screen share and game night.
Yes, sir. Probably do some NFT giveaways, and if we get enough heads in there, we'll probably do a giveaway for a Zest community chest full of SIP10 assets like Rue, Leo, Flat, Nasty, Droids in there as well. Big shout out to the Nakamoto One team. But yeah, we're gonna have some fun. We're going into the weekend mobilized and activated, and we have the highest frequencies right now. It feels good.
I won't be able to make it because I'm going to be being interviewed by the hottest up-and-coming podcast on the internet.
Let's go, dude.
Let's go.
All right, guys. We will be back. We're going to have a quick intermission, probably about 20 minutes. We'll get some coffee and whatnot. And we're going to have a sip call starting at 10:30. IMPs love music. We are DeOrganized Media coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Thank you guys for tuning in. Go out and show some love to people.
Just smile and wave. Smile and wave.
Smile and wave. Peace out. I like the balloons, Adam. Peace out, guys. Happy weekend. We made it. Almost. Sip show in a little bit. See you soon. P.S. I love this new joint that P-Lord created for us. What up, Pip?
Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates. The future is now. The organized media, let us show you how. Yeah. check at the organized BT, stay locked on the X. We exploiting the potential, moving past the complex. It's a social fire era, but we stay Bitcoin backed. Every insight is a fact, every partnership's a pact. From the websites to the feed, the exposure is real. We the engine of the space, turning the iron wheel. If you're building in the web, then you know where to be. The ultimate hub, yeah, that's the organized media.
Marketing exposed at a bridge to the crowd. We talk it, we walk it, we say it out loud. Open for business, the portal is wide. With Bitcoin and stacks, we got nowhere to hide. Shift your energy, power your brand, the best media engine in the whole of the land. The organized media, the orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
The organized media. Follow the orange pillar. Stacks, Bitcoin, Web3 insights. We here. Yeah. The organized media.
The organized media.
The organized media. The hub of the digital gold. You ready? Let's navigate. Look, we done organizing the old to build the new. From the block to the stacks, yeah, we bringing the view. Daily updates, the news never sleeps on the chain. Bitcoin insights, we washing out the noise in the rain. You want that alpha? Yeah, we got the hub in the palm. Navigating Web Creek, keeping the community calm. Chatting up the builders, yeah, we open for the play. Marketing and partnerships, we leading the way.
Organized media, orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
Yeah, yeah. Check at the organized BT, stay locked on the X. We exploiting the potential, moving past the complex. It's a social fire era, but we stay Bitcoin backed. Every insight is a fact, every partnership's a pact. From the websites to the feed, the exposure is real. We the engine of the space, turning the iron wheel. If you're building in the web, then you know where to be. The ultimate hub, yeah, that's the organized media.
Marketing exposed at a bridge to the crowd. We talk it, we walk it, we say it out loud. Open for business, the portal is wide. With Bitcoin and stacks, we got nowhere to hide. Shift your energy, power your brand, the best media engine in the whole of the land. The organized media, the orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
The organized media. Follow the orange pillar. Stacks, Bitcoin, Web3 insights. We here. Organized media.
The organized media.
The organized media. The hub of the digital gold. You ready? Let's navigate. Look, We done organizing the old to build the new. From the block to the stacks, yeah, we bringing the view. Daily updates, the news never sleeps on the chain. Bitcoin insights, we washing out the noise in the rain. You want that alpha? Yeah, we got the hub in the palm. Navigating Web Creek, keeping the community calm. Chatting up the builders, yeah, we open for the play. Marketing and partnerships, we leading the way.
Organized media, orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
Yeah. Check at the organized BT, stay locked on the X. We exploiting the potential, moving past the complex. It's a social fire era, but we stay Bitcoin backed. Every insight is a fact, every partnership's a pact. From the websites to the feed, the exposure is real. We the engine of the space, turning the iron wheel. If you're building in the web, then you know where to be. The ultimate hub, yeah, that's the organized media.
More getting exposed at a bridge to the crowd. We talk it, we walk it, we say it out loud. Open for business, the portal is wide. With Bitcoin and stacks, we got nowhere to hide. Shift your energy, power your brand, the best media engine in the whole of the land. The organized media, the orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
The organized media. Follow the orange pillar. Stacks, Bitcoin, Web3 insights. We here. Yeah. The organized media.
The organized media.
The organized media. The hub of the digital gold. You ready? Let's navigate. Look, we done organizing the old to build the new. From the block to the stacks, yeah, we bringing the view. Daily updates, the news never sleeps on the chain. Bitcoin insights, we washing out the noise in the rain. You want that alpha? Yeah, we got the hub in the palm. Navigating Web Creek, keeping the community calm. Chatting up the builders, yeah, we open for the play. Marketing and partnerships, we leading the way.
Organized media, orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
Yeah. Check at the organized BT, stay locked on the X. We exploiting the potential, moving past the complex. It's a social fire era, but we stay Bitcoin backed. Every insight is a fact, every partnership's a pact. From the websites to the feed, the exposure is real. We the engine of the space, turning the iron wheel. If you're building in the web, then you know where to be. The ultimate hub, yeah, that's the organized media.
More getting exposed at a bridge to the crowd. We talk it, we walk it, we say it out loud. Open for business, the portal is wide. With Bitcoin and stacks, we got nowhere to hide. Shift your energy, power your brand, the best media engine in the whole of the land. The organized media, the orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
The organized media. Follow the orange pillar. Stacks, Bitcoin, Web3 insights. We here. Yeah. The organized media.
The organized media.
The organized media. The hub of the digital gold. You ready? Let's navigate. Look, we done organizing the old to build the new. From the block to the stacks, yeah, we bringing the view. Daily updates, the news never sleeps on the chain. Bitcoin insights, we washing out the noise in the rain. You want that alpha? Yeah, we got the hub in the palm. Navigating Web Creek, keeping the community calm. Chatting up the builders, yeah, we open for the play. Marketing and partnerships, we leading the way.
Organized media, orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
Yeah. Check at the organized BT, stay locked on the X. We exploiting the potential, moving past the complex. It's a social fire era, but we stay Bitcoin backed. Every insight is a fact, every partnership's a pact. From the websites to the feed, the exposure is real. We the engine of the space, turning the iron wheel. If you're building in the web, then you know where to be. The ultimate hub, yeah, that's the organized media.
Marketing exposure, the bridge to the crowd. We talk it, we walk it, we say it out loud. Open for business, the portal is wide. With Bitcoin and stacks, we got nowhere to hide. Shift your energy, power your brand, the best media engine in the whole of the land. The organized media, the orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
The organized media. Follow the orange pillar. Stacks, Bitcoin, Web3 insights. We here. Yeah. The organized media.
The organized media.
The organized media. The hub of the digital gold. You ready? Let's navigate. Look, we done organizing the old to build the new. From the block to the stacks, yeah, we bringing the view. Daily updates, the news never sleeps on the chain. Bitcoin insights, we washing out the noise in the rain. You want that alpha? Yeah, we got the hub in the palm. Navigating Web Creek, keeping the community calm. Chatting up the builders, yeah, we open for the play. Marketing and partnerships, we leading the way.
Organized media, orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
Yeah. Check at the organized BT, stay locked on the X. We exploiting the potential, moving past the complex. It's a social fire era, but we stay Bitcoin backed. Every insight is a fact, every partnership's a pact. From the websites to the feed, the exposure is real. We the engine of the space, turning the iron wheel. If you're building in the web, then you know where to be. The ultimate hub, yeah, that's the organized media.
Marketing exposure, the bridge to the crowd. We talk it, we walk it, we say it out loud. Open for business, the portal is wide. With Bitcoin and stacks, we got nowhere to hide. Shift your energy, power your brand, the best media engine in the whole of the land. The organized media, the orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
The organized media. Follow the orange pillar. Stacks, Bitcoin, Web3 insights. We here. Yeah. The organized media.
The organized media.
The organized media. The hub of the digital gold. You ready? Let's navigate. Look, we done organizing the old to build the new. From the block to the stacks, yeah, we bringing the view. Daily updates, the news never sleeps on the chain. Bitcoin insights, we washing out the noise and the rain. You want that alpha? Yeah, we got the hub in the palm. Navigating Web3, keeping the community calm. Chatting up the builders, yeah, we open for the play. Marketing and partnerships, we leading the way.
Organized media, orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
Yeah. Check at the organized BT, stay locked on the X. We exploiting the potential, moving past the complex. It's a social fire era, but we stay Bitcoin backed. Every insight is a fact, every partnership's a pack. From the websites to the feed, the exposure is real. We the engine of the space, turning the iron wheel. If you're building in the web, then you know where to be. The ultimate hub, yeah, that's the organized media.
More getting exposed at a bridge to the crowd. We talk it, we walk it, we say it out loud. Open for business, the portal is wide. With Bitcoin and stacks, we got nowhere to hide. Shift your energy, power your brand. The best media engine in the whole of the land. The organized media, the orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
The organized media. Follow the orange pillar. Stacks, Bitcoin, Web3 insights. We here. Yeah. The organized media.
The organized media.
The organized media. The hub of the digital gold. You ready? Let's navigate. Look, we done organizing the old to build the new. From the block to the stacks, yeah, we bringing the view. Daily updates, the news never sleeps on the chain. Bitcoin insights, we washing out the noise and the rain. You want that alpha? Yeah, we got the hub in the palm. Navigating Web3, keeping the community calm. Chatting up the builders, yeah, we open for the play. Marketing and partnerships, we leading the way.
Organized media, orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
Yeah. Check at the organized BT, stay locked on the X. We exploiting the potential, moving past the complex. It's a social fire era, but we stay Bitcoin backed. Every insight is a fact, every partnership's a pack. From the websites to the feed, the exposure is real. We the engine of the space, turning the iron wheel. If you're building in the web, then you know where to be. The ultimate hub, yeah, that's the organized media.
More getting exposed at a bridge to the crowd. We talk it, we walk it, we say it out loud. Open for business, the portal is wide. With Bitcoin and stacks, we got nowhere to hide. Shift your energy, power your brand. The best media engine in the whole of the land. The organized media, the orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
The organized media. Follow the orange pillar. Stacks, Bitcoin, Web3 insights. We here. Yeah. The organized media.
The organized media.
The organized media. The hub of the digital gold. You ready? Let's navigate. Look, we the organizing the older, build the new. From the block to the stacks, yeah, we bringing the view. Daily updates, the news never sleeps on the chain. Bitcoin insights, we washing out the noise and the rain. You want that alpha? Yeah, we got the hub in the palm. Navigating Web Creek, keeping the community calm. Chatting up the builders, yeah, we open for the play. Marketing and partnerships, we leading the way. Organized media, orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how. Yeah. Check at the organized BT, stay locked on the X. We exploiting the potential, moving past the complex. It's a social fire era, but we stay Bitcoin backed. Every insight is a fact, every partnership's a pact. From the website to the feed, the exposure is real. We the engine of the space, turning the iron wheel. If you're building in the web, then you know where to be. The ultimate hub, yeah, that's the organized media.
Marketing exposure, the bridge to the crowd. We talk it, we walk it, we say it out loud. Open for business, the portal is wide. With Bitcoin and stacks, we got nowhere to hide. Shift your energy, power your brand, the best media engine in the whole of the land. The organized media, the orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
The organized media. Follow the orange pillar. Stacks, Bitcoin, Web3 insights. We here. Sip call spinning up, Friday in the frame. Screens glow softly, builders by name. Governance talk, not a corporate game. Decentralized minds, all aiming the same. Push to the set repo, ideas on the wire. Merge or revise, that's how we conspire. No suits, no boss, just code and desire. Consensus and rhythm, truth in the choir. Under the hood we engage and refine. Every commit, a new design. Governance flowing, elegant lines. Sips in session, keeping time. Static on the mic, someone takes the floor. Let's break that loop, optimize more. Notes in the doc, pull requests in store. Decentralized future, open core. Some chase fame, we chase function. Every diff, a quiet junction. Autonomy hums, no corruption. Code is the art, coordination, generation. And the hood, ideas collide. Engage, evolve, be filled with pride. From call to code, the chains alive. Sips in session, future in stride.
Well, hello, my friends. It is Stacks Improvement Friday, and it is time for the weekly SIP show on DeOrganized Media, brought to you by the Stacks Foundation. And Hero Gamer is here. the producer of this amazing song, by the way. How are you, Hero?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm great. And you?
Doing good, man. Doing good. I mean, we're busy. We're right back into it. New Year started, and it's going by so fast already. We're already weekend, and can't keep up with everything. It's
I
nuts.
feel you. I feel like January is already half over for some reasons.
Yeah, it does. It's going by so fast, like super fast already. Gotta stop leaving my phone across the room. It's ringing, but it's probably not important. We'll have to wait. So we got SIP show here today. I see GP in the studio, but I don't know if he's with us. He's probably tied up in some stuff, so we'll let him. He can jump in if he's available. No specific guests. What do we got on the agenda for today?
So we have. I wrote it down. So we have. I think you raised something about maybe better awareness for the working groups. So we'll go through that. We'll go through a few things that I see in the SIP repo. So the AI agentic SIP 8004, that hasn't been publicly talked about yet on the SIPCO, but that's something AI BTC group has been hammering. And then we got like an interesting comment. I think it's good to highlight for the Bitcoin address. I don't know if you saw that in the SIP PR, but I'll make sure.
No, I didn't. There was a comment on the Bitcoin address discussion in the SIP.
It's almost like a contrarian take, which I think is good to know. And,
yeah, absolutely.
And then we have the SIP 35, which is the SecP verify SIP. That's just a clarification SIP. It's just like they did. I think the actual implementation a little bit different to what was written in the SIP 33 clarity for SIP. So I think they added an extra SIP just to clarify that. And then we can touch on Zenitron's SIP, the status of that too.
Right, which he actually mentioned in the Find2Earn this morning that he is going to be putting that into GitHub likely later today.
Yeah. I think it's the same in Bitcoin. Like people can talk about all the different ideas in public, and people can write like threads. People can do posts, and they have something called Bitcoin delving Bitcoin, and that's almost like the forum-ish kind of place. But nothing really gets real attention once you put it into as a PR, which is a pull request in the GitHub. So I think that's a good way to officialize it, just so that the right people is aware and can make determination as to whether it gets to be voted, let's say.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense too. It does make a lot of sense that way. Like it's you want it to be same way we do it too. We want to get as much conversation and stuff on it beforehand, so that when it comes to a vote, that there's as much influence on it already beforehand. You know. Yeah. So yeah, I dig it. I just wish I had more hours in the day, man, because I just don't have enough time to research and get involved in everything I want to do.
Yeah, no, I get you. Like, there's different things, right? And at some point, people have to choose like which one to focus on. And I guess like this is part of my job, I guess, that I would focus my time on SIPs. You know, like there's many things I could be doing, you know, helping with the testers groups and stuff like that, which, you know, it's a much needed thing because you were asking for testers. I
was asking for testers on behalf of Rafa. I did reach out to I know Snackbox is looking for, everybody needs testers, and we knew We knew this a year ago. We started
I
DeOrganized
knew
group.
this 3 years ago.
3 years ago, right. It's not going to go. It's not going to be a need that's going away.
It's just like even if I disappear, I'm not saying I will, but even if I'm just happening magically gone, like you guys will be talking about testers no matter what. Like it just, and it's a good thing because it shows we have new products coming to the market.
It shows we're building.
Really positive. So how can we support? We are trying to drive more builders come to us. A byproduct of that is you will need more testers testing those products before they go live. It's just a natural life cycle thing that as an ecosystem we should make sure builders are supported.
Thinking about it now, it almost seems like getting testers is probably the same or a very similar process as attracting users. New users are actually testers, and testers are users. The best feedback from testers comes from testers that will be users of the project or the product. So maybe that's a something we need to focus on. As far as one thing we need to work on in the ecosystem is also broadening and getting more users. And some of the stuff that we're working on is actually is to make it less friction for onboarding new non-native users. That's what a lot of what Pillar's focused on, is onboarding non-native people in a seamless, easy way. And I wonder if those two goals are actually, if we could find some synergies that align those two goals so that we're not so that we're leveraging the efforts from one to the other.
Yeah, I think we are a little bit not like disorganized in a negative way, just we don't have an official system to manage this. For example, I did my own little stacks pod bounty for testers. Those same people who are the standouts from my stacks pod bounty, really, you should be directly contacting them so that they can go to the Pillar testing group, test group. But we have a very, very decentralized way of dispersed testers funnel right now. Each app is building their own little group, but really each app will find out who are really good testers, right? It will surface up, and those guys, we should be leveraging those guys to other apps, provided they're also knowledgeable in other apps. But those good testers tend to be really useful everywhere. If it's useful for Boom, those good testers, they shall be useful for Pillar. And we are trying to find on our own good testers, but we keep repeating the same thing, trying to, discover these high quality testers. But we should be perhaps just having a central hub for testers, and whenever each app comes up, those apps can tap into the already trialed and tested testers from the central hub of testers.
Well, I think we need maybe some kind of composable or just defined, standardized tester incentivization mechanism, whatever that looks like.
Thinking about it, it's either StackSlab, provide a person to handle this, or as an idea to you guys as a DeGrants, so the stewards, you can almost put that out as a bounty for DeGrants 4, saying, hey, this is what we need. We need somebody to come up with a proposal, submit your proposal, how you intend to create a system and manage that system, or at least create that system so that somebody in the community in the future can manage it. But it needs to be an open source kind of way so that it's not exclusive to that project. But yeah, it just it could be a grant-worthy thing to do.
Yeah, and honestly, it could even be something that maybe is a proposal. I know that we are into January; things are still a little busy, but I know that the Treasury Committee is funded now, so I don't know if they're set up to actually receive proposals. But maybe it's even a proposal to the TC, or a proposal that gets made to Stacks Labs in some capacity through the TC.
Yeah, that's true. I think last year they talked about in January new program will come up. I haven't heard anything yet.
Yeah, I haven't either. And I know these guys are all, it's voluntary and everyone's busy and there's a lot. So
cool. Let's get into the sips then.
Let's get into it. Is that music, by the way, is it a little too loud or is it good?
It sounds to me fine on as a panel.
Okay, good. I just I like to get a second opinion because sometimes it sounds quiet enough to me, but it's a little bit louder than it should be.
Yeah. So what I always suggest, like I do actually sometimes check on my phone what it is actually like as an audience. So no, it's fine. So cool. So yeah, I thought just to highlight a few different SIPs today, because they are in the SIP repo, but I don't think everybody goes to SIP repo directly. So yeah, why don't we go to SIP repo? Check them out.
All right. You want me to do it, or are you gonna?
Well, I can do it. I can do it. Give me a sec. Window. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Actually, just give me a sec. Window. Also shares. Should I share system audio? No. No. That's when
if you have any audio you need from whatever you're sharing, then yes.
So good. Cool. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So for anybody who doesn't know, this is the SIP repo. This is where ideas such as the endowment SIP, such as Clarity 4 SIP, come to log as an item here. And then it gets like finalized, the specification gets written, the documentation is stored here. So you can find SIP 28, which is SBTC, various SIPs like NFT SIP, which is here. So I would assume Zenitron SIP will be a little bit similar to the NFT SIP, but as a new SIP down here somewhere.
Right.
So this is the place. So I'm seeing some new SIPs being submitted as a pull request, short for PR. So the agentic SIP. So I think it started basically with Kwame submitting this SIP for A001, ERC A001, but on Stacks. And that's like a cross-chain coordination SIP, but to do with agents. So I think this development and the development of what Tony did with X402 spark like something in Stacks. And AI BTC working group started like hammering on this over the past month, and one of the end result is ERC A004 on Stacks. So I thought just to share this, like, because I don't actually see it on Stacks forum. That's a good point.
So it's only been on, well, because it's a much more technical SIP, and it's interesting that maybe more technical SIPs end up on the GitHub first because that's where the more technical
guys
interact more comfortably.
Yes, Jason is a very technical guy, and I think he just went directly. So it's hard to stipulate official process because the SIP author have some of their personal working preferences, but I do try to encourage people who have posted directly here to dual post on Stacks forum. And I actually did help somebody dual post on Stacks forum.
There was something on there for AI.
Oh yeah, I did help Bryce post this SIP on forum just for awareness sake. Yeah. So I would encourage everybody who has an idea, first post on Stacks forum, then post on SIP PR repo. But if you have to post directly to PR, I would just post it back into Stacks forum just for completion. I think it's better. Cool. So
yeah, it makes sense that it would be. We want it on both so that we can get more inclusion in the conversation. That's the point.
Yeah, exactly. And not everybody needs to have technical knowledge in order to feed back the SIP, because you can almost say like, hey, maybe the end goal is this, and does the specification, the technical side, support this end goal? And if it doesn't, and the SIP author thinks it's a good idea, he may change his technical details to support that end goal as a user. So just want to show people like, this is the SIP, I believe. Oh, what's this? All right, here's the SIP. Yeah, it's a bit tricky to read the SIP. You have to do a few clicks for some reasons. But yeah, this is the agentic SIP by Jason. It's a technical SIP, and he basically defines how an agent would register itself to a database, I guess. And it has 3 key components: identity, reputation, validation. And it's important from my previous participation in the AI BTC working group and on the SIP call. My understanding is that reputation is an important part, because we got to know which agent that we can trust, so that it's not like a malicious agent or a bad quality agent. We are dealing with agent with, official verified reputation. Let's say if I want to launch my Hero Gamer agent, somebody else can also do an imitation, but it's not officially from me. So maybe I would launch my own agent, and I can say this is actually my Hero Gamer verified agent. So I think like there are some probably use cases in situations like that. And basically you can go and take a look, everything about how they define the registry will work. So just want to make sure people understand this SIP is out there and is ready for you to comment. And so if anybody is into the agentic world on Stacks, go and check it out. It's really, really interesting. This is like the frontier of agents. And we are basically not far behind. Typically, I would say, like ERCs, they tend to be like a few years ahead of us in some innovations. But this one is so new that we basically caught on to the latest development as on Ethereum. So we are basically like on the same frontier as Ethereum. We're borrowing some of their ideas, and we're implementing on Stacks.
That's actually excellent development, by the way. It's another sign of the growth of the ecosystem and the how Stacks is innovating rapidly.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't see this. Actually, Jason asked me to post it on the forum, so yeah, cool. I'll do that. Yeah, and this has a lot to do with Zero Authority DAO, because Zero Authority DAO currently has reputation for humans, but what about reputation for agents? You know, if you imagine agent will be trading on your behalf, doing some work, creating content on your behalf, you know, maybe I can lend myself out, create an agent and lend my expertise out to the public and people can pay for it. How do you know that agent you can trust is from me? So reputation for agent is also another element that's really important, that Zero Authority might get heavily involved because it's part of what they do, reputations.
Well, and that's actually almost goes back to, it was over a year ago when we had the various hack situations and we were talking about creating a security group and scoring protocols as well, creating a reputation score for protocols. Maybe that is also something that needs to be added to that with Zero Authority and or however that gets solved. It's a complicated problem, by the way. Like I understand it's not easy to.
It's not easy. Oops, and you have I mean, the biggest challenge I see is you have reputation on Stacks, but that's not probably compatible across chain. Maybe there will be elements that we are matching their standards only in ETH, so that these reputations are cross-chain compatible, because it's the same with identity. I think a lot of issue with identity that I personally see is we have great identity and reputation on Stacks, but it's not really understood or portable to another chain. If I want to go to Babylon or Stocknet as another Bitcoin L2, like my gig history on Zero Authority DAO, like on Stacks, I'm proven like a decent community member, but they wouldn't know that on another Bitcoin L2. But in theory, they should know that.
Right. Well, and it is still verifiable on chain on Stacks.
Yes.
You know, so you can link to it. You know, you can link to it and show somebody and provide that if there's a question. It's not something that's necessarily proactive yet. Like people aren't going to know to go to Zero Authority DAO to check your reputation, but you can share your profile.
Yeah. I guess it's a little bit like your university degree is not exactly official compatible on in another country, you know,
or even necessarily with another university, depending on.
So hopefully, this agentic world, the reputation will be more cross-chain compatible. I would hope, from a reputation standpoint, which is what the 8004 is about.
Right. Well, part of it is probably going to be the establishment of agents that are verifying reputation and proactively notifying people when they're potentially engaging in something dangerous.
Yeah. Anyway, this AI BTC group has been killing it, and I'll just quickly show who they are. And I really recommend everybody go and check them out. They had a really great community call this Tuesday.
I missed it.
Oh, funny enough, I can show you like how to catch up, because I wrote the whole.
How can I catch up? If only somebody was making a summary of these things for me to go check out.
Yes. Give me a sec. So you can catch up by reading about it on the Stacks forum. Oh my god! So every other day ish, I post like the meeting recap, and these are the topics that was mentioned. So you see, like Stacks for 2 dashboard registry, they basically like leveraged the standard and created like a front end website, leveraging all the tech that was mentioned in the SIP, presumably. Made an actual website, implemented it basically. So yeah, you can read about it by clicking on the actual forum link here, and yeah, you can catch up this way. I think it's probably one of the easier way to catch up, but let me know like if the notes are too much, but I try to capture maybe the details.
Well, you gotta in order for it to be a place to catch up, all the information has to be in there. So if it was if there was a lot of ground covered in the meeting, there's going to be a lot in the summary. So I mean, I don't think it's
cool. There was a lot of stuff being covered, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's you want it to be a comprehensive summary, in my opinion. So I would include as much as can be there, and then if people can't digest it all in one read, that's what the AI is for. The AI can further summarize it for them if they really need it.
Yeah.
I wonder if we need to we need to actually integrate AI into the forum so it can summarize posts for us right in there.
Interesting enough, you mentioned that in the community marketing working group. Just now catching you up to one of the interesting comment. I'll just say it like more quietly, is that Brandon has vibe coded a tool to track various different conversations.
I saw. He didn't display.
Yeah, he didn't display that. He gave me like a preview, so I kind of know what might be coming. And he basically summarized a lot of different stuff. And I did contact him to say, hey, could you do something about my posts, like working group recaps? So he will actually catch the data from the working group recaps and have a way to basically like summarize or number, like creating some stats for it. I don't know how that would end up looking like, but he will go into his database basically. Like he will fetch the information from here and have a way to display that with his stuff. So it should make you as an end user easier to track these working groups too.
Yeah. I love I love the idea of the recaps because I do need to be able to get into them and digest them. I just don't know how I don't have the bandwidth to like catch up on anything because I got more I got to do later and more I got to do later. Like it's I don't know how to solve that problem. That's
that's probably one of the reasons why these stack snacks exists, to give you like overview of what happened this week. And if I have a very intense 9 to 5, I can see this stack snacks work pretty well for those people. But it's really impossible to know every detail of details just from looking at this. And I don't know if there's a way, unless the AI BTC working group creates some kind of agent that helps you to catch up. Because what they managed to do in the AI BTC working group, I found out, is that it's like an even more advanced bot that can be created, that you have you can create a pretty good way to maybe help you to create a workflow for yourself, leveraging something called Ralph Wiggin. It's basically like a loop thing that basically helps you to create a more fully ready apps. Even like currently the way the vibe code apps is like you have to keep monitoring it, but basically like with this technique you set some criteria, so you can basically let it run and develop and vibe code in your sleep, and when you wake up you have a really good app. And the way
That's crazy. And so, but it's also named Ralph Wilgum. Are you familiar with the character from The Simpsons? He's actually a Simpson, one of the kids in the show.
Oh, really? Is that where the name comes from?
Wiggum's son. Yeah,
it's a very fun character, actually. Yeah, I actually recommend everybody go and read this up, because I think it's gonna be the way people develop over the next few months for sure. Yeah, there's a really cool character somewhere.
It's hilarious. He's a classic Simpsons character. Great, like great like funny delivery lines and stuff like that. He's not a main character, but hilarious stuff. So
and the reason why I mentioned this is partly because I'm just really excited about this, but also how do we catch up? Maybe by leveraging, just vibe code something that can help us to catch up. Maybe that could be a project on its own. How do we catch up with all this? How do we help Peace catch up when he doesn't have time?
Oh my God! Vibe code.
If we can help vibe code something to help Peace catch up with everything going on in the ecosystem, surely that vibe code app has some value to the rest of
Oh God, I would definitely find some value in something like that. That would, especially if I could automate it to like give me the stuff I specifically need on a daily basis to run some stuff, it would save me so much time.
But you know what? Talk to Brandon, because I think his stuff is close to what you're envisaging. And maybe there's a way to tweak his stuff to serve your purpose. Yeah. Anyway.
That would be great. That would be great.
Very
cool. Very cool.
A little bit sidetracked. Let's see. So this one, Bitcoin address. Let's go back to the SIP repo if we can. So yeah, go and make sure you check out, guys. This is super frontier AI AI stuff. I even messaged one of my deaf friend about Ralph Wiggin. He didn't know that. So I think we are literally on the frontier of technology here. Cool. What's the next one? Right, Bitcoin address. So I know this one is more in the wheelhouse of Hattie. He's not here today, but I think it's worth highlighting Werner, who is he's not working for Leather, I believe.
Werner's working for who? Oh, Leather.
Yeah.
I think he's still on Leather, yes.
He's just a community member, really, but he's really into stacks. And he posted something about this Bitcoin address thing. He, in his personal opinion, it doesn't solve what it sets out to achieve, i.e., does it actually improve the user experience? He's not so sure. He laid out some really good arguments. Like it might create more problem than it solves, and therefore net it might not be as what we want.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, with the advent of account abstraction already kind of going the way of, like passkeys and all of that, I feel like you can, and then like intents and AI, control of transactions and stuff like that, it might largely be unnecessary anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if your goal is to improve onboarding UX, you know, we probably have more bottlenecks writing the seed phrases down than copy and paste Bitcoin or a Stacks address.
Right.
Because eventually, I guess if this SIP were live, we'll be copying Bitcoin address instead of Stacks address. But everybody still have to write down the seed phrases. Less sovereign, given, yeah, sure. But yeah, what's the goal of the SIP, I guess? If it were to improve certain aspect, not to do with onboarding, I guess it serves its purpose. Like if we want Binance to display Bitcoin address and that you can send to Stacks network, you know, just like Lightning, then it does its job. But it does create certain technical burdens for the wallet side of things.
Right, and I don't know that it increases. I don't know that it provides the value that warrants the extra work, the resource burden on the tech side.
So this is what he's, I guess, because he has some insights to. He said he's been discussing with Leather Team, and he works support there, and he probably having several discussions, perhaps understand the burden falls on the wallet team. Interesting enough, Ken from Experts is more positive about this. So, you know, but there are certain facts, like it does create some trust assumptions, or maybe confusions or burden on for the wallet. So it's not so straightforward, let's say. And there are certain incompatibility that he mentioned. So yeah, I don't know how to solve this and whether we need to have some consensus breaking SIP actually to support this so that it doesn't rely, it can get rid of some of these problems.
Right. Well, and so my what I see is the value in this SIP, in this proposal, is that it basically just more solidly presents Stacks as being on Bitcoin. You know, it removes some of the appearance of, by having different addresses, it's a different network, and it is a different network, but it does have Bitcoin finality. It can work with Bitcoin addresses based on what Larry's developing or proposing.
Yeah, I mean, if we think about it on a, like in the Ethereum world, I believe like most of the Ethereum L2 just uses Ethereum address.
Right. Even with like I went to the Rootstock Telegram channel the other day.
Yeah.
And I asked them about, you know, because I'm just trying to I want to learn more about what they're doing. Maybe there's some ideas we can steal. Maybe there's some projects we can talk to. Not, I don't want to say steal, but some ideas that might improve some of the things we do that we haven't looked at in a certain way. And they are a EVM wallet. So I just added my Rootstock.
They use MetaMask, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I added it to my MetaMask, and so it's the same address. It's the same Ethereum address as as all of my other Ethereum accounts. So it makes
it feels like the Ethereum L2 actually.
Right. Well,
and
that's
I
what it
believe
seems.
they use Ethereum address too, right?
I believe that is correct. I believe it's the same address as all of the other accounts in my MetaMask.
So if you go to Arbitron, if you go to Optimism and different L2s like that, I believe you're just using the Ethereum address.
That's right. It's the same Ethereum address on each L2. So they're all in your account. They're all in the same account. You just send it to.
Yeah.
You just have to have the right. You have to have that chain set up on your wallet to see what's in that address.
Yeah, and obviously I can totally understand like Larry's goal, and the bigger vision is that yeah, so that we are legitimate Bitcoin L2, as close as you can be. I mean, there could be more close. It's like a spectrum, but loads of protocols are way further from being a real L2 than us. And why are we as a Bitcoin L2 have a separate address? That's not very intuitive when you put Ethereum hat on.
Right. Well, it's right. It doesn't. So number one, I don't know how technically complicated it is to satisfy, and so this is the first I'm hearing. If there's a big technological lift to adopt, it's probably not going to make it. It's probably not going to make it. If Leather doesn't see the value in putting the resources in, and I'm not saying that they don't. And Werner is actually a good actor in the space. I haven't talked to him in a while, but he was definitely more active in some of the spaces and conversations closer to a year ago. He had launched his music NFT project. So interesting dude, definitely part of the community. But if he's saying it seems like it's a heavy technical lift to support, then it may not be worth doing. It really may not. But it may not be that, maybe it's not that big of a lift once it gets established that there's a standardized way to do it too.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll have, and this is why sometimes you need to let ideas brew a little bit and have, rather than rushing to get every single idea proposed and merged as a official SIP, like just being in the SIP repo and having it in the directory, it doesn't have the value. The values, in this one is really clear. Like you need to have the wallet adapt. Like if they don't, even if you have it in this little paperwork database, it doesn't mean anything. Do you see what I mean, Peace?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's if no one's adopting it, it doesn't matter whether it's passed as a SIP or not.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if CAPS all voted it and the steering committee, the SIP editors all say, wow, it's amazing, let's get it in. And then you see a new line here, Bitcoin address, like it looks so pretty and we put some marketing on it. But really the true power comes from people actually using the stuff, not
right.
We are just managing. We're just trying to help the SIP author collect the right feedback. That's really the biggest value that we provide. And by having the right feedback, you get the right adoptions, hopefully, and then you can have it as a central place to log all this stuff. Yeah, so it's a good clarification. And with this particular SIP, you can clearly see the value doesn't come from just people voting on it. It needs to be it needs to actually become something that the stakeholders actually adopt. And
Yeah,
different stakeholders, like Zenitron's stuff. He is one of the key stakeholders, right? He's creating a new NFT standard. But if he is the only one using it, there is some value, but you would hope like more value could be added when.
Well, and some of the value is there because new people come, and this could go for Larry SIP as well, by the way. Like if it gets adopted as a SIP and put into the GitHub, new builders that are building something that might find that use case or that function usable, have an easier time to adopt it rather than trying to build it out on their own if it is in the repository.
So that's what I actually gonna suggest to the foundation and the CAPS people. If Zenitron stuff, has no issue. Like, put it on here, it's fine. But, with each SIP, you would actually see a section called activation criteria. I think it's somewhere here. So with this one, you would see like this is considered activated, and with 3 different implementation of trade being deployed to mainnet, each SIP has its own little what's the bar for adoption, almost, to simplify that. And let me see. So this SIP is SIP 16. This SIP is activated if 10 contracts are deployed following this specification. Yeah. There are certain sort of criteria you might want to add in there just to say what is the minimum bar. Let me see if this one has. Oh, interesting. So yeah, this one is semi-fungible token, and you'll be considered when 3 different implementation main trades have been deployed to mainnet. It's just
So
like
what is-
little
What
bar.
is it? What is it? What does semi-fungible mean?
Yeah, semi-fungible token. I mean, it's been here, but I don't see many people
Not
using it.
familiar. Yeah, honestly, this is the first time I've ever even noticed.
Yeah, exactly. So
what would that be used for?
I mean, even a few years ago in Ethereum, people would use that in gaming, I think, or ticketing, but it just hasn't taken off. Yeah, so we can come up with all the great ideas, but if it isn't being used, it's just
it's either it. So my understanding of fungibility is something is either fungible or it's not.
Yeah,
either all of the tokens are the same or they're not, and that's why. So it will be a non-fungible token, or I don't understand. I'd have to read more as to understand why that, like, what a use case would be around that. But that's an interesting concept.
If you want to read, if you want to self-learn, then this is what I did. I fed the 2 SIP, the SIP 33 and the 35, into Notebook LM, and I started asking questions. Yeah, which is the next SIP we can talk about. So we talked about this SIP. So if anybody got any comments, please feel free to reply to Werner. If you see or don't see the value in having Bitcoin address instead of Stacks address, go and check it out. And the other SIP I wanted to touch on was there's a new submission from Bryce to clarify a function within Clarity 4, because Clarity 4 went live at SIP 34 or SIP 33, but one of the functions, I think, is the actual implementation was different to the text that was submitted. So if we go here and check out SIP 33, this is Clarity 4. And if I search hash, single hash, right? So I think basically This is clarity for SIP33. Within here, there's a function called sexp256r1 hyphen verify. I think this spec only is not saying it's double hash. That's my understanding. But in the actual thing that went live, it double hash. And it's not matching exactly what this says on paper. That's my understanding.
So SecP256R1 verify is a double hash, and then here it just says it's a hash function. Is that
Yes.
the change?
That's my understanding. I would like to clarify that with Bryce, but and also Rafa, I think, knows about this one. So if my assumption is correct, this is why Bryce wrote about a new SIP. I think he's naming it SIP35. Right. So he said here, a discrepancy has been identified between the behavior described in SIP33 for this thing and added in clarity 4 and the actual behavior implemented and activated in epoch 3.3. Epoch just means a period of time, basically. So I think this SIP, SIP35, you'll have a number soon, but SIP35, it's not proposing to make another hard fork or anything, but it's
just an update to clarify what happened.
Yeah, it's and there are different types of SIPs you can read in SIP 000. It's called the informational SIP. It's just like extra information, basically, to clarify that. Oh, here it says, yeah. In SIP 33, it says this, but in actual, it's hashed twice. Will be updated from existing to the hash message is hashed again internally before verification double SHA-256. So yeah, so this is something that, so this SIP shall be activated receiving sign-off from technical cap, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, this is an interesting SIP because it's almost like to add extra clarity to SIP 33. But I think they didn't want to go and just edit the text of SIP 33 because the public has already voted on this text, right? So this way, logging it as SIP 35 helps to preserve the history. Like, we voted on SIP 33, that was the exact text, everybody agreed, but SIP 35 clarified that there's a minor discrepancy in the SIP 33 text versus the actual code, the software. Please?
Sorry, I just was looking for, apparently Koalin actually made a post about something that he's working on too, and I got distracted by that in the forum. I was just looking to see if there's a category specific to SIP or what there.
Yeah, there is a category for SIP. So anyway, I hope you get the gist of. Well, I just saw this as a PR, so I thought make sure like everybody is aware. There's a forum post about it. It's just to inform the people of the minor discrepancy, basically.
Now, is that in the GitHub? Is that also linked to the SIP 33 information so that people that are referring to the SIP33 repository are getting the information that there's that discrepancy, so that it's not causing an issue when they're trying to develop?
I'm gonna ask, actually. That's a good question. That's a good point. That's a good point. Very smart piece.
It should, well, because it should be there. Oh, we got the encrypted NFTs SIP author joining us right now. What's up, Zenny? Are you with us, or is this a ghost?
Hey, yeah. Hey, everyone. Yeah, I'm just watching your video, like, I'm in live, and I'm working on SIP right now.
Cool.
So we should take some number for this SIP, right, or what?
Yeah. So just post your PR first.
Okay.
And the SIP editor will somehow jump in and give you the number. Basically, you don't have to worry about the number. Other
You
people
can do
will.
like XXX, yeah, like that.
Yeah, do something like 03X or something like that.
Okay, it's fair.
Yeah, it will be assigned by the right relevant people.
And just to make sure I understand the process, Hero, is he submitting this as a new issue in the SIP?
Submit it as a PR. Issue. This is like, because GitHub is meant for like coding stuff, and we are using it as almost like documentation hub. And there isn't a massive difference between issues and PR. But I would say anything official, like a SIP, put it under PR. Any more general discussion and nerdy idea, come here. So yeah, just discussion-based stuff. Early discussion.
So it might make sense to when you go submit in the forum, and Zenny doesn't have to do this necessarily because he's already gotten a lot of conversation on it in the forum.
Yeah.
But it might make sense that when you submit it in the forum, before you're ready to submit a PR, you also kind of do a duplicate issue of what the conversation is going on, what you're proposing in the forum, so you can get conversation in both places.
Yeah, I don't know.
Redundant.
Yeah, I think, if you had given me just like just one place to write, it's almost like if you think about the DeOrganized GitHub, you have the issues and you have the PRs, but you guys are not using the PRs. You're just using the issues.
Right.
It's just not made this kind of stuff,
Right. It's for something else. It makes sense. A PR is actually like an actual official request to make a change to the code or something.
Yeah, exactly. And I think issues is more for like
bringing awareness to something that needs to be
tracking itineraries or features that people like. If I want to suggest something to Letter, like, hey, can you change the way activities are displayed? I will come here to the issues, and maybe that issue will get picked up and discussed. And then when they want to actually make the code change, they might bring that into PR and start working on it properly and making the actual code changes here. And then that will get merged from here to the actual codes. Yeah. So anyways.
That makes sense. How anything else we can help you with, Zenny?
Yeah.
No, everything is clear. Thank you.
Yeah, I think one thing you probably haven't touched on, Zenny, or you might need to come across, would be something called activation, which is a section down here. Let's see, where is it? Oh, this one's so long. What is this SIP? So in this activation section, it will basically specify, if you have idea, what would be a reasonable criteria, minimum bar to say, okay, this is official SIP. Maybe it's getting 3 projects adopted. Maybe it's getting number of users or developer who uses your implementation. Maybe just something for you to consider when writing your SIP. What would be a minimum bar of adoption, let's say?
Is the question? I think it depends on unique wallets that participate in process, and these wallets depends on the total activity in this amount of time. So it could be like a formula, but I mean like the simplicity that unique active wallets that participate divide to the whole amount of transactions and wallets that active in the network, because we have not so much activity in the network, and this SIP and this new opportunity for velocity of the network transactions can give something new to the network. I mean, I think it makes sense, because if the more users make transactions on chain, and the more valuable transactions, not just in air, it has a big use case and potential.
Yeah, definitely. Just before you entered the room, we talked about there's a SIP called semi-fungible token. Actually, I just remembered. I think it was used in Boom Wallet as a Boom. I think they had some Boombox.
I think so. Yeah.
And anyway, my point being is, we can approve everything and have it on the list here for discovery. I think that's what's useful about being on here. But actual usefulness comes from your stuff being used. So at the end of the day, that's what truly matters. It's not just the paperwork being approved here. Is you can see SIP 13 is not widely adopted, but SIP 9 and SIP 10s are, and that's the real power, comes from the actual adoptions.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, we need adoption of the things that we write here.
Yeah, I think it's like finding use cases, other builders finding use cases for your stuff, and becoming a popular used app that uses the encrypted NFT stuff.
Yeah, it makes sense. That's our goal, to make more builders, more interesting stuff, more kind of new applications.
Yeah, so the other thing I thought would be worth talking about, just 5 more minutes. So everybody can come and check out what's being talked about. I don't know if my SIP got any more conversation, actually. Let me check. No. But right, this is the caps. They're logging the caps approval for they already reviewed the piece. Are you there?
Yep.
So I think the cap already reviewed this SIP, the SecP verify SIP of the double hashing clarification. So the caps added like a PR to just logging their voting results, basically. So that's another PR. But yeah, I think let me check what else I got to say.
So that's a proposal for the process for CAB approval before voting. Is that correct?
It's
logging discussions.
You can take a look here, actually, yourself. So it will say who attended the voting from the CABs and who voted for what. So they're just logging the result of their CABs voting.
Okay. All right.
Reviewing SecP verify thing, and they will link the stuff here. So it's just so that there's no like, you know, people doing like some backroom approval or something like that. It's just to make sure the votes are public, basically.
It's really more to make sure that the average users, the community, it's more for transparency, so they don't feel like there's the potential for backroom stuff going on.
Yeah, and in a few years' time, you can look back and see who, you know, how the process went.
Right. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, but I think with Zero Authority DAO making this process even more public and transparent, it will help a lot, because currently it's all down through Discord and GitHub, and it's not as easily understood as it could be. So this is one thing. Done this. Zenitron, I did want to just make sure people understood Zenitron SIP is on Stacks Forum. So if anybody got any comments, make sure you come and visit, read what Zenitron said, and also, you know, once that's been posted on GitHub, we'll make sure that we make everybody aware. We can have further discussion.
Thanks a lot. I just want to put 50 cents. So if this technology, if this idea will get some adoption, we can go forward and make more like on-chain commitments, more on-chain changes, because the encryption, the encrypted NFTs could be, deep. It could be more deep dive into like soft fork, or even like some changes on privacy on stacks, because I know Munip works on some things, and it was a meta. People more care about the privacy, but since it's gaming, this SIP is completely okay, and that's what the developers need.
Maybe we can ask AI what other ideas could we leverage. Once you have your SIP out, then maybe we can just run it through AI to see what other potential use cases there could be that we haven't thought about.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. So you're saying that there's potentially a privacy feature solution to this encrypted NFT.
Yeah, there is an answer to Eric. Eric is our top developer on Stacks, core developer. And if you scroll up, there is an answer to Eric's question. And that's how can we dive deep into this. Yeah, here is it.
What maybe they can consider Stacks Labs or Foundation is to, you know, if we want to get some brainstorming going, innovative use cases, they should do it as almost like a mini hackathon of some kind.
Yeah,
you know,
it would be a great idea actually, because you know that people care about privacy, but maybe like the Stacks core team thinks, okay, if we make more privacy like Zcash or Monero, but we have already these coins, right? And we have a lot of like Starknets coins like ZK Snarks, but it could be completely like different and new use case for community, for activity, velocity on chain transactions. And I believe like Stacks core team they love this kind of ideas and updates, because it leads to like upgrade of the chain in natural manner, like evolution of the chain. Yeah. And the fun aspect, I dropped the link in the last sentence, and Mistin Labs from Sui, they developed the same idea with encrypted NFTs, but in technical way, 1 year after our development. So they got the idea, but they don't have use case. And this is just hilarious thing that the core team of developers understand the technology but don't understand how to implement it. It's funny.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks for your idea. We are at the forefront of the technology.
Yeah, it's that it takes these kind of developments to move us forward. And like a year ago, we didn't think we thought account abstraction was going to be tough, and now we literally have functioning apps that you can create a new account, a new wallet without a seed phrase very easily, and that stuff's coming. And this is a similar type of innovation. We're not quite sure exactly how we'll use it yet, but it does seem to have a ton of potential to move things forward in the ecosystem. So I really do. I appreciate it, man. I think it's going to be I do think that this is going to open up, unlock some things as it becomes a standard and then gets adopted.
Yeah, so you can actually see Rafa as being really advocating for smart wallet, account abstractions, passkey stuff. So he's actively posting about it on Stacks Forum. So it takes people to speak out for something to happen. Like it's not just gonna happen by itself. And he was advocating for that before Clarity 4 was live, and we helped push him, push it out, get the message out, and it got included in Clarity 4. So yeah, if you really want something, like just make sure you come to the Stacks Forum, just post like you support this, or you have some new idea you want to push, so yeah. Last thing, if I may just run down, you were talking about how you can catch up on the weekly calls. So I do write the recaps for each calls, and I'll be writing this week. There was Clarity Working Group, I wrote about it. Marketing Working Group, I wrote about it, and also AI BTC Working Group. Each call has its own recap. It gives you the topics, what was talked about, and the details are on the Stacks Forum, so you can easily just click on it and read more about it. If it's too much information, you still struggle to read everything because you are just really busy, and maybe you have your own Web2 job. I do try to post like a weekly summary. Let's see. So I call it like a digest. So this is the weekly digest of all the different calls. So I don't know whether that's simple enough for you to catch up, piece, but this has the overview of every call.
I mean, it's better than having nothing available to catch up with, for sure. I mean, and if it's too much, then I'll get as much as I can, and that's better than nothing. Honestly, here I can see these also serving as opportunities for me to cover these after the fact with the summaries, so I can actually, I should probably start leveraging these to include in the daily reports as to what's going on in the ecosystem and or part of the news summary, the news items of the day.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you have the Stack Snacks, which posts about like different kind of topics. It's not something we talk about on the call typically. The working group have its own mission to further its own development for a specific area. It's more to do with developing something, I guess, towards a purpose. So whereas the Stack Snacks has the ecosystem news, but I would say the working groups are, I guess, working group news. You can call them. And
Well, it's good information to share. This is the information we want to get out to the audience and to the community. It's helping everybody else keep up on what's going on in the ecosystem. So this is a place where I can go that already has all of this stuff summarized for me. So it's actually it didn't occur to me to start leveraging these as in the broadcast, but I think I will.
Yeah, no, I'll be more than happy if you do cover some. Yeah, no, it'll be nice if you can cover, because you are more of a marketing guy than I do. I just post the facts and the experiment so far, because it's quite a new initiative that I've been doing for like a month or two, and the working process so far is that I will make sure each call is captured and summarize that week into this thread. Like this is a December thread, week 1, week 2, week 3. So I do link it like this week, the full recap, so you can, this is the summary of the week. But if you do want that detail, there's a recap link that links to that specific call. So I guess that's
you post the recaps summaries for each call daily as well in their own thread.
Yes.
So it's like within the day after. So like Clarity Working Group is every other Tuesday. The following Wednesday morning, I should have that summary available where I can do a recap on it in the morning.
I try to do it in the same day. So, for example,
I mean, if it's 2 days, it's not that, if it's 2 days later, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I try to post it within like 24 hours, let's say.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want, you can actually jump in. So this is what happened on Tuesday. Like there was like a Clarity V4 check-in. People were asking, well, Setsus was asking, has anybody built something with Clarity 4 features yet? And he demoed like a wallet. He talked about X4 2, or Gary did like an explanation of what X4 2 is, basically how that works. And there was a conversation about whether agent is compatible with crypto, blah, blah, blah. And this basically tells he will do a signature workshop in the next session. It's kind of useful to know, actually. It has some links, basically. So yeah, like if you do want to dive in, the next day, yeah, why not?
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, it's just it'll get more exposure to the working groups. It'll get more exposure to the forum, to what you're doing, and it provides us with a easy lift content too. So it seems like a no-brainer to do that.
And obviously, like when we start discussing about grants, about treasury, about marketing, if you really want to have official opinions locked, like Stacks Forum is the right place. So that's one of the reasons why I didn't want to just post like a summary just on X and nobody goes to Stacks Forum. I'm intentionally trying to drive people to read the full thing on Stacks Forum to get participation on Stacks Forum, not just on my stuff, but hopefully people will go and visit other topics. Like you can see Cohen just posted something that he developed on here to get more eyeballs, and you can see this thread come from Reina about Treasury Committee, and here is Rafa advocating for stuff, right? So if you want to advocating for certain courses, like Stacks Forum is a really good place. And actually, I was asking, what about retroactive grants under this thread? Because this thread is all about shaping Stacks grants. And I really think retroactive grants is the right approach even when you talk about builders initiatives like from Kenny and from Eric, because they had a stream talking about Stacks developer stuff. We have hackathons and stuff. But yeah, like if you build real stuff, like you should just do it, just build quickly and get reward for actual useful stuff that you build.
And it would also be maybe not just a retroactive grant, but a continuation grant. Maybe that's a better way to
because I'll tell you my case is Stacks AI Guild currently we ran out of funding now because we submitted our final milestone. But like, what do we do next now? The best choice for us that benefits us is actually to wait for the next grant to come out. There's no other program that can support us right now. So, but that's not the right way to set people up. We want to keep doing stuff right now, and we probably will, but there's no support system in this sort of in-between period, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway.
Oh, wow. We definitely, here I thought was going to be a shorter SIP episode. We're an hour and a half in. There's a lot going on Stacks. There's a lot to talk about. We never actually, there's so many things we didn't even touch on. We didn't talk about Freezer SIP. We didn't talk about a number of things, but there's a lot of cool stuff happening on Stacks. Really excited about what Zenitron's working on and so many things being innovated on this space. We have a bunch of tremendous developers like Zenitron and his crew and Rafa and all the stuff he's cranking out on and on and on and on and on. So lots to be excited about, lots to catch up on. Fortunately, we have Hero making these amazing summaries, keeping us up to date as to what's going on with the working groups, and I will definitely personally be using more of that. If you guys do have any input on any of the SIPs, including the encrypted NFTs and what you'd like to see built out there, don't be shy. You can definitely get involved in the forum. Look out for the SIP proposal being put on the GitHub soon. You can still comment on there as well. All feedback is welcome and appreciated. We need more. There's never enough. Bullish on what's going on here. I think it's a great opportunity for people to get involved now. Great entry point into the ecosystem on a number of levels. Thank you, Hero, for facilitating this, putting together an amazing agenda, and walking through the show with us. Thank you, Zenny, for jumping in. Really excited about what you got going here. And it is Friday, SIP Friday, Stacks Improvement Friday. That means tomorrow is Saturday. You guys need to go out, maybe disconnect, touch some grass, get a little R&R, and come back on Monday ready to keep cranking because there's a lot more to do here. Any final words, Hero or Zenny, before I sign off?
No, just make sure you visit the Stacks forum. I would suggest on a daily basis and check out what's new. But if you can create an account, log in, start like making some comments, it's the best way to get deep into Stacks, and you'll build your reputation up. So I highly recommend everybody do that.
Yeah, 100%. It's a great place to start as well. It gets you exposure and provides a lot of valuable feedback for the builders.
Yeah, I will drop the new SIP since I polish it a little bit. Thanks for your support. Have a nice weekend, everyone.
Awesome. And more Find2Earn on Monday. Y'all have a great weekend. Thank you for tuning in. I am Peace Love Music. This is DeOrganized Media and SIP Call Friday. Take care, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. We'll have more content from some of our amazing guest segments over the last few weeks to ride out the day, so you guys can keep up with some of the things that are going on, building on Bitcoin, on Stacks, and the broader crypto space. Peace out.
Thanks, peace.
Oh, there we go. Computer's getting tired.
People I ever actually interviewed on a live podcast, actually, along with our good friend, the Legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Binswitch. We have Rafiko, the man, coming on to talk to us about several things, because the guy doesn't stop building. It's incredible, actually. So we're really excited to have him here. And without further ado, and GP might be joining us too. I'm not sure if he's available yet, so I don't see him on his camera. But GP, if you're listening, drop in. We got Rafa coming on. And here he is. What is up, my brother? How are you today?
Hey, everyone.
Looking fresh in that hoodie, my man.
I am.
I should have thought to put on my, I only have the t-shirt version. It's a little too cold out these days to go just t-shirt only, but I do love mine. I love the color scheme on that.
Thank you. It's there's a lot going on nowadays. I see the stacks, what's it called, like the capital markets, and you guys are also inviting lots of people. It's an exciting time to be around in the Bitcoin and stacks ecosystem.
Right? Yeah, there's so much going on. It's impossible to cover it all, man. Like really, it really and truly. What's up, GP?
What's up, Rafa? How we doing? Happy Wednesday, brother.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you, GP. I saw you at a sort of art/NFT conference.
Yeah, dude.
It was really cool. Like I have lots of sort of colors and pictures and screens and people playing video games, and
It was insane. It was insane. It was at Beeple Studios put it on something for Charleston Art Night, and celebrated artists from the Low Country here in the East US. So it was really, really cool, man. Getting to be invited and RSVPing to it, and tons to look at, man. Tons to look. A lot of fun.
How are you guys surviving through all this non-stop shows and live with people and so much information flow coming your way?
The skin of my teeth.
Yeah, it's about this. Yeah, about the same. You know, it's cool. It's awesome, right? And I think between the two of us, and I don't want to just say the two of us, because there's a bunch of people that are cranking on the team and pulling their weight and making this go. But I can't say anyone's putting in as much work as GP or myself. In anything that I've seen, to be honest, we are hustling. You know, it takes a lot to make this go.
Yep.
And that's why we can get past our warts, actually, because we work so hard. You know, because we do have some warts to get past, like everybody else.
What's this?
Wart? A wart is like a blemish.
Okay.
You know, it's we put a lot of work in it, and to be honest, it's a lot. It is a lot. But you know what though, man? It's rewarding in a number of ways. You know, if you look at who we talked to today, right? We had Adam Bitcoin joined us, who's an interesting character for sure. Number one, I get to talk to GP and Hunter every day, right? That's awesome, just in and of itself. We had the Truth Chain guys on, and what Kenny's building and that whole crew, and we were able to give them a spotlight. And then we had we covered the capital markets space, so we got that a little bit broader exposure, which they didn't need our help, but it doesn't hurt getting a few more eyeballs. And then we had Mark on, and what Mark's building is really awesome and interesting, and that needs to get more spotlight. And we got to hang out and chat with Mark for a little while. And then we had Jeff on to talk about Base Dollar, and that's an awesome project. And we got to learn more about what he's building, and we got to know him. He's a new person. Neither one of us really knows him, but he's been in the ecosystem for a long time. And now we're hanging out with Rafa, the man. So, I mean, it's a lot, but there's a lot of value in it, doing it, you know? So, but thank you for bringing, you know, for kind of, it makes it easier to deal with how much effort it is when it's recognized effort.
Yep. You guys are good. Like, you're showcasing so many projects, very talented people across the board, and it almost feels like a lot of things are converging now. And yeah, Stacks is maturing as well. The entire Bitcoin, Bitcoin allocators, like different types, like retail, more institutional investors are now also looking at making the Bitcoin productive. And so, yeah, it's exciting to see serious builders such as Jeff and others, build the building blocks and making the infrastructure ready for that explosion that is almost inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yes, it's inevitable.
Yeah. So without further ado, I don't know, what you guys want to see lately. I've been
honestly, what we're oriented towards our guests. So really, it's whatever you want to show. We've never really spotlighted Fact Fun even, but there's a handful of things that you're working on that are very interesting, novel, and cool. And I think people need to know about it. So I'd like to talk more about the Capsule project and what you're doing with that. The just the general function of the BTC to SBTC protocol and what the value is there, because I do think that is also a very interesting development. We could even play that game you're working on if you want to. I don't know. Yes. I don't know. It's really up to you, man. So here, we're gonna share your screen and you kind of lead. You talk about what you wanted to show us, and we'll go from there.
Yes. So briefly, FactFun is a launchpad for meme coins on Stacks, and it etches runes also for some of these meme coins that graduate the bonding curve. There's a mechanism which attempts to remove sort of like the malicious business model of snipers. The way it works is you have a pre-launch before the meme is launched in the bonding curve. You've got a signal that is required from the community. There's like 20 seats to be bought. It's sort of like a pre-sale, and you vest your tokens over 4 weeks, which prevents you from dumping right away. And it actually has been quite a good instrument for removing that pump and dump schemes that can be done even by a 4-year-old. And some of those tokens that have passed the bar are very scarce. There's B blocks and FactFun itself, the meme coin. So you can actually create a coin very easily, a little bit like pump fun. But again, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where users can buy into your token. They need to vest for 4 weeks. There's like a vesting schedule. This provides a community signal to that token itself. Like, it's not just that shiny object that a sniper can come and at the lowest price grab everything and then pump it and then dump on people. It's not completely anti-dump, right? This is still a free market, but that initial sort of first price is a privilege of pre-launch holders. We've got two mechanisms here. If you see my screen, I can zoom a little bit. So, ticker, name, description, logo, or GIF if you want to. Then you can decide where your token is going to graduate. Velar is a VC-backed launchpad, has a perp as well, perp DEX. In fact, we have our own Uniswap V2 curve. And then, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where 20 seats need to be bought in by the community, or there's the helicopter pilots, which is an option that actually no token so far has been able to pass that bar. And the cool thing about the pre-launch is, like, again, it's like trying to remove that sniping, almost sniping, malicious and extractive behavior. And yeah, The cool thing is you as a user, if the pre-launch does not graduate to the curve, you can get a full refund, no fees attached. So the way this translates, it's, for example, I think I know a few of them. So this one was launched a long time ago. Nobody ever bought into this. So you can buy a seat, and then if nobody buys or if it doesn't graduate, then you get a refund. Although once it graduates to the bounty curve, you're now locked and you need to vest. You also get fees from the bounty curves. Like there's 0.8% that goes back to those people who are vesting. So this was the main idea, and I think I'm quite happy with it because again, if you look at B blocks, it's the only one that graduated through that mechanism, except FactFun, and it relatively like kept its TVL. Yeah, but I'm sure you guys already know all these things, so it's just a recap.
Yeah, well, I participated in the FactFun launch. I didn't participate in the blocks pre-seat round, but I am familiar with it. But I do think it's very novel. It's definitely worth talking about. I think that there probably should be more awareness of this because so there's a couple of key things here. Number one, it sets intent for a token project ahead of time because the investors actually have to believe the first investors have to actually believe in the project. It is low risk if you're planning it out and you don't have all your investors ready, where you guys can put in your money. It's there. You can withdraw it if you decide it hasn't launched yet, but you can, you have options, but once you're there, it's locked in. And then it does give it time to get out of the bonding curve, which is important.
Yeah.
I also
high risk, I would say, meme coins are high risk. They're not backed by any sort of promise or revenue. These are like community meme coins. But I agree with you. Like the pre-launch mechanism allows you to buy into something. If it doesn't pan out, you can get your refund. And if it pans out, then you're locked into this vesting schedule, and whatever fees the bounty is generating is going to be like 0.8% is going to be redistributed amongst the pre-launch buyers who have given that community signal to that token. Okay, this token is backed by these pre-launch initial buyers who get that privilege of the first price, which is most tokens for the least price.
Right. And I misspoke when I said investors because it's really, I mean, people do look at it like that, but it is because it's a meme token and it's community oriented. That's really what you're believing in, is the community that you're building the token around, or the community you're building around the token, depending on which way you're going. But usually in our cases, it's coming out of our community in some capacity. And that gives it some legitimacy as far as the people getting involved early.
Yes,
feel comfortable about it based on the mechanism. But you're not only launching a token on stacks. This also, when you engage in this, does it automatically every time make runes too? Like, do I actually have FactFun runes associated with my fact?
Yes, FactFun has etched runes tokens, and this is based on sort of the community itself. But our plan is to integrate even further when we have the capsule bridge itself, like the capsule mechanism, really solid. Then you'll be able to just etch the runes token, or if you have already like 100% supply of that runes token, you'll be able to bridge it to L2, and then just essentially the SIP10 tokens are minted to reflect the runes tokens, and then trading can start in the same fashion. You've got first the pre-launch mechanism where you need to pre-sell these sort of 20 seats, which lock your community, gives that signal. Okay, these people can literally not dump right away. It's not completely anti-dump, but with a volatile asset such as meme coins, having a vesting schedule over 4 weeks is something that reduces that risk of, you know, the Solana pump and dump schemes, and filters out for, you know, community-backed tokens. But it's still a meme coin, and the volatility is going to be it's a game, right? It's a game with the community, and volatility is part of the game. But the initial, as you can see here, the initial 4 weeks over here, there's no like one big supply just dumping right away. So it gives that initial you know, birth of a community. It makes it possible.
Yes, exactly. And so I want to, where does Capsule come into play?
Right.
How does that come into play as far as the runes go?
Yeah, before I transition to that, I just want to mention that, you know, this is a pool of your meme token that is pooled with SBTC, which is the official stacks wrapped asset of Bitcoin, backed by, you know, institutional signers for the SBTC bridge itself, which are, you know, chosen, etc. And that yeah, this is backed with like real SBTC. So there's one thing that you might want to know is like, how do I get SBTC then to buy the token? So there's the SBTC bridge, which over, I think, 0.003 or $100, around $100 and above, you can get SBTC in 2 blocks. It's very simple, and it's almost free. Like, it's sponsored by stackers at this point. So there's no real fee to it. And if you wanted to bridge less, because we know that Degen users sometimes they play with less money than, you know, which makes sense because this is very volatile. Then you could also leverage BTC to SBTC, which is the simplest way to deposit your Bitcoin into SBTC, and it only lasts one Bitcoin block, and it's around $1, $2 if you include the network fees themselves to bridge into stacks.
And there's no price or minimum or as far as how much you can bridge in.
The minimum is around $9. The reason is, on the other side, you know, the bridge is receiving the Bitcoins and they need to consolidate them. So if you send too little of UTXOs, like too little, it makes it very economically difficult to provide the service. So if you go to deposit over here, here's a very simple way for you, you know, under $100, you could bridge your Bitcoin in 1 Bitcoin block. So I can actually demo this, but I'm sure everyone here is familiar. It's just like recap, right?
Right.
But
that's good for the content. The viewer, the audience may not be familiar.
So if I go to, if I log in, I can log in with my Leather or Xverse wallet. I can also log in with my Twitter account, but that's something else. And if I go to deposit Bitcoin, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm swapping some Bitcoin and receiving SBTC into my wallet seamlessly, and that is leveraging Clarity's ability to read the Bitcoin state, and everything is sort of mapped between your Bitcoin address and your Stacks address. You're not relying on an operator to do so. It's all governed by code. So here in the UI, you choose the amount of SBTC you receive, and it adds up that little fee, which you can get the details over here. It's around $1.29. And that's pretty much it. Then you can choose your priority fee on the Bitcoin L1 network. And wallet provider was not found. Let me see. Connect wallet. Let's see if I can. Let's try again. Okay, I don't have enough Bitcoin in this one. I only have $5, and the minimum is unfortunately, it's like $10. Let me disconnect and try and connect with another one.
So I'd be lying if I said otherwise, that I'm kind of distracted by the fact that you can log in with your X account on FactFun. I'm not aware of that. That's new information to me. Very interesting, because I'm now looking at my FactFun account and I can connect my X. And
Yeah.
so is that gonna, if I connect my X, will that actually make me be able to log in with my X and it'll know my wallet? Or is that different? It's just connecting my X account with my wallet.
Currently, it's not linking the wallet and the X account, but I did that X login for a nomination. Like, there's a campaign currently for communities who are interested to leverage FactFun and Capsule from Runes or from Stacks. We have a campaign where you participate into a sort of voting or nomination, and you can do so only with your X account. So, for example, so for that you need to be connected with X. So if I disconnect here.
Oh, okay, all right. I haven't gone back and voted. That's new since I voted last week.
Right, so you don't need a wallet. That's the cool thing. Like, inside your Chrome, you can connect.
So communities that don't have a Stacks wallet yet can participate.
So the goal here is to slowly but surely enable mobile seamless interaction with the platform without needing a seed phrase or a wallet. So this is a way of doing it with your X account, and you can vote for a community. Let's say I want to vote for pizza. You do need a tweet to be able to do so. So if I can grab a tweet somewhere from the Pizza Ninjas account, let's see. All right, I got one. So you copy paste a tweet over here, and I'll come back to the demo for bridging because that should work as well. What's this? So you just essentially I just copy paste a tweet, and then it's going to add a my vote inside of here, as you can see, Rafa Stacks over here. And the winner of this competition is the 4 finalists of this competition get to go to a second round where they compete for this grand prize of 1,500 SBTC yield and becoming Capsule's launch partner. So we'll assist them in, being the first one to launch with Capsule from Runes, if it's a Runes community. But currently we have SIP10 communities who are championing this competition. And for this competition to succeed, we need at least 169 tweets. So the bar is not low because because it's it's 1,500 Bitcoin. So we will consider this to be successful if we have 169 tweets for one community. And currently it's not exactly the case. And bear with me, there seems to be some timeouts here for some of these tweets. Yeah. Going back to just the demo of the depositing Bitcoin. Let's make it work. Deposit Bitcoin. So, okay, here I have enough Bitcoin in this account, so I think it should work normally. Okay, there's a little bug I need to run, it seems. I don't know why, but yeah, it should work normally. You just send your Bitcoin and you receive SBTC on the other side. Yeah. So that's one thing, right? The other thing is I could demo Runes Capsule as well.
Yeah, please.
The game that I'm developing currently.
The game is definitely so. GP was not in that. I don't know if he's in the group now, but we
Yeah.
have a DM group going. It started with me and Mark and Rafa, and then it just kind of. I'm not sure how many people are in it now. It's at least
Sailor for the win, man.
at least 10.
Against the Bears. Let's go.
Yeah, Sailor versus it's Mike versus Mike versus Bear or whatever it is. I played it a little bit. Definitely fun. But
Yeah.
it's just one of those things that's like an interest. There's definitely some other. So we'll look at the game first. Let's take a look at Capsule first.
Yes.
Right. I'm puzzled that this is not working. I've heard some issues currently in the sort of ecosystem, so I'm gonna have to make sure this works. Capsule uses also Leather and Xverse. Maybe we can choose Xverse instead here.
Yeah, I've had to use Xverse for the last couple of days, Rafa. I did talk with some of the Leather crew. They did push an update, and they were working on a fix or so to something. It was a little bug that was found. So, but Xverse should be pretty solid there.
Yeah.
I've been using that for the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's maybe me as well, because as developers, sometimes you build and you break things, and then you have to come back and.
This is the way, man. This is the way.
So that's why you actually need always like a team that's fully there, making sure features are working well. Yeah. So do you guys want to see the game, or you want to see the game? Maybe we can play. So this is the Capsule thing. So what happens under the hood is this is reading your runes tokens. So you can actually deposit your runes token into the Capsule, and then Clarity is going to seamlessly read that deposit and mint your runes token on the L2 chain. So that process is well understood, and it leverages the same technology as the deposit system that is currently buggy, but should work normally. And yeah, just let's see if this works. I don't know. Okay, Xverse seems so as you can see here, I'm depositing 1,000 moms. Confirm. Okay, so this is leveraging the same technology as the deposit, so it's as fast as the depositing Bitcoin. Again, I'm not sure what is happening with Leather, but I'm sure I will be able to fix it. This means that I'm sending 1,000 moms tokens, which are these runes tokens that I've etched, from my own Taproot wallet into the Capsule wallet. So if I go to my portfolio over here, essentially what I'm saying is I'm taking 1,000 of these tokens here, and I'm sending them to this multisig where my signature is required. Whenever a withdrawal is initiated, I'm going to have to sign. And so that is the idea of making the bridge or the Capsule is theft resistant. Nobody can steal my runes tokens without my consent, without my signature. And yeah, this is just now a question of waiting for this Bitcoin transaction to anchor. And depending on, the priority fees, here I'm paying, I think this much. As soon as this deposit from my wallet into my Capsule anchors on Bitcoin, so you will see this balance will increase by 1,000 mums, so it will show 70, 138, and then Clarity, which is Stack's programming language, is able to read that Bitcoin transaction state, verify and parse that, hey, this is the mum asset token, runes token, and this transaction corresponds to 1,000 mums, and then it's going to mint over here the 1,000 mums token on L2, on Stacks. And that whole process is going to be, that minting process is going to be a privilege of Clarity, governed by code, not by anyone not by Rafa or anyone. Again, this is Stacks' superpower. So while we're doing this, I suggest that we go to the game, because this might take like 10 minutes, or depending on how much transaction we have in this block, which we only have quite a bunch. Any questions?
Yeah, I love that the ticker is mom, right? And you're onboarding moms, right? So you're referring to it as you're depositing 1,000 moms into the blockchain. So we're onboarding 1,000 moms is the message, and I like it.
Yeah, from Bitcoin to L2. The reason is because on L2 you can do pools, you can like the reason is very simple. Like on L2, I mean, it's very simple to just, okay, I'm going to unzoom a little bit here. But if I want to buy, $20 worth of a token, I'm just one click away, and it's going to take me, 5 seconds. Boom, that's it. I'm buying 5 million, $20 worth of Pepe, which was the was created before ETH Pepe, by the way.
Yeah. The only Pepe token you need to know about is what I say about Bitcoin Pepe. The orange frog.
My transaction is now like instantaneous. Like we're no longer on Bitcoin, so we can do. So this is Uniswap V2. It's really fast. You've got things like concentrated liquidity coming to the excellent Bitflow company, also a VC-backed startup, which will allow for less slippage for assets that are worth more money, like have more TVL, like something like Dog will want something like that, because you can have an exact price. If I go to my portfolio,
so it's way cheaper to use. It's
exactly
super fast, and it's also still got Bitcoin finality.
Right. I just bought 5 million. No, now it's reflected in my portfolio. I click here, I can see the price. It's pretty cool. This is my my transaction right here. You've got the Explorer. I'm using Staxo Explorer. It's a pretty cool one. Shout out to the team. They have tools for developers which are excellent. Allows you to simulate everything on using mainnet and step by step. Also, shout out to Hugo from Clarinet. These tools are really cool because I can build contracts and make sure that it's fully tested, that I'm confident when I'm deploying the contract that there's no like obvious blunder or exploit in the contract. Also excited about Clarity for it, but I'm a little bit on a tangent. So while we wait for this runes transaction to anchor, and then seeing the mint in action, what we can do is go to games.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
So bear with me, I'm just building this, and shout out to the Lovable team, because most of it was built with Lovable, and it's a very basic game. I want to add new features, and obviously this is meant to be on a mobile, right? It's not meant to be on a desktop. Here I'm playing against I use the computer, right? Which is sort of boring. But the cool thing is I can play against someone. And so I don't know if anyone who's seeing this wants to take the opposite
What's the address again? Mike versus Mike Beer Love. I got it. I already got it.
No, it's like games.fac.fun. So it's like it's
that's right. You changed it.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I want to add like uppercuts to this game, because when you block, there's no way of like, you just have to wait for the opponent to stop blocking, which is not cool. But yeah, if you want to take the, if you want to battle me, there you go. So fight. Oops. Okay. So you can block and you punch me when you block. But hold a second, I just want to show the mobile view. It's better. So if you punch me when you block, my energy is going to go up. So go ahead and
punch. I punch you while you're blocking? I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you see your energy is going up, right?
Yep.
So actually, if there are any vibe coders who use Lovable and are building games in the audience, shout out to you guys, and you can DM me and I'll help you add passkeys to this. And I'm working on a way to add smart contracts only using passkeys. So no seed phrase. You can use this inside your Chrome wallet. You see, I'm not connected with any wallet at this point. This is even anonymous. Like
Oh, sneak attack.
The rematch.
The Bears, let's go.
The rematch function of I need to fix it. I thought I had fixed it. The cool thing is this thing I want to demo. So you can play in anonymous, but then you can also you can add let's add some I don't know, pizza. And you can add passkey, which will persist the data.
So it'll tie the data to your. It basically creates a user account.
Yes. Now my my data is going to persist. Like if I go somewhere else, and I want to and I have my passkey, I can look. If I sign out, now I want to sign in again with my passkey. It's possible, right? And there's a leaderboard already. We can imagine, competitions, other games, because this game is very, very simple, right? It's just, but I'm also working on removing any sort of a bug, because if you can govern a little bit of money, a little bit of SBTC or any meme coin asset using your passkey, you want to wager in a game against someone, then you want the game to be bugless. Because there's a bug, then everything goes north, everything goes south, everybody is angry, right? Yeah, if you want to help out spotting the bugs, I already have a few that I spotted, and I want to add the ability to do uppercuts. So 2 blocks and 2 punches. Because if I block all the time, then the game is like just pending, right? Any questions, guys?
No, I think it's awesome. I mentioned this in the DM chat when you first showed it to us, that we'll probably have regular sessions of this on the morning show. I can see us having little tournaments during the less busy, when we don't really have a guest kind of thing.
I'm trying to box with Peace. I'm trying to go up against Peace Love Music and 300 and have a small little tourney.
GP, there down the line, there might be a little bit of an option where you put $1 worth of SBTC, I put $1 worth of SBTC, winner gets $1.50, and then 50 cents goes to the platform to keep making cool games for us to play.
We again, I think so. This was built in a couple of hours using Lovable. And Lovable is very easy to use. Literally, it asks you questions. There's very little knowledge to know, and you
start in Lovable with basically, you just say, I want to make a website that does this. I want a game with Michael Saylor boxing a bear. Yes. And then it asks you to produce assets, or you just kind of upload assets and it does the rest.
No, you start from nothing and it takes care of everything in the background for you. And
so you didn't have to give it an image of Michael Saylor. It found that for you.
Oh, I did that. But just like you can do it in an LLM, right? You can share.
Right. You're right. That's it. You're talking like you're doing it in Chat GPT.
Yes, exactly. I could demo this another time, but I think you guys are already very generous with your time.
And we also want to be respectful of your time too, brother. 45 minutes is.
I just want to
It's a
show
long
this
day.
deposit thing again, maybe for people in the audience. Let's see. Here I have $57 of Bitcoin.
Well, I actually I processed one. I didn't do it on the screen, but I did actually get one to process. I'm
Oh,
still
there you
waiting.
go. Yeah.
I'm waiting for a confirmation, but
Did you use Xverse or Leather?
Leather?
Okay.
Went through, and I just didn't. I did it. You were going through something else, and I didn't want to interrupt your flow to say I did it, but I actually have it right here. Just gonna share it on my screen. Here it is, pending. Just to prove everybody, I did use the bridge. It processed. There might have been just a glitch going on timing wise for when you were doing it before.
Yeah, I'm also demoing one now. I don't know if you guys can see.
Yep. Oh, hold on, I'll switch them up.
But there you go. Like I just broadcasted, depositing Bitcoin, and now I'm waiting for SBTC on the other side. And this is the same thing is going to happen. Like bridging is such a pain, right? You don't know what's happening, etc. So having this little model here that shows you, okay, your Bitcoin transaction is here.
Oh, honestly, especially for somebody like we know what it's like because we've done it a few times. But somebody new, you don't know what's going on.
It's nerve-wracking.
It's right. It makes you
first time you do it. Yes.
Give me my money. I'm sending you your money. Right. You're not even showing me where it is at the moment. So if you currently, it seems Bitcoin is very slow. It seems that like I'm paying 60 cents here, but it's in the second block, so it's not great. But at least I know where it is. And again, we could record this and see the end, and the end is pretty satisfying. It goes from broadcast to, okay, your Bitcoin is sent. We're waiting for your confirmation. Now it's second step is, okay, your Bitcoin anchored, meaning that your this block is going to pass from green, from this bar, right? The green in the mempool over here. And all of these are anchored, the blue ones. So you'll see your transaction is here. And as soon as it's here, now Stacks is really fast. And it reads your Bitcoin transaction. And it's going to say processing. And like 5 seconds later, it's going to show confirmed and with the confetti animation, and you'll see in your portfolio you have SBTC. Just like previously I showed, in the portfolio here, I showed, this is my Pepe here, right? Mm-hmm. Now, like as soon as this is anchored and processed, this will move from 26,000 sats to 36,000 sats, because that's the amount I'm requesting in the bridge.
Fire.
Yeah, it's and honestly, like it's gonna take Bitcoin's never gonna be faster. 10 minutes plus is my transaction was 15 minutes ago now, and it said it was about 10 minutes. The next block I think was saying 30 minutes. I'm not sure. So the next block is right now saying 20 minutes. But we know that that's not actually going to be accurate because we're already 15 minutes into with the last 10-minute block. It's that's why there's a lot of value on what Stacks brings. That's not only the value, but the first value really is you have Bitcoin security, everything that makes it worth dealing with Bitcoin being slow, but it adds the functionality of not having to deal with that, and it also brings down the transaction costs and then allows other stuff like a code guided smart contract bridge that requires a user signature like what you've built with Capsule. That can't be done the same way on any other chain.
And I must say that the visual cues, as much as I've done DeFi and bridging and all of that stuff over the last 4 years, I'm still the guy that needs a visual cue to let me know exactly what is going on and when, right? So I really, really do like that you incorporated that. You shouldn't leave like a user hanging and like guessing like, hey, when is this going to happen? So like, I love that. I need those visual cues. They make me feel more confident.
No, absolutely. It's horrendous. If you're sending your Bitcoin here, I'm just sending $9, but if you're sending a consequential amount,
right,
you're sweating. You don't know. Okay, there could be lots of things like that can go wrong, right? Are you on the correct URL? Is this, it could be a phishing. So you start becoming paranoid if you don't have all these cues.
100%.
that take you by the hand and make sure that, hey, you're in the right place. You know, this is HTTPS, you know, fact.fun, you know, that you're good. And you've got the queue. Your Bitcoin is here. You can check it, right? You can check it also in your wallet if you want to, in the Xverse wallet, but you can also check it here right away. The app is also taking you by the hand. And by the way, I have actually a demo. I did like a video. Perhaps instead of waiting for that Bitcoin block to pass, I can finish the presentation by just showing that video if you guys
Yeah,
are
if you want to do that, that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Whatever works for you, brother.
All right, let me find it. View channel. So it's a video. Manage video.
Is it? Do you have it in Google Drive?
So it's a video of the runes deposit, but again, it uses the same technology with the Bitcoin deposit, right? It's from L1 to L2 is very simple. It's trustless. It uses Clarity's ability to read Bitcoin state. Let me remove the sound. Can you guys see this video?
Yes.
All right, so you select the runes token you want to deposit, and you input the amount you want to deposit. I have 690,000 mums. I want to deposit 69. You select the priority fee. You've seen this before. And this is with Leather, so Leather was working perfectly. And here you go. You've got the same progress modal here, except of course I have to improve the logos here. Basically, I cut the video here. You can see it's going to move from, being in the mempool into a block that's anchored. So there you go. And that video doesn't show the modal, but the modal will show you the STX. The modal will still be here and show you the step 2 and then step 3. But you'll see here that in my wallet, I still have, as if that transaction doesn't happen. So what's going to happen is 69 mums is going to be deduced from my wallet, increased in my capsule balance, and then minted into my list of tokens on L2.
Very cool. So is that actually splitting your? It's splitting the allotment for you.
So
allotment all together, or do you have individual?
Yeah, the Runes protocol is a hybrid meta protocol that uses the UTXO model as well. So it doesn't exactly split. What it does is like it sort of writes on top of UTXOs. So I'm sending a UTXO from my wallet into my capsule, and that UTXO has 69 mums. And just so you see here in my L2 wallet, I don't have these 69 mums. But if I refresh, as you can see in my capsule now, I have 69 mums that are locked on L1. And if I look into my L2 wallet, you'll see that obviously my wallet itself has been decreased of 69 mums, right? 690 minus 69 is 689, 931 mums. And then you'll see at the bottom of this, I'll also show, oh, there you go, bam, the 69 mums on L2 were minted to my wallet. Again, that mint privilege is Clarity's, meaning the entire process is governed by code.
Insane. No bridging, like it's just all dictated by code.
Yeah, and as you can see, this has just anchored, right? You can see it just went from left to right, and right away I got my runes in my wallet on L2.
That's amazing, dude. Congrats on building this. This is based. This is one of the tools that we need to onboard people from L1 to L2, right? Like these, like I've seen a few different posts on the timeline about bridges lately, and they're just clunky, right? They're clunky and they're a risk, right? You're taking more risk on. So why take on more risk whenever you could go through this process, use the tools and the coding language for what it's for, and let the code do its thing. I mean, this is brilliant.
Yep. No, absolutely. I think this is really great technology. And oh, there you go. Peace, love. Your transaction has been confirmed.
Let's go. Just went through.
That's awesome. So we can see, like, if we go here, that your transaction has confirmed, and that's it. After one block, you have your STX or SBTC in this case is credited to your, to your account, and your account is, so you are just like, if we go back here, Peace Love Music, right? So cool thing is, if you type here Peace Love Music, I'm going to sort of dox your.
I don't care. Let them all know.
Let them know
everything about me. I don't know.
So you remember how much SBTC you had, but you have more now, essentially.
Right. I have $10 more SBTC, or $9.98 or $9.97 or whatever it was, roughly more SBTC, and a little bit less BTC as well.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Sorry for doxing you a little bit.
Nah, I'm not a problem. I don't mind being the guinea pig, and
BNSs are public.
I'm comfortable being exposed. What can I say?
Same. I do everything for my GPSC.BTC wallet. You know, is for transparency, right? You know, they can see our convictions.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this tech. Let's see how it pans out. If you are a Runes community out there and you're interested to become our launch partner, check out fact.fund/capsule, and you can you can participate in this competition. Otherwise, the other thing I'm very excited about is games. The fact.fund, and I want to help anyone who's building a game, be it via Lovable or vibe coding in somewhere else, to add that passkey way of signing into the app, so you don't need a seed phrase, and then hooking it into a smart wallet where you can manage funds on stacks just using your passkey and the best way to demo this is using a mobile device, because you'll be able to do Face ID with this, and that's pretty pleasurable, so to speak. I'm using big words here.
Biometrics. Let's go.
It's actually awesome, and I just oversaw Hero mentioning that you're willing to help people set that up in the alpha group, the Leo Alpha chat group there. Awesome stuff, and honestly, it's inspiring me to try to carve out some time to go develop a game on Lovable, and then just be like, because I think that's actually, if we have like 20 games in the ecosystem in a place where they're easily accessible.
Yes.
And it's composable accounts through passkey, so they can. It makes things a lot very cool. And I do want to shout out what GP is working on with Crypto Dude and Cryptonauts, because it is also really interesting. It's different kind of gaming. Obviously, it's more advanced. It's more robust with Unreal Engine kind of functionality, but these are the kind of developments that are going to really onboard your mom or onboard the people that are non-crypto native, giving them experiences that they would seek out in real life, and then adding the Bitcoin or crypto layer in an abstracted way. Like, they don't really need to know that they're dealing with crypto when they're dealing with this game per se.
Yes.
Once we start adding transactional volume, like transactional stuff, that's a little bit different. We need to on-ramp some fiat and make that easy for them, which I believe there are some people working on that solution as well. But this is a huge unlock.
Here's what we could do. We could have a DAO where I think that was your idea, Peace Love, where a fee is charged whenever somebody is wagering on a one-to-one multiplayer game. And that fee goes into the DAO and helps onboard new users. So the new users don't even need to on-ramp. they could play and get rewarded, or get points and then get rewarded, and end up having real SBTC flow into their passkey governed smart wallet
with a budget that's just giving them money, like giving them some free SBTC to play with.
It's the fun layer, right? It's the fun layer on top of stuff.
But that's actually the same. That's the casino model, except for decentralized and more holistic, right? Not mob run.
Yes. So in some of these users, I have I'm not going to say who, but like brother-in-law in Turkey, right, or another one in Belgium. So they can do it directly from their mobiles, like iPhone or even Android, and as long as the game is completely bugless, which is a bit of work, but as soon as this is your game is solid, it's stable, you can play with anyone in the world. You create a room, you share that number with them, they join, and you're having fun, and you accrue a little bit of real SBTC into your passkey wallet without having to on-ramp at all. Like you never had to do so. That would be pretty cool. Like, and again, anyone who's building a game, I would love to help set you up with the passkey plus smart wallet, or even guide you. Like all these things will be open source, and working together as an ecosystem to onboard your mom or brother.
Man, it's really this is so cool. And I really love how this is all so many things coming together all at once in the space. Hero, by the way, wants us and he's reminding us that he hates the word DAO, and I don't necessarily disagree with him. He wants to have it deleted from the dictionary, which we know what it means. That's why we use it. It communicates the idea, but I also understand what he's saying. Like we want to create a DAO. What we really want to create is an organization for onboarding that is funded by these games and run by the people that are facilitating and creating these games.
Yeah, the exciting part, the DAO thing, like DAO is I agree with you. It's an acronym. First of all, it's difficult to understand. A lot of them have not panned out. More like creating a code governed flywheel. So some mechanism that is automatic, that cannot be tampered by humans, and that helps anyone to participate. I think Trip and Monkey has the same idea with his protocol as well. I think that's something we should have, so that I'm building that game, I'm going to help that flywheel to take place, but there's this other game as well, and all these things can help each other, and creating value for everyone.
Actually, it doesn't even have to be games. It could be It could actually be protocol wide. Anyone that's building in the space. It could be, this is again bad wording, but almost like a voluntary tax, where people have the option of designating some of the income they're generating from their app towards this entity, and it's code based, so they can verify what it's going to do, and it can't deviate from that. And it doesn't really even have to make any decisions. It's just set up in a specific way. And then if it doesn't,
that's how companies work. Like companies provide value to the community, and they extract value from it. Like there's a value exchange here. So
right,
this is very similar to how companies work, except the value itself is perhaps not exactly a service, or except there's like some sort of mechanics that help that flywheel. But one last point I'm interested is like conversion of AI and Bitcoin, and you will be able to play your game in your Chrome, in your mobile, without any apps, like without any wallet. Just your passkey. That is an idea that I think is very powerful for onboarding people. Like you just Face ID, and then you do something that you enjoy doing, and you participate in a community. That is very powerful to me.
Yeah, absolutely. It just So one of the biggest hurdles for crypto right now is just easy onboarding non-crypto native people. And there's two components of that. One, it needs to be easy to do. And downloading an app and writing down a seed phrase is not easy. It's a hard thing to do. It's a pain in the ass to do. It takes time. Nobody has time. So the passkey solves that. The second one is there's got to be a reason for them to even want to download a passkey, which is easy. There's got to be an enjoyable, authentic experience on the other end of that. So that's why the games or anything we can do that's creative, that would be interesting to get engagement, that would warrant having a passkey and or a wallet with the passkey. And then if we have that composable, so would it be the passkey that I haven't set it up yet because I didn't want to play with my phone on the screen and I have to scan the QR code. But for the passkey for Fact Fun for the game, will that work? Can I actually have it so that I have a different website? Like we have our DeOrganized website. Maybe we have our own games that we're hosting there. And that passkey can work in our...
Yes. So this website has obviously a backend, Supabase, etc., and we'll know that you've got this passkey. But what the piece that I'm going to build now is the smart wallet governed by the passkey. And that smart wallet can be that's public common goods that any app can leverage. So it's like having a wallet governed by your passkey, secured in your secured enclave in your mobile, but you can use that anywhere. The smart wallet, you control it via your passkey, via your exact device, but you can sign in on any other apps, and you can use that money that is stored in your smart wallet using your passkey, whether you're on games.factfun or DeOrg Media or BoostX, any other community built, even something like Hermetica perhaps is going to leverage the passkey in one way or another. Perhaps not. Perhaps if this model becomes successful, perhaps they want to enable it. Like the smart contract itself is just when you sign with your passkey, you're allowing some amount of money to move from your smart wallet to somewhere else. So that could be anywhere on L2.
So that but it could be the same wallet that they used on Fact Fun can also be the same wallet that they're using, that they're just that it's embedded in our. Is that wallet embedded on Fact Fun?
No, it's a smart contract on Stacks that when you store money, it's like a vault where you put money, and the key to moving the money from that vault is you signing with your passkey. And I'll be happy to come and demo this in a few weeks when it's ready, or even before that. But essentially, that vault is a Stack smart contract. So we could imagine, that smart contract can do what you tell it to do. So depending on how it's written, it could integrate all of these pieces that I mentioned, right? It could integrate, receiving SIP10 tokens as BTC, even enabling an agent. That's something, that AIBTC is working on, but they have this concept, or even Bitflow has a keeper's wallet where you're enabling an agent to act on your behalf. Obviously, you customize how and you restrict how that agent can act on your behalf. But that is the same concept of a smart contract, programmable money. But this simple concept is your money is programmed and moves based on your signature. So you could imagine anything you want. Yeah. Did I answer you simply the question, or was
So what I don't want to get into the weeds. We had a great show, and I don't want to get too deep into it. But I do have.
Remind
I
me
don't
the
quite
question.
understand.
I want to give you like a simple answer.
So I think just start from the beginning. New person coming into Fact Fund through the games. They found a game. They're going to come in. Their friends bringing them in. They're signing in with their passkey, and so they don't have a wallet. So they're creating a wallet when they do that.
The wallet is created on their behalf on the background, but it's their wallet. Like
It's
nobody
their
can
wallet.
move the funds without
And
their
the wallet exists, and their access to the wallet is through the passkey, which they sign with.
Exactly.
But when they go, so now they go to another app that they can sign into that app using passkeys. They now have a wallet set up. Will that just having the passkey, the app, as long as it's this next app can determine the wallet from the passkey on the user's device. When they click login, they can log in with the passkey, and it'll seek the passkey and then derive the wallet, and then they sign in with that wallet.
Yeah, I think the standard does not exist yet, so we're in the early innings of it. But the simple answer is yes. And to some extent, you can also, if you have a little bit of money in your smart wallet, you can send it into another wallet if you want to. And that second wallet is maybe now, if you're in another app that supports another wallet, you can simply do that. Right? We just
So how do I interface with that? So I've created the wallet in Fact Fund, right? I'm a new user. I'm just onboarded. I created the wallet in Fact Fund. I'm not on the Fact Fund platform anymore. All I have is a passkey.
Yeah.
So how do I engage with that wallet? How do I send funds?
So the cool thing is, like, smart contracts are trustless. So what you saw, for example, with the deposit UI, the Fact Fund backend is going to take your Bitcoin transaction, is going to transform it into some parameters, and then feed it into a contract to unlock the SPTC to your wallet, right? Wallet address. That whole interaction anyone can do. So the same applies to your passkey governed wallet. That is a smart contract on Stacks, and any provider can help you bridge the UI gap between you and your wallet. You're not attached to Fact Fund. You can exit Fact Fund whenever you want. And you can, and the cool idea is you can do this in your mobile phone without a seed phrase. That's a cool idea.
Without a seed phrase and without an application.
Yes.
All you have is a passkey. You don't have anything. You don't have a leather wallet necessarily. You don't need to go into the app to access it. You just got to find some kind of UI that can interface with your passkey, which will be developed as this becomes adopted.
I would recommend that whenever you have a portion of amount in that new wallet that is going to exist, that you at some point send it to a proper sort of a seed phrase wallet. It's still a hot wallet, but it's better, because if you lose your device where your passkey is secured in your enclave, you lose your wallet. Whereas with your seed phrase, if you have a piece of paper or something like Ryder, shout out to Louise and Marvin Jensen, like, who are cheerful geniuses and are building this iPhone of seed phrase cold storage wallets. When you have a large amount, by the way, when you have a larger amount of money, it's preferable that you send it to something like a Signa. Shout out to also the team there. It's a multi-signature, or something like Ryder, because nowadays you can be hacked really, really easily. Like two days ago, I was contacted by someone who was impersonating Albert from the Bitcoin Startup Lab, and I was literally one click away of.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. You were very close, and you said it was by chance. Something
funny in these hot wallets, so I have to do some like frequently. I have to reshuffle and send the money out to cold storage.
Right. Right, and that's a best practice. So, and that's stuff that you don't need to play around with a game that's a low cost, low transaction fees, and all of that stuff, because a lot of this might be sponsored by such a decentralized organization that is code based that we won't actually name because Hero hates that. But to onboard your mom, they're going to be funded. They fund onboarding so new users can come in, play with these apps with a low amount of money. When they start to get ready to engage in something where they're going to be starting to put money in and or significant amounts of money, there needs to be an effort to educate them on cold storage options, best practices, and whatnot, so that we're not, because the last thing we want to do is onboard people and then have them have bad experiences.
Yeah,
that would defeat the purpose.
One thing we could do is we could take the idea that Marvin and Louise had with, the recovery system, where you have like several friends who could, together help you recover your seed phrase. That could be baked into a smart wallet that uses passkeys. You could have like your mom, your father, your sister, everyone sign, and then if you lose your device, then you have a secondary way of getting your money back. Otherwise, it's locked in the smart contract forever, right? But I don't know what you say, like transactions, because these games don't require any transactions, right? Just for the reward part or the wagering part. And the cool thing is I think I'm also interested in leverage. Yeah, go ahead.
There's got to be, at some point, there's got to be some kind of a transaction, because otherwise, why do you even need to? What do you need the blockchain for?
Sure, like for wagering, for exchange of value, for rewards.
It could actually be, actually though, it could also just be a better way to keep track of your gamer ID and your assets. Game assets could actually be part of it too, which you might earn. You don't necessarily have to buy, and then therefore you do. But then you also have transactions there. I know that's a large model of the Cryptonauts. They've been making like composable assets, and then because the assets are on the blockchain, like I could then go make a game with that leverages assets that is already in Cryptonauts. Therefore, anyone that's playing Cryptonauts is automatically getting something to come play our game, and so it leverages their community that they've already established, and so on. And so it could be. It doesn't actually have to be like transaction based with a lot high fees or even actual money.
Yeah. Can I share my screen like for another minute?
Yeah. Well, like I'm not. I know GP's getting hungry. It looks like. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm right here.
All right.
It's Rafa.
All the time Rafa needs.
All right. So I just wanted to share my transaction was also confirmed. This is pretty magic, like to be able to just bridge like in less than 30 minutes, even when the Bitcoin is heavy. The other thing perhaps I wanted to share to see if the runes deposit also has worked. Let's see. Oh, that's a different account. Okay. That's in a different account. Let's see, where is it? Oh, there you go. So this is my Bitcoin transaction. As you can see, it was processed and confirmed. So that's good news. And then if I go to also my portfolio here, there you go. Remember that here there was 69,000. Now it's 70. And here it was deduced. So essentially I send 1,000 mums from my wallet into the capsule. And if everything has worked, we should see it as well exactly here. You see 70,000. So this has worked perfectly as well. You will have also the same modal progress. So you'll see, instead of Bitcoin, you'll see mums on L1 and mums on L2, or dog, right? Or something else. The last thing I wanted to also share was the idea of like off-chain intent messages, which makes the UX, instead of instead of what I showed earlier with, even though it was very, very quick, like just buying a transaction, this is really settling the transaction on Stacks. What you could do is just sign a message. And shout out to Rosar and also to Breeze, who are working on a little different protocols with message intent, like off-chain, a bit like Lightning. Like Breeze is working on something like he calls it pipes, which are decentralized off-chain messages. And that is really cool because there's no 5 seconds waiting at all. It's like instantaneous. It instantly is reflected, and your transaction is eventually settled later on Stacks. So you don't need to wait for the 5 seconds. And that's something that also, I think, coupled with the passkey ID, is going to interest me when it comes to games. You could wager, and automatically you'll see that, okay, I'm wagering this much, Welsh token or Leo token. And what you'll do is you'll deposit first. You'll see your balance, and then you can wager and see immediately the reflection in the app. And if you win or lose, you'll see that settlement. You'll see that settlement. Like you'll sign a message, so it'll be reflected right away, but the settlement will happen later. That UX is going to be very interesting.
Very awesome stuff, man. There's honestly it's almost like a little bit of information overload, and it's a lot of stuff I already know. But there's so many pieces here, bits and pieces. And you've been cranking on a lot of this stuff for a long time, and a lot of stuff we didn't even talk about, stuff that you've been building too. So I mean, there's really there's like stuff that you've built in the past.
The kinetic energy is like being stored and built up, and it's just gonna expand and explode. I feel it. I can feel it coming, dude.
It's popping. It's popping now. We're at the event horizon. It feels like.
Yes.
Yeah. Not only me, like the entire Stacks ecosystem is brewing. The leadership and capital markets presentation are like world class. The builders are, building apps that are, audited, that are peer reviewed, that are upgrade. We have V2 contracts for Zest protocol now. Hermetica also is going to leverage. I'm interested to see how Jacob and the team are going to leverage perhaps passkey in another way, like perhaps in double auth, or I don't know what his idea behind this, but again, like having that onboarding frictionless from the Bitcoin L1, as we just saw in this session, that you can deposit Bitcoin as low as 10,000 sats, and then above that, above $100, you use the SBTC bridge, and it's almost free to do it. And then you can either use like Stacks settlement or things like message intent and games and all the wonderful work like you guys are doing, and Hero and AI and AI BTC. This thing is about to explode.
100%, man. There's like the developer energy is fantastic. The community energy, the people that are here that have been cranking, that are like the content creators. There's so much going on, man.
The content creators are becoming developers now because of tools like Lovable. Vibe coding is accessible.
Fair. Yes. That's absolutely accurate. Bro, everyone can be a music producer now.
Yeah, it's insane.
Hero Gamer is producing like sick, radio friendly music. It's insane, and I mean it's crazy. We are in a very, very interesting time, and the people that are here that are cranking that just don't stop, and there's so many guys like Rafa, like GP, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, Hero Gamer, Blockface. Like this, I could just go on and on. It's incredible what's going on here, and I'm excited to be here. Rafa, I could actually talk to you all day, man. Yeah. We talk often when we're not tied up with other things, but man, it's Hero saying, "Are you saying I'm a developer?" Yeah, kind of. Hero, you started making websites, and you're a music producer.
The AI is incredible. Like try and tinker with Lovable. It's so fast. Yesterday in 4 hours I did 84 commits, and almost like it didn't require much in terms of
84 commits is crazy, Rafa.
and talk to the AI, etc. So it's like it's bum 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 bum, and then the app is forming like slowly but surely. And I'm very interested in terms of also like what 3Huna is doing with the music. Like he gave me a crash course on Suno.com. You can follow me at 3AI3. It's where I produce my AI lo-fi music. These are areas that are very interesting, and yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting because it's like things are so fast. Like things are so fast. Like even non-developers, I think non-developers will be better because they don't have the stigma of things have to be a certain way. We have to do this first, a Figma. We have to do that, etc. Which is fine, for like world-class applications. But like for ideas that you just want to, go ahead and see them, you want to produce them in the world right away. We need that explosion of creativity to come, and AI is funneling this and coming to our stack for sure.
It's coming. That's the thing. It's all coming. It's just a matter of just we got to be patient and keep putting the work in. Just keep chipping away, as a wise man once told GPSC.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You keep chipping away, and eventually you'll break down that rock, and then you'll find another thing and another rock to break, and you'll teach people along the way. So that's the powerful part. You see more and more people start to do more and more things.
I think that's you hit on the nail on the head, GP. The magic in this ecosystem is that everyone supports each other. No one's guarding their ability. We're trying to actually spread it around and help share it and make everyone better. And that's actually the fundamental key of why this is going to work. Everything's in line except for the price action, and the price action is a result of the people outside of the ecosystem not understanding exactly what we have here.
Yeah, fundamentals only continue to get better and better, and price action is down across all alts. It's not like Stacks is like bleeding in market cap against other alts. It's just
there's a number of reasons, but one of them is a lack of understanding of what's actually going on here. Unless you're actually hanging out, unless you're actually talking to the people, you're playing around with these apps, you don't understand.
Get into the game with DeOrganized is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to follow. You're supposed to subscribe on YouTube at DeOrganized Media. You're supposed to follow on X, DeOrganized BTC. That is DeOrganized BTC. Get into the know. DeOrganized is where it's at.
Let's go. Also, don't forget to follow Rafa. If you're not following Rafa, you need to follow Rafa. It's what is it now? At Rafa Stacks.
Correct.
And then it's Rafiko. You can look him up. Rafiko. Fact Fun. It's fact.fun. I think is it at fact fun?
Correct.
Let's go.
And there's the other one. You don't have one for Capsule yet, right?
Yeah, Capsule is going to be integrated into Fact Fun when it comes to life. I'm still working on the withdrawal piece and putting together, a mind group, like a group of potential signers, or on further understanding what can be done in terms of BitVM, because if the standard exists, then it makes sense to have the best solution for runes, for the runes community, not just something that is great, that serves a purpose, but having the most the best solution, which is a solution that removes any human interaction or factor into it, is part of an equation where the real explosion, the real backing of one-to-one can happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure, man. Awesome. And then the bridge, you do have a Twitter account for, which is
BTC to SBTC. Simplest way to deposit Bitcoin in one Bitcoin block. There's the SBTC bridge that we will also integrate into that app, so that if you want to you will be able to have the option to use the SBTC bridge instead, which is completely free, but is a minimum of around $100 and above. So yes, you can follow that, and it's currently implemented at fact.fund/deposit. And beyond that, I think like all the developers, all the app builders, I think will slowly but surely integrate the bridge so that the users doesn't have to move away in a different experience, in a different app. They can deposit Bitcoin directly into the app that they're using directly. Last thing I want to say again, like I'm insisting on this, but it's been great. 501 now. I'm also going to have to jump, but it's such a pleasure to have you guys and to be one of a guest. You guys are really hustlers. I agree with you. The amount of value on Stacks is underappreciated, and most people don't know about it. I see the efforts that are being done by leadership, and I think this will pan out in a way that I think will surprise everyone. That the Stacks technology is ripe for adoption by entities that understand the risks they're taking and want the best technology out there, which happens to be Stacks, in my opinion.
So Hero is putting out a PSA real quick. So during this bear market,
I don't want to step on Rafa's awesome sentiment, by the way, but Hero just said that during this bear market, he's renting himself out. If you have loneliness problems, he's here for you to rent.
You ain't right, Hero.
Hero is going
build a game, and then I'll hook up all the stuff from Stacks for you.
Let's go.
Rafa says build a game so we can generate you some income so you can stop being a gigolo.
Yes.
That's a great note to end up on, guys. It's been a long, awesome day. We've had a ton of great guests, rounding it out with our good friend and awesome dude, Rafa.
Media for the win.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Fact Fund for the win. Let's go.
Thank you all for tuning in. We'll probably have a little bit more replay content. I might replay the segment with George from Bitcoin Magazine yesterday because it's important. This Bitcoin for corporations with what's going on with MSCI. I'm going to let that run after we close out this segment, and then we'll end the stream for the day. You guys still do have a little bit of time to enter for the $200 the 200 stacks contests for the day. We're giving away 200 stacks for the month of December. And thank you all for tuning in today. Thank you again, Rafa, GP. Much love, you guys.
GP.
We'll see you all.
I'll come and demo the smart wallet.
Let's go.
You let us know when.
Cheers, fellas.
Right on.
Take care, Rafa.
Good night, guys. Take it easy, GP. Peace out, guys. Hey, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music here, and we're breaking in. We have Dream Chasers, one of the guys from the project Sweeper. That is a DeOrganized project. He's going to come on and give us a demonstration for his project. So let me see if I can get him on here. Here we go. All right. So now you guys see two of me. Let me actually just take the second one of me off of here so it doesn't look weird.
Okay.
All right. And you can still hear me, Dream Chaser?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
All right. So tell us about Sweeper. Let us, what is the project? What are you looking to do with it? And let's see how it works.
Okay, so Sweeper is a chance game. It's pretty simple. You click a box. If you don't happen to hit a mine, you make some money with it. So basically, this is the DApp, basically. So so first of all, this is what you're gonna see when you get to the main page. And you can see our upcoming announcement, games and stuff, and weekly leaderboards where there are There's going to be a couple of rewards for anyone that's going to be playing. Either, more prizes basically. So let's connect our wallet and let me walk you through the gameplay. Okay, so I just connected my wallet here. Right. So on the left side, you see a game panel. That's basically where you see how the game works, what current row you're at, multiplier, all that stuff, and how many lives you have, and potential payouts you have. And then on the right side, that's basically the game. That's where you get to click the boxes and see if you can actually win some money. Basically like Las Vegas. Okay, so let's do one STX.
So you spend STX to make a move.
Yeah, to make a move basically. So it's like you only spend one STX and then any amount basically. But the transaction only happens once, and then you can click as many boxes as you want.
Okay.
So
one
if you
STX
can,
or is it a wager, or is it, how does that work? What am I paying one STX for?
Okay, so it's not fixed to one STX basically, but it's like it's a wager, like you say. And then that wager you place is actually multiplied by, with each row that you actually win. So currently, if you see right here, it's 0.12 and it's accumulative. So, you don't really have to it's not like fixed to like a specific row. So as you can see with my potential payouts, it's increasing. If I win again, it increases again. If I choose to actually cash out then and there, no need to talk to someone, easy, cash out, and you'll see it in my wallet. It's that simple. And then you can start another game again, no hassle-free. It's all hassle-free. So that's pretty much the entire project, but a lot is actually going in the background, making sure that you have the a seamless experience.
And right now this is in testnet.
Yeah, right now it's still in testnet, so anyone can actually play around with it, break it if you want to. We're actually looking to hear your opinions as well, so yeah.
Awesome. Do me a favor, can you in the comments, can you drop me the link?
Okay.
And all right, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this in the live stream, in the comments under the live stream, or the replies under the live stream, so that, let me get this off of here. Get back on the game here. So that people know where to go.
Yeah.
So every day, guys, you all know we have the pinned post for the live stream. We drop links in there all day, and try out. So is the sweep? There's multiple games on here, or is this link is?
So far we actually have one, but we're looking to actually come up with another one. That's called Laser Rush. It's another simple game where you click a box, and if a laser doesn't hit that box, well, you get to win some money. You can cash out at any time. It's almost like the same concept, but on a different kind of game. But yeah.
All right. So I just posted that link there.
Okay.
When I have a minute to test around, I absolutely will. I love that's. If I had didn't have a show to do, I would spend a lot more time test netting stuff.
Yeah.
My favorite things to do.
No, it's pretty addictive once you get the hang of it. Because I do so far. I think I've done more than 300 transactions, not just on testing alone, but also playing the actual game, like the adrenaline rush. It's pretty cool. Although it's like faucet money, but I mean it's pretty cool still.
Yeah, well, and eventually it won't be faucet money.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah.
So what's your timeline now? I know you finished your first. How many milestones do you have for D grants?
So far we have 4. we're 4. So our first milestone was actually to make refinements to the whole project. Initially, it didn't have things like lives. You didn't have 2 lives. So if you hit a mine once, well, you would die. But it wasn't like the risk reward ratio wasn't okay. So we decided to add on another life as well. The multipliers now are accumulative. So more money to you if you actually do win. So yeah.
Sounds cool, man. So you got 4 milestones you got to crank out between now and the end of January, probably, right?
Yeah.
And there's going to be more games on the platform too, though.
Yeah. We're looking to so for now, with each month research and all that, we're looking to actually add more games as we go. Right now, we have like I said, Laser Rush. We wanted to do a no lottery, but we saw it was a lot of people were actually doing that, so we wanted to do something actually different. So we came up with Laser Rush, and then later on we'll come up with more games.
All right, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to share my screen on here.
Okay.
I'm going to play. We'll see how it goes. I have a test net. I have a little bit of test stack, so I can do this. I'm prepared. So let me. Am I sharing on that? Is this me? Yeah. This is me. Right.
Yep, that's it.
All right. So let me just make sure we don't need to zoom in as much. There we go. All right. Let's see. Can I? So I got coming soon. Laser Rush coming soon. I got my game count over here, my leaderboard. I'm going to get on that leaderboard if I have enough time to play. And so my bet amount is the max is 50.
Yeah, max is 50. We want to encourage everyone to play, not just you alone, because if you do happen to bet the entire liquidity of the contract, you might make everyone else, not play. So yeah, we're actually encouraging everyone to actually play the whole thing.
You would rather play with the fit. It's okay if I do the max.
Yeah, it's totally okay. Totally okay. Yeah, you can actually do 50.
All right. So just approving the transaction. I mean, why not? It's faucet money anyway, right? Like
it's faucet money anyway.
All right. So I click one of these.
Yeah, you click one of these. If you don't want to play for that box, you can actually hit the skip button, and then you can head over to the next row, and
All right. So over here, if I have to play at least 2, is that what it is?
Yeah. You have to play one more. So when you play one more, and then it allows you to actually cash out.
Oh no.
But the beauty now is you still have 1 life, so you can still cash out even though you hit a
cash out right now. But
now, you can cash out.
And now it's so it gets to be one less. Is there only 1 mine in there? Is there multiple mines?
They can't be multiple mine. They can be 1 mine. You can never know for sure. So yeah.
I think I'm gonna press my luck. Let's see. What do I want to do? I've had luck with the ends so far, so let me. All right.
Ooh, okay. I see you.
Now I'm gonna.
That is
let's see. I'm gonna.
Normally.
Go ahead.
Normally, I chicken out on road 3.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. Normally, I chicken out on road 3.
So in my 100 to 110 stacks on the line, I'd probably cash out too. But we're testing it out. Let's keep going. I'm gonna take the middle. Oh man.
Ooh, okay.
All right, let's see. Let's take the end over here. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
I'm lucky.
Oh wow.
I'm just a lucky guy. It's true. Especially when there's nothing real riding on it. Super lucky. Let me all right. Hey! Oh my god, I can keep going?
Okay. Wow, it's going. Okay.
Keeps
Wow.
going. Is that how it goes? It keeps going. How far does it go?
Yeah, it keeps going to I think it's the max you can go it's row 25, 23, 25. Yeah.
Oh man, all right. We're not gonna go to 25, but I'll try to get to 10. Let me see if I can get to 10.
Okay. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh.
See, that's what happens when you press your luck, fam. That's what happens.
Yeah.
But man, honestly, that is fun doing. It's especially fun doing live with people, right? That's the
true.
experience
So
we've had with games so far.
yeah, true. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. I'm sure people, content creators like Tindley could actually have a go as well.
Well, we should definitely
spend
have
some money. Yeah.
Tinderly's part of the DeOrganized team. He's welcome to come on. He was on a little bit. I actually caught him hanging out, lurking in the channel a little while ago. So I surprised him. I turned on his screen and I said hi, and I asked him. He's doing some kind of stream project today with. He's just teaching some girls some stuff about crypto. But but he's billing it as he's having a sleepover with so I was about that a little bit, but he's a good kid. I like the dude.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but we'll definitely I'll do a session maybe when I get back from Buenos Aires, because I'm not going to be on the show for a couple of days. I'm going to Dev. They're sending me to Dev Connect. They want me to network and try to build some business for the ecosystem, which I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But this is really fun, man. I love the game. Can't wait to see it iterate further. I probably won't be as bold when there's real stacks on the line, but it's definitely fun to do. And you could actually you might even be able to get an audience participation thing where people can make bets on it, like predictions as to how some is and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that we might actually do as like a branch, apart from Sweeper as a whole, maybe to create a DApp that allows tournament bets. So if a certain player wins, anyone who plays the bet and for that person actually gets to win. So it's still in the pipeline. I think I had already created something, just the proof of concept, if you will, for that as well.
I like it, man. Good stuff. Well done. This absolutely, if you need me to, I'll happily chat with Hattie and make sure he knows that this was all set. Satisfies the demonstration as far as I'm concerned, as a steward, but not the steward in your track. I hope that satisfies your milestone one. Looking forward to more. Feel free to come on anytime, by the way, man. We love having devs come on and stuff. It doesn't have to be just when you're ready with your milestone. You just want to show us something, you want to come on and chat, feel free to reach out. We'll happily cover your stuff again, man.
No, awesome. Thank you for having me, though. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, man. Looking forward to more. You have a great rest of your day, and thanks for being flexible and doing this in the middle of the day, unplanned. This was unscheduled, guys, by the way. He was not
so unscheduled, yeah.
But he did it anyway, and we got it done.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Dream Chasers. Guys, if you're not following at Dream Chasers, it's with a Z, right?
Yeah.
On X. And is there an X account for Sweeper yet?
Yeah, there is an account for Sweeper. I think it's Sweeper_STX.
All right, let me actually get that on the screen real quick too.
Let me triple check. Let me make sure it is. It's Sweeper_STX. O caps. Yeah, that one.
Oh, I'm not following yet. All right, now I am. All right, check them out. Make sure you get it's Sweeper_STX right here. Make sure you go check them out. They're building games, real games with real crypto on stacks. That means on Bitcoin, my friends. Games on Bitcoin with Sweeper. Man, thank you for joining. I appreciate your time today, and we look forward to more from you.
No, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, man. Awesome stuff. I'm really glad. I'm glad we did this. I'm glad we figured out a way to get this on and be stable with it. So
I'm glad you're actually excited as well for the project. Wow, it means a lot. It means a lot.
Oh man, I love people. I know it takes work to do this stuff. I know what it takes.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. It's not easy.
No, it's not.
Putting yourself out there, showing people when it's not quite ready. Like it takes some work. So good for you, man. Keep up the good work. Looking more forward to more from you, and really appreciate you doing this today. And thank you guys for watching. We're going to go back to our regularly unscheduled programming, and we'll be back. We'll be back later.
Yeah.
And make sure you follow Dream Chasers on X and Sweeper_STX. Thank you guys for checking us out today. Yeah, we're off screen. All right, let me bring on our guest. We got Dano Ferrin in the house. Dano, what's up, man? Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I'll give you a brief introduction, and then I'm going to let you tell us all about whatever you want to talk about. I don't know a whole lot other than I met Dano down in Buenos Aires a couple weeks back. He was giving a talk about quantum resistance, which is a serious issue that I think not enough people are taking seriously enough. And then in my little bit of research, after I chatted with him then about coming on the show, I did a little bit of research, which oftentimes I do no research because I want everything to be authentic when you're talking to me. But when I was doing just kind of find out how to best present him, it seems like Dano's an OG developer in crypto and a bunch of projects. He's been around the block a little bit. He knows what he's talking about. So I'm super excited to have him here today to share his wealth of knowledge. With that, Dano, tell us about yourself. What's the most important parts of your background? Because there was too much for me to pin.
Yeah, I've been around for quite a while. I'd say I'm early. I'm not OG, but I'm really early in some of this stuff. Before this crypto stuff, I had a previous life as a desktop developer in Java. And that's really kind of what got me into Bitcoin. I was working on, there's this thing called graph analysis where you take, dots and lines and you connect them together. And there's really fancy algorithms from this one company that I wanted to try and use to lay it out cool. Because there's this new framework called JavaFX. It was entertaining tech for me, but I needed some real data to lay out some of these graphs. And that's about the time that Bitcoin hit its $1,000 hit. And so I started reading up on some of the Bitcoin libraries and said, you know what, UTXOs, there's these acyclic directed graphs that I want to kind of render on this graph algorithm that I've been working on. I wanted to see what it looks like. And that really just started my descent down to the rabbit hole. I generated it for a Coinbase hackathon. I used that as a forcing function to get me to finish to build something. So I built a little program where you could graph your UTXOs. I briefly thought about building a forensics company around it, but I just don't have the government contracts. And having been on both sides of the forensics bit, it's kind of creepy. It's not too comfortable. So I sold it off to someone for a chump change. And then I spent nearly 3 years at Google thinking, you know what, if I work at Google, I can get this blockchain stuff out of my system. Didn't work. At Google, every few years, you kind of switch, unless you're going, super staff engineer and you're going to be committed to this feature for life. Every few years, you tend to switch groups. And it was about the time that I started to need to switch groups because we had shipped our products that we needed to do. And that's when a recruiter Consensus called me up and said, hey, do you want to work on a Ethereum client? It's written in Java. And I've been following it the entire time I was at Google. And I'm like, yes, I do. So it wasn't too much of a hard sell to get me to work at Consensus. I started working there. The client I was working on, this was before it was called Hyperledger Besu. It was called Pantheon. And the idea was it was going to be an enterprise Ethereum client. And at the time, that was a great idea that needed to be explored. And we needed to figure out exactly what was going on with it. So we spent a lot of time. We brought Besu up to, we named it eventually to Hyperledger Besu because Pantheon, the name was taken by some other project. And we joined the Hyperledger project, got it up to active status, got Hyperledger Besu up to fully functional, fully performant mainnet basis. And about that time is when COVID crash hit. So I had been working on some deep database layer stuff, trying to improve the speed of our performance to build this bonsai tree thing. I'm working on that database. It's running in COVID. Kind of burnt me out, and there are some changes going on in consensus, and I'm like, this isn't quite my vibe. So I spent a few months at Reddit. They had an idea they were working on. Community Point, some of you older people may remember that, where they're going to take all of their Reddit karma and move it on chain. There were scaling problems at the time, like just about every crypto project. But I think the bigger problem that Reddit had at that time was they were in the process of going public. So anything that had just the whiff of legal problems got the kibosh really quick, because what was more important was that Reddit survive and go public. And that was totally the right business decision. So it was kind of a rough stay there. And then I switched over and I worked at Hedera. I spent almost 3 years there at Hedera as well, and upgraded their EVM. They had a really old version of EVM. Their focus wasn't really EVM. They had this really fancy consensus algorithm called Hashgraph that's leaderless. You don't need it's not like you need to have one person in BFT, everyone build it together. There's some really fancy math behind it, but what they needed was to improve their smart contract system. And being in Java, I worked on Java and Besu, spent time improving the EVM there, and bringing it up to standard, bringing it up to snuff, and bringing features where I could integrate their native token system to where they could then do DeFi on Hedera with native Hedera tokens. So that was my major contribution there. And then I took about a 2-year detour, part-time at Hedera, part-time on my own, trying to get this feature called EOF finished. People may have heard about that. It went the distance. It's one of those features. I think Ethereum development and research is a problem sometimes. Features kind of languish, and they don't know if they're going to ship or if they're going to get killed. So when I started working on EOF, I thought it was going to solve a lot of key problems at Hedera. And then I saw that it was really pointing to some key problems at Ethereum, as far as the governance. And so I made a commitment when I left Hedera. I'm going to spend the rest of the year on this, and I'm going to bring clarity to EOF. It's either going to be shipped or it's going to be killed. And that actually leaked into 2025 because it was in the process of being shipped, but ultimately it wound up getting killed. And I'm fine with that. And my goal was to bring clarity to it, and I think it helped Ethereum in its process of figuring out what it's trying to do. So after that, after I worked on EOF, I started looking for other things that I wanted to work on. I was briefly in a prototyping group at the Ethereum Foundation, but eventually I got contacted by Ron from Tectonic, and Tectonic is working on we're in stealth, so I'm only going to reference what we have on our webpage. Quantum secure defense tech. Working on quantum cryptography, learning a lot about the quantum threat. And this is some very important stuff that we're doing. I really want to talk about it once we go public, some of the stuff I'm working on. But quantum's really been the next rabbit hole I've been going down. There's a lot of great opportunities for it, and there's also, more importantly, some important things we need to do before we really chase the brass ring and try and do all the real fancy stuff with quantum. Probably the top level line is that quantum is on track to basically destroy elliptic curve cryptography in all ways, shapes, and forms that it's used. It's kind of scary when you think about it. So,
and it's only a matter of time, by the way, right? I mean, it's definitely happening. The only variable is when, and if it happens sooner than we expect, it's going to be it'll be catastrophic for crypto.
Right. And so, like all things quantum, there's not much certainty when it's going to ship. It forms like this bell curve. So a couple of weeks ago, one of the I think it was Scott Aronson was his name. Someone who's been in the crypto industry for a long time, not the crypto, the quantum field for a long time. And he kind of has a reputation as a timeline skeptic. Says, hey, yeah, this quantum stuff is cool and awesome and everything, but it's going to take forever to ship. We don't have the technology. A few weeks ago, he combined his change of position in a joke. He was kind of making a joke that, we don't know if there's going to be presidential elections next. So he said that we're going to have a computer implementing Shor's algorithm before the next presidential election. And he kind of hedged that and said, yeah, 2028. And that got a lot of people talking. Now, a couple of things, put some caveats in what he was saying. If we have a quantum computer that runs Shor's algorithm and it factors the number 15, that meets the standard. But even that is a huge milestone. Because the quantum computing, it was an idea that came up in the early 80s of a new way to do computation, to use quantum mechanics and all the weird fancy stuff about how quantum mechanics work together. But it took about 10 years before someone figured out an algorithm that would actually use quantum mechanics to be useful rather than being an academic curiosity. And that was Peter Shor, and he came up with Shor's algorithm. And it solves a rather difficult cryptography problem, which is how do you factor large numbers? RSA at the time that he invented this was the number one cryptography, public key encryption cryptography. And all cryptography depends on algorithms where there's an easy part and there's a hard part. And the easy part is what you do to encrypt it, and to break the encryption is the hard part. You want it to be really, really hard, as in age of the universe, heat death of the universe hard to run backwards. So you want these algorithms that run forwards quickly and run backwards really slowly. And that's what makes it cryptographic. And so in this particular case, it was factoring large numbers. And factoring a really large number to primes can be really, really difficult, like 4,000 bits is like the typical high end that they're using for some of this stuff. So Shor's algorithm can actually solve that if you have enough of these mystical things called qubits lined up together. It can solve it in an instant. Everything will just go in harmonic. It'll figure out and reinforce the correct answers, cancel out the wrong answers, and you'll get that answer. The problem is this technology didn't exist in the 90s, still doesn't quite exist today. So that's been on the radar for a lot of people. So when elliptic curve cryptography started forming and they realized that the cryptographic hard part that they were depending upon there, the discrete log problem, the thing that you run backwards is difficult, it also depended upon, it could also be cracked by Shor's algorithm. So when this came in, a lot of the cryptographers were always kind of, keeping it at a distance. And some people were making fun of them. It's like, oh no, quantum computers will never happen. And some of them are like, yeah, they will. It's a matter of time. So that brings us to one of the early quantum scientists, Dr. Michel Mosca, came up with an inequality: x plus y is greater than z. X is how long it takes to in the concept of post-quantum cryptography, and in the concept of remediations against the quantum threat. He came up with the equation x plus y is greater than z. X would be how long it takes to deploy your countermeasures for the quantum threat. How long it takes to get your post-quantum cryptography in position in all the systems you need it. Y, and the way he framed it, is how long do you need to keep your secrets. And then Z is when will a cryptographically relevant quantum computer show up. So this is a rather forward-thinking thought to be had back in the 90s, early 2000s, about when we need to worry about quantum computers. And the math kind of scared people in the mid-teens. So the amount of time the time it's going to take to deploy new cryptography, about 10 years. And if you need to keep something secret for 30 years, which for some Defense Department standards is exactly the right amount of time to keep things secret, if not forever, and you realize that you're going to have a quantum computer by 2050, we're going to backwards, and by 2010, we were already in trouble. We weren't going to be able to keep our secrets as long as we needed to do. If someone got the encrypted data streams with all our secrets, they'd be able to run it backwards before we needed to keep it secret. So in 2016, NIST launched a process to establish post-quantum cryptography standards. And that resulted in about 22. They ran through several rounds, and they came up with a few winners. Dilithium, Falcon, and Kyber were the three winners that came out of that. And a fourth one, a hashing algorithm that is standardized as SHLDSA. Dilithium got standardized as MLDSA. Kyber is MLKEM. And Falcon still hasn't been standardized yet. But those are the three cryptographic things that started showing up around 2022, and that's when people really started getting excited about post-quantum cryptography. Algorand's already got it built into their state proofing, and if you know the right stuff to run, you can actually do your transactions with Falcon on Algorand, which is kind of interesting. They're the first blockchain to actually ship a user-facing account that can be verified with a post-quantum signature. So that's kind of where we are today. And when I look at quantum, I look at Mosca's algorithm a bit differently. I look at instead of the time to implement and the time we need to keep secrets, because in top secret stuff, it's harvest now, decrypt later. You take your data streams that are giving you the public, you just store them until you have the quantum computer to decrypt them and read them. It's a bit different in crypto because you need to keep your keys, your authority to act. So as long as you need to hold your coins and act on them, I call that the diffusion. So it's time to implement plus diffusion. If that's greater than when quantum computers are going to show up, you're going to lose your money. So that's the approach that I'm taking when I look at crypto in this area. There's a lot of different uses for post-quantum technology, that's the area I'm most familiar with, and that's my particular area of practice within Tectonic as cryptocurrencies. It's not the only thing that we do there. But as far as cryptocurrencies, the issue there has to do with how long is it going to take for these post-quantum signatures to diffuse across the ecosystem. And that was part of my talk at Bitcoin Builders in Buenos Aires, where I brought up that this is where the real threat to Bitcoin comes from. So we have these computers that might show up as early as 2028. I'm more of the camp that they're going to show up and possibly be useful in 2033 or later. They're going to be room size. It's going to take a month to decrypt your key. They're going to be more interested in trying to figure out where submarines are before they start trying to crack people's cryptocurrency coins, but you never know. Performance always gets better. A lot of people are kind of surprised at how quickly that people like Google and IBM have addressed issues related to the error corrections. They've attacked that problem much quicker than they thought they were going to get to, which is what's spooking a lot of people for when these computers are going to show up. They're using techniques that I don't really understand involving things called qubits, logical qubits, decoherence. But the short answer is they can run these quantum calculations instead of in an instant. They can run it in a month to get the answers to crack these things. So the impact there comes in when you have your keys, your quantum keys, your keys that are subject to quantum attack. How does that affect a cryptocurrency ecosystem? And I think Bitcoin and Ethereum are the top two, and they have two very distinctly different ways that I think they're going to go about it in the next 5 to 7 years to address this threat. Bitcoin is famous for not changing things unless they absolutely have. In that case, to persuade people that they absolutely have to change this is going to take a lot longer. But then you also got. Go ahead.
That's the conundrum, right? How do we? Until once the threat becomes apparently absolutely have to, it's too late.
Yeah.
So how do you convince these guys? We got core versus knots right now arguing, and so how do we get them?
It's 2 days before the day after tomorrow. Remember from South Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
welcome, Michael, Dano, Michael.
So, Dano, it sounds like there is a countdown to someone breaking into Satoshi's original Bitcoin, broadly speaking. And it could be as early as 2028. And by the way, when someone has a quantum computer and can do this, they're not going to say, hey guys, look what we built. They're just going to have it and then kind of abscond with the money as and when they choose the timing of.
So the good guys will brag about it in a scientific paper. That's not who we're worried about.
Right.
Yeah, it's the people who don't publish that we're really worried about. What I want to ask is, there's a difference between what's happening in quantum and reality and what's happening in journalism and white papers and papers used for funding. From what I understand, the major players here are players like IBM, Google, and Fujitsu, for people who actually want to take advantage of their algorithms. Is that broadly true? Or are there other players I don't know about?
So there's an entire quantum industry that I'm learning about. Quantinuum's announcing a chip today that I'm going to tune into their live stream and figure out. They're a company based
Blue
here in
Wave
Colorado.
was there as well, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Wave. There's a lot of smaller companies that are producing these devices. So one argument that people might make that these are only going to be, these are going to be Defense Department computers no one's ever going to get access to. That's not the case. There's companies building billions of dollars to make these available to stock traders and people who want to forecast weather. So the retail distribution of these quantum computers is presumed. They're going to be out there. You can't just presume that it's like a nuclear secret and no one's ever going to use it. So that's one part of it.
I shared a link in the chat to one such ecosystem out of Switzerland called QAI-Ventures. And so there are entire ecosystems with capital looking to be the ecosystem in this space, because this is the level of investment at sovereign wealth, is it not? To actually do this?
Right now, probably. What is needed right now is basic level engineering. I think so. When Scott Aronson's epiphany, one of the things that he said was that there doesn't need to be more breakthroughs. It's just engineering work. to grind this down and make sure we can get performance fast enough.
Sorry, does that
So
mean
that's
that
the
this
thing.
needs to be open source in order to really happen fast? What do you think about that argument?
So that's wow. That's an angle I really hadn't thought of before, because some of these computers, without a doubt, are going to have patents. There's going to be huge patents on some of these, and that's going to slow things down for open sourcing.
Right, but if you look at how Linux worked, Linux became the most secure kernel on the planet precisely because of how they developed it. If you look at what Jim Keller's doing with TensorTorrent and betting on RISC-V, they're betting on open standards beating the closed patent standards. That's why I say, you believe that for this to really move forward, it needs to be engineered in an open source way to take advantage of the speed and resilience that Linux and Ubuntu have and everyone else.
So there's a couple of parts of the industry that are going to impact this. I don't know much about the actual physical quantum computers. I'm more tuned into my particular line of work into post-quantum cryptography. And those, I think, are done without open requirement. NIST, if you're going to get your algorithm approved by the NIST to be used across defense systems everywhere, you have to sign an agreement that you're going to have a royalty-free license to distribute and share it.
Right.
And because of this, royalty-free, no cost, no charge, everyone can just build it and write it. People can come in and implement these algorithms, and they can get really solid algorithms. And that's honestly, the few times I've been involved.
Sorry, can you explain to the audience the significance of NIST? NIST, I think, is a big player here. Sorry.
The National Institute of Standards and Technology is an American department, and their responsibility is to set standards for things like weights, measures, time. To have the atomic clock was developed up here in Boulder, Colorado, near where I live. Just things like that make society regulated and standard. So we know a mile is this long, a kilogram is this much, and so they standardize also things like cryptography, like SHA-3. This is the definition of SHA-3. This is how you use it. This is SHA-2. And they've defined a whole lot of things. And some of the things they publish are FIPS, which is Federal Information Standards Practices. I don't know what the FIPS stands for. But what it really means is if you're going to work with a government system, this is the published standard of what you need to do. And this is the standard of what it looks like. So these cryptography algorithms that they brought through, they're in the process of trying to bring more through. These are standards, FIPS standards. And this is the way that you do it. This is a clear definition. And by making them required to be royalty-free, patent-free, unencumbered, it allows a whole ecosystem of these libraries to be written, and they become stronger. The few times I've been involved in trying to get encryption precompiles through on the Ethereum network, one of the concerns coming through testing is what's the quality of the particular library we're using. And what we found is the more standardized it is, the more people that use it, the more there's a spec and utility, the stronger those particular libraries are, the more resistant they are to things like crashing and side channel attacks. And so you make it open source and free and available, and you make everyone use it. And if I come up with an improvement, like there was a patent that used to cover SECP 256K1, where there was like a 40% speed up that came just from that. So when that patent expired, Bitcoin Core immediately put it in their code. Everyone started using it, and everyone's using that code, and things just got better. So when things are uncovered and open to everyone to build it, and everyone can share their secrets, and there's the spirit and the intent that I've done an improvement. If you think it's valuable, please you use it too. You integrate it in your software, and I'll integrate yours. That sort of working together and builds a much stronger lattice, because everyone's out there trying to. Yep. Iron sharpens iron. So the open source technology and the post-quantum cryptography, I think, is really going to be valuable. The problem with quantum technology is there's clearly and definitely money to be made. And that's where things get difficult in open sourcing, like, say, a standard quantum computer. And that gets into more complications, because there's more than one way to build a quantum computer. You could use optics, you could use trapped ions, you could use superconducting, because these qubits are not necessarily a physical phenomenon. There's just ways that you express it and get the math going with these. So it's tricky there. But
can you say that part again and maybe explain these quantum qubits are not necessarily, these are just conceptions, not necessarily what's happening physically, so to speak?
Right. So The theory of what we call classical computation resolves on bits. Bits have two states, true or false. And you put them together, you put 8 of them together with these true to false states, you can represent a number between 0 and 256. And all our computers are based upon these classical bits that are either true or false. They're either on or off. You switch logic based on this. It's clear, it's defined, there is no ambiguity in it. Qubits have essentially 3 states. There is 0, 1, and then there's a superposition. And even the superposition is multiple states within that. Because in that superposition, you got to say how close it is to 0 and 1. You need to know what the phase is. Some of these states involve complex numbers. Huh?
Is that the qubit trilemma where you have on, off, and both on and off?
Yeah, in a superposition. And to call it superposition is to paper over a whole lot of the complexity that makes quantum mechanics work in quantum computation.
So the language we use isn't necessarily a reflecting of what's happening at a scientific level. These are just abstractions we use in settings like this. Gotcha.
Right. So the superposition covers a whole lot of fancy stuff of how the entanglement works and how these qubits interact with each other. So the idea is if you make these, and there's another complex thing with quantum mechanics. In the superposition state, you never observe the superposition state. When you measure it, it collapses either to 0 or 1 based on some probabilistic function of the superposition. So it's like you got this bell curve that's in multiple complex expressions and phases, and it's people get PhDs on this stuff. It's that complex. It's so powerful.
You're kind of describing like there's 2 points and a sine curve between the two, but every time we look, we only see the result of one of the 2 points, not the sine curve that actually is there.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
this
this is exactly that.
But thank you. This is very interesting. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh no, it's great. It's great to dive into this. And it's not just a sine curve. It could be any curve. The shape of the probability is actually what makes it work.
The topography.
Yeah. So there's ways to get these qubits to interact and sometimes they entangle, sometimes they don't, but they interact with each other. And so you get these probability curves and you superimpose all of them. And what happens is the correct answers get magnified and the incorrect answers get canceled. So that's why when you get 3,000 of these working together, you can suddenly just shake out a 256-bit encryption key for RSA or ECDS.
It's kind of like a decision tree that gets pruned in the end.
Right, except it's really fancy math and it's really hard to grok.
Gotcha.
But the math proves that it shakes out in the end. I mean, this is like if quantum mechanics is to calculus as calculus is to arithmetic. It's probably the way I would take an approach to it. I don't really understand much of the quantum mechanics. So,
say that one more time. Those levels.
There's arithmetic, there's calculus, and then there's quantum mechanics, and like the levels of logic to go in there and abstraction. It's not something that I understand. I think the math I topped out in engineering school was differential equations, and even that made me scratch my head. It's like, how on earth is this working? But
I'm still trying to understand what a partial differential is, and I'm learning category theory right now. So yeah, I feel like
I never made it to category theory.
I'm struggling my way through the monad and other Leibniz's ideas.
Yeah. But what's interesting, I mean, talk about math. I learned all this advanced calculus, and I think I actually have used some advanced math. I actually had to use linear equations to do a 3D transformation, a pinch and zoom transformation. So like the one class that I thought I would never use, that I thought it was boring, that I hated the teacher in college, was the one class that I actually needed professionally. I never had to use calculus in software work.
Is it because of the consistent scaling? It's the rate of change is what a pinch zoom is.
It's the 3x3 matrix. So you do, and in that you can say what the tilt is, what the focus point is, and what the zoom is.
It's a 3D object, not a flat thing. It's not 2D. It's really 3D.
It's 2D. It's 2D, but you need a 3x3 matrix because of the way the math works. And I guess probably a good example of the quantum mechanics. Even though we see the 1 and the 0, there's hidden variables that very much impact and influence the way the mechanics work, even though we only ever observe a 0 or a 1 when we measure it.
Which brings in
the magic.
Which brings in this whole idea of sometimes the truths that we think are truths are simply truths from the perspective of one of a myriad of observers.
Right. And that's the thing, is like sometimes when you observe these systems, you might think it's the exact same state. and they'll collapse to something different. So it's the measurements destroys a lot of the data. Yeah, and in fact, that property, that property where you observe it and it resolves one way or the other and destroys the information. This is some of the more exciting stuff of quantum mechanics that is like 5-10 years off before we could actually use it. But you use that feature of the state being destroyed and a measurement happening, and you can create a cryptographic key with quantum technology and classical technology, so that you can create a signature that I can prove that I've signed once and I can never sign again. So this is called a one-shot signature. One of our advisors submitted a paper of the year in Crypto 2025 on that.
Wow.
About one-shot signatures.
What's one-shot signatures?
His name's on our website, Omri.
Omri, okay.
Yeah, I only know first names. All their names are first names. Omri Shmuley.
Okay. The reason I ask all of this is because I've had the opportunity to talk to 2 people that have graduated with masters from Cambridge from my travels to Buenos Aires and San Francisco and whatnot. So I've talked to them about this and what Fujitsu's doing and the difference between journalism and actual production ready systems. And the last thing I would say is I understand there's a gulf between the qubits we can operationalize today and the qubits we need to operationalize this and manifest reality. And a lot of people are debating on how quickly we're going to get to this gulf of the qubits we need. Is that broadly right?
Yeah, that's probably right. There's people who think that we're just going to hammer right through this and we're going to figure it all out by 2028. And then there's people that think, this is going to take us to 2040. It's harder than it looks.
Correct.
So that's why there's like a range of estimates that we don't know when quantum computers are going to run. Because we're not actually putting 3,000 qubits and entangling them. That's something that's beyond our ability. We're entangling like 2 or 3 qubits together, and we're running like millions of these with like 9 digits of error correction on it. And from that, we're estimating what, from these gate operations, what the full qubit farm would have looked like if it would have shaken out. There's still a lot of classical computing that goes along with this quantum computing.
So you're saying that we're limited by the amount of decimals we have with the mantissa that we're currently using?
No, that's the error correction rate. We need we need some like millions and billions percentage of correctness. We need to be correct that much of the time. We need to have an error like 1 out of 1 quadrillion measurements. We can have an error for this to work is kind of what we're saying. And that I think is where most of the advances from what I've been reading. I'm not a PhD, I'm not deep into it. I just really got into quantum a few months ago, but all the papers I've been reading is a lot of the advancements and a lot of the excitement comes around this improvements in the error correction rate. So that is what some people thought the hurdle was going to be.
So the Thomas Edison light bulb moment is reducing the amount of errors that these algorithms produce in their solutions,
right? And doing it at scale. Yeah, and one of the critics papers that I read, they said, great, we can do this, but the number of qubits you're going to need, is that going to fit on a chip that you can cool? Because you've seen these quantum computers are these chandeliers. The chip's actually at the bottom. It's fancy cooling stuff to bring the bottom flare down nearly to absolute zero. And the number of qubits that they think they're going to need to solve some of these in a reasonable time, can we get that many on that chip that we bring to zero? So these are, there's no real scientific breakthroughs needed. It's all engineering for how do we get that chip bigger? How do we get more qubits onto that chip? How do we get more chips cooler and get them to interact? These are, that's I think where the real vibe shift has happened is people realize it's purely an engineering problem now, a really hard engineering problem, but an engineering problem.
Nonetheless,
this could be 2 to 3 years away where they realize this, though.
Right, it could be 2 to 3 years.
It could be as early as 2028. So the question I have is, do we really have the solutions available and the capacity to implement them between now and then to avoid the worst case scenario?
It's the willpower, isn't it?
Yeah, so we have the solution for Bitcoin. It's called BIP 360. They post a new thing, post a quant secure hash. I can't remember what Hunter B's called it, but you basically take these NIST algorithms and you make them eligible to do public key signing. I think MLDSA and SHLDSA are the standardized ones that would go in the spec, and that's what would go into Bitcoin. There's also some talk about some of the hash-based signatures of looking at standardizing. But if we needed to flip it on today, we could easily get those written and integrated into the next version of Bitcoin. But writing the PR is the easy part.
Does it automatically change everybody's wallet addresses? So it's not it's a big problem, because you got to get, how do you get Satoshi's wallet to not be exposed? Because it's exposed now.
Right.
So you essentially have to transfer all of those funds to a new wallet address.
Right. And that's where the where my phrasing of Moscow's inequality is the time to implement plus the diffusion across the ecosystem. How many people are going to move their coins to a quantum secure address? And as he pointed out, some of them might never, because it's based on some accounts, Satoshi has lost the keys to those, or if he hasn't lost them, he's letting that rumor spread around quite a bit, assuming Satoshi's still with us.
Because of the Shamir stuff, yeah.
Still around.
Yeah.
So
and
that's
these keys, go ahead.
That's why I say in the beginning, there is now a countdown to who's going to abscond with Satoshi's money.
Right. Or there could be a governance breakthrough, and another option, one is to see who's going to steal the money and just say code is law. But another option is to set a date, set a red flag date, and after this date, all Bitcoin nodes are going to disrespect ECDSA signatures. You're never going to see another ECDSA signature on chain, and that will effectively burn Satoshi's coins and burn everyone's coins who hasn't brought them forward. So that's why it's controversial. But if you set this date like 4 or 5 years in advance, it should be enough warning for people to move them if they want to keep them, or if they want to burn it.
Software companies do that when they say, look, we're sunsetting support on Oracle 8.11, so we have to move to 9.I by 2027.
Right.
Well, it's the only way I see to secure the network. Otherwise, because if the Satoshi wallets get drained, that's going to have a huge detrimental effect on the entire network because of the price impact. It just won't, so it has to be. There's no other way around it, is there?
It depends on who gets the coins. So there's the possibility that has not been completely disproven is that Satoshi has his addresses, he has his keys, and he'll just move them. That's like the absolute best case scenario. But there's a lot of people and there's a lot of credible reasons to believe that those keys are gone and never going to be retrieved. And I could see him burning it for the good of the network, thinking that this will never be a problem, and never thinking that quantum computers would actually be relevant in time to crash the system. But when he was doing stuff out to 2198 to say how long the curve was the payouts was gonna come, you surely would have to think that he was thinking longer term with that. I don't think he would burn the keys intentionally. But he could have lost them in a server upgrade.
It's it'll be curious to see how this goes, but because of the worst case scenario prediction, it seems like this is really an imminent problem that we need to get resolved sooner than later.
Yeah, it's something that needs to have a discussion. So as far as the deadline, quantumdoomclock.com, that's run by some people at Quip Network, who's running a wallet that's kind of one of our competitors, kind of not. We're still trying to figure out the field. But quantumdoomclock.com tracks what the earliest credible date would be. But that's just the earliest possibility that it could show up. I personally am in the camp that this is going to happen after 2030. But we need to prepare for the disaster scenario of what happens if it happens earlier. It could happen in 28. You can't discount that. But I do think that we have 5 years to figure this out instead of flag date. Yeah, so that's I think that's the earliest credible time that this could happen. Now, there's also and the way it's phrased, it's cryptographically relevant. So we may have something that could factor the number 15, but the question is, can it factor Ethereum addresses 0? Well, that's behind hash. But could it factor some of these other addresses that were meant to be single-use keys? That's going to be the real question. And can they steal Satoshi's keys? And we need to get the value I see in pushing this is to get us to do the first part, which is to get what is possible before we spend our time on the diffusion step, the hybrid step, where both post-quantum and elliptic curve cryptography is still in use, and we can encourage people to do an orderly and deliberate move over to it. Now, one of the problems with these post-quantum keys is they're large. They're like, the smallest signature is Falcon at 666 bytes, and that comes with an 897 byte public key. So you got like 1,500 bytes that you got to store for a Falcon signature. For MLDSA, I think it's 3,700 bytes on that order. So the arguments and concerns that the Bitcoin crew are having relating to the size of the chain and the stuff that they're putting in these inscriptions and all that is just going to be magnified in this debate, because these signatures are going to take up more space. Bitcoin needs more space for these post-quantum signatures, but at the same time, they're having, you know, all sorts of concerns about putting junk data on there. But we need more data. This probably isn't going to land in the main chain. This is going to be on the witness that's going to land, but still, the witness is getting large, and they want to limit the size of the witness.
Very interesting. So it's a problem. There's a lot of people that know that there's a problem. There is a solution, but who do we need to scare the shit out of to get them to really to make this happen? That's really, I think, the bottom line.
So I think the right people are already scared. You got the NAST that created the standards and started the standards process in 2016. You have the Department of Defense. Their standard communication says by 2030 you have to have post-quantum cryptography available and use those in all your suites. And in 2035 you can't use elliptic cryptography. The EU has a similar mandate, and that by 2030 you need to have a post-quantum solution deployed, and by 2035 you have to stop using your elliptic keys. And there's been indication that U.S. financial regulators are on a similar path. So any of these chains that have had real financial interest from traditional finance are going to start feeling that pressure to move over, or risk losing their TradFi customers and the people at retail who want to use it. And chains that are really interested in this, they will respond very well to this kind of pressure. But then you have, you know, some chains like Bitcoin and some of the Ethereum purists who say this is cypherpunk. We don't care. We're going to do what's right because of what's doing right, not because of what some regulator says. So it's going to be an interesting thing to watch, but I think some of the right pressure is coming from the right place, and the traditional finance is going to be forced to do this post-quantum migration, have it in place and usable by 2030, and ban elliptic curves by 2035, I think is the typical vibe that a lot of these regulators are going along. So the right people, I think, who have the power to use power to force this, I think are doing it, and it's just the communities where you need to congeal a community action are the ones that we really need to activate and get consolidated around this. And you know, Bitcoin's one example. We need to convince people that, you know, having these zombie coins suddenly liquidate in the market and be sold off is bad for the ecosystem, to overcome the people that are saying, well, basically we're setting a date that we're going to steal their coins and burn them. I mean, that's like, you know, this is the good old trolley problem. Do we ruin it for everyone, or do we burn a few people's coins? And that's classic. And the people whose coins could be burned could just as easily move their coins to a safe address, and they don't have to have them burned. This is the ethical dilemma that's going to rage through, and, you know, it's got potential to be as big as the block size wars. But honestly, I think it's just as existential a threat to Bitcoin as to what they're going to do with these lost coins when it comes time to activate a quantum computer that's cryptographically relevant.
It's a dilemma, but I mean, at the same time, you have to do what you have to do to protect the network, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe instead of burning those coins, maybe there's a way to put them into a fund that can help maybe support. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess you're getting into
maybe minor rewards, or I don't know.
Yeah, like something that actually helps the network rather than just burning them. I mean, burning them obviously helps everyone else that's holding, right? Because it increases the value of your coins. But I don't know that eliminating a huge percentage of the coins in the ecosystem is really that'll have other impacts too that we are maybe not just price impacts, you know.
Because I'm sure someone's going to pitch. People are concerned about the the schedule, the emission schedule for mining. And I'm sure somebody's going to make a serious pitch about this. Well, let's just, after that flag date, we steal all the coins and we put them back in mining. And so we change the curve of the mining so that the number of Bitcoins that are out there is still constant. And I don't think they're going to win, but I think there are some people who can be able to make a serious, legitimate argument that you should take those coins and return them to miners through mining and
just
supplement the mining.
Spend the mining. You can actually even just spend the sunset on mining rewards.
Right. You could extend it. You could bump it up. You could send it back 4 years. There's all sorts of things that you could do with it. But that's going to be one of the things I think they're ultimately going to lose with it. I think if I had to make a prediction, either they won't be locked out or they'll just be disrespected and they won't be able to be moved past a certain date. So they'll either be functionally burnt or they will be people transfer them out. That's what I think is going to happen. There's one possibility though that I think is unique, is the possibility of zero knowledge proofs. If you can have something else that you can prove it rather than simply the key, then you can use a zero knowledge proof to recover it. This is Ethereum's current emergency escape plan, is that they would have you submit a zero knowledge proof that you know your HD derivation key and that you can point to your address and you can produce the key from that, and you post a zero knowledge proof that you have the information to do that. So your 12, 18, 24 word seed phrase, that's your secret. And if you can prove your secret that it can produce the public key from that, then you can post a zero knowledge proof and you can move your funds to a new address. So something like that could also be an opportunity for Bitcoin. I mean, you kind of got that with pay to script hash.
So having the secret rather than the actual private key.
Right. But that only works if you generated your private key from like a HD wallet or some derivation seed. And it would only work for the derivation seeds that they have ZK proofs for.
So you're talking about not your average user having the capacity to do this. Oh man, this is a.
But your average user still has their keys, and the solution for them is simple: move your coins.
Right. Well, but even just communicating to people is a challenge sometimes. Dano, I could talk to you about this forever, man. It's really awesome stuff. We actually have a segment that we segue into usually about 10 minutes ago. We have the game master. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault listen, it's my show. We do it whatever I want to do it. And it was a great conversation. And I didn't prepare you for this. So we do a game show segment. You're absolutely welcome to stay. Do not feel obligated to stay. Super respectful of your time. But we are going to transition to a game segment where we have the game master come on. We do a Find2Earn thing where we utilize Google Maps, and we're sponsored by some of the Stacks meme tokens, and people have an opportunity to win. We'd love it if you did hang out to play, but I don't want you to feel obligated. But we'll be back with the Game Master in just a minute. Real quick, I want to everyone follow at Shemnon. Dano Farron knows what's up, and he's working at Tectonic XYZ. That's at Tectonic XYZ. And they also are trying to solve this big problem that we have coming up. So make sure you give them a follow. And Dano, what else? We'll have you on again, man. Sometime.
I have to say, I love your bio. And the McDonald's crew. Let's go, dude. Everybody's on the McDonald's.
Oh, you must know Hero Gamer.
You must know Hero.
It's that.
What's it say?
Hold on, don't put it down yet.
This is my badge from when I used to work at McDonald's.
Solid, dude. Let's go.
It's like faded out right here. This is legit. You got the little circles here that you would put your service awards, because I never stuck around long enough in the store to work at service awards.
Very solid, dude.
Stuff, man.
Never trust. Always verify.
Hero says you guys are buddies. Also, I wanted to just earlier in the chat, I didn't want to interrupt, but Hero said if we check out Hunter Beast's X account, he is the one that authored BIP 360. So there might be some more information there for you guys to grab. And we will have Dano on again for sure. Dano, awesome stuff. We're going to transition, guys. Stay tuned. We're going to go get into Find2Earn rounds momentarily after a quick word from our sponsor. We'll be right back, and the Game Master will be with us soon. All right, my friends. We have a great treat for you. Our good friend Phil and Mark from P Cafe Crew and called Eight is here to really excited to have him on. He's a friend of the show, a friend of mine. I love P Cafe Crew. I really appreciate it. Building on all those guys. So, I'm bringing him on right now. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning, good morning. How are you doing today? Can you hear me okay? Because I don't know, your audio's coming in a little weird for me.
My audio?
Yeah, it just sounds like quiet. Yeah.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah.
I was talking into the side of my microphone. That's
Yeah, I've been there. Don't worry.
it's only
How
our
you doing?
fourth show today.
I know you've been going. You don't even know where the microphone is anymore. You're still half awake.
I'm on my second pot of coffee, actually.
Yeah, I drink these things. My coffee spoon just keeps getting bigger every day. I notice I'm like getting a bigger spoon. It's gotten to the point where it's like a ladle now.
You need it, man. You know, and that's the trials and tribulations of being a founder, or in your case, a multi-founder. So, you know, we just gotta take the stimulus as we can.
Yep, honestly, I wish I didn't need it, but man, I'm always going. So but you know,
I got
it
bad
helps
news
when
for you. You're still a young man.
I know, that's the problem. I used to be able to, man, you know, when I first started, I would do 2 days on, 1 off. And when I say that, I mean, I would go 48 hours straight. I wouldn't sleep. And then I would take like a full 24 hours and sleep like 18 hours. And I would be so
Yeah, so your
productive.
day off isn't really a day off. It's like you're just sleeping.
Literally just sleeping.
But it's, you know, you might be a little bit more productive in that kind of.
I was though. That was the thing. You got into that, you know, flow state, and you have 48 hours of flow state, and you were like, "Wow, I have done, you know, a month's."
And you feel really good after.
Yeah.
You sleep well. That's why you're able to
Slept
sleep
like a
for 18 hours.
baby. Yep, exactly. And it was easier because like I'd be in college, there'd be 3 of us together, and we'd be all hyping each other up, and so that helps too when you got all the boys with you.
Very cool. Very cool. So, you know, we can actually talk about whatever you want to talk about. This is for you to let us know about anything. But I know dataing is kind of your baby right now. You've been putting a ton of time and effort and resources into that, and very cool stuff going on with it. I am part of the tester group, although I haven't had a chance to really dig into it for a little while. There's just so many things I'm got my hands in. I am in that DM group though, and I know you guys have been doing there's some interesting things going on there. So why don't you tell us tell us what dataing is, what the purpose is, or at least the upfront purpose. And I know that there's a couple of things that you're seeing it provides value in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, I mean, from a very high level, we're trying to create an AI that is purpose built to find people love and perpetuate love. So it fundamentally is supposed to understand you and then understand who you should meet and why and how you can maintain and improve those relationships in your life that bring value to your life. So it's kind of meant to prevent people from being lonely and sad and find them the people that they should be meeting that are going to make their lives better, but also help them understand those people so that the relationships that they do start can be as, you know, strong and stable as possible. And so it's been a process of, you know, firstly understanding who is someone, how can we understand who someone is from their digital footprint, from what they provide, from what they're willing to share with our AI. And then understanding, okay, based on all of these things, how can we understand who they should be with or who they're going to like or who they might want? And then once you have those two pieces, then you start to figure out, okay, now how do we make this relationship even better, knowing these two people and what they want fundamentally? How can we find things that they're going to enjoy and that are going to improve their lives? So it's like 3 major pieces there, and so we've been working on each one somewhat independently. It requires a lot of testing because you need just enough people going through it that you have enough of a sample size to understand what works and what doesn't. And it also takes time because relationships are different in the first few weeks than they are in the first month than they are when you're 6 years down the line, and now things are a little different and you're married and you're trying to figure out, you know, how to keep the spark alive when you have kids and other things. So there's a lot to it.
There's a lot to it, and people need all the help they can get, and you're sort of leveraging the modern data training capacity, or the way that we can use data in new ways to you're trying to train the AI on the available data and how to interpret it, what it actually means. You got to kind of figure out what people are looking for, and sometimes the data will tell you different people with different data are going to be looking for different things. So you're solving a big problem. We're at a point in time where the technology allows for this for the first time ever, really. You know, and
100%.
so very interesting how you're applying it, though.
And that's kind of how I got into it. So my last company, which we ended up selling to a crypto company, we did personal data monetization. So we allowed people to take back their data from all these companies that have been accumulating it on them just to, you know, place ads and target them. So everything from, you know, Facebook to Instagram to Twitter to Pinterest to Google and Microsoft and even Apple and these huge companies that when you look at the data they have on you, it is pretty insane. And all that data, you know, is meant to improve your life. They tell you, look, we're collecting this so we can improve your algorithm and show you more of the people you might want to meet or things you might want to do. And over time, they've done less and less of that and more just selling you stuff. And so the idea with that company was, you know, at least give it back to the user, and allow them to monetize it with those same people that these big companies are monetizing it with. And I think that was interesting because it was my first foray into the research world where you started to fundamentally understand, like, how do big companies make decisions? How do they understand what the average consumer wants and what they're like and how their lives are changing? And you start to realize they really don't know anything about it. They're mostly doing survey research. They're mostly just having bot farms respond to that survey research. So a lot of it is just garbage data. And so what we did was we took it straight from the source. Like, you are the best source of all that data because you can accumulate more of it on yourself than anyone can. But then the hard part is anonymizing it and securing it and making sure that people have full ownership of it, and then still being able to find those people when the opportunity arises that someone wants to work with them. And so it was interesting, and I think it's only going to become more and more of an industry as AI comes. So we are pretty early. Like Kled is doing this in crypto, and they love to say we're the first data monetization platform. It's like, no, dude, I did this 5 years ago. We had 10 times more users. It's been done, but it's been very hard to do because the buy side is not as fleshed out as most people think it is. These big companies, frankly, just don't have people who know how to analyze it. And that is the big thing that AI is going to change. Is now everyone has this tool and this research co-pilot that can take in all of this multi-source data and make sense with it and tell stories with it. And I mean, it was amazing to me that you could go to Target and Best Buy and these huge multinational corporations, and they didn't have anyone who's capable of doing that. So I think that's the shift here. But for us, what I realized is, yes, that's great for researchers, but it's also great for people trying to understand each other. If you could take in all this data and you can tell a story about someone and help understand who is this person, what's their life like, what is the mission that they're on, what are the things that they like, and how can that story, weave into my story and make something that I want to be a part of, I guess.
It seems like it has the potential to help people have more meaningful relationships, because they're being more rapidly lined up with people that line up with that will resonate with their personality, their goals, what they like, their person, they get along with them better. So it seems like it seems like the golden, relationships are really, at the end of the day, that's the most valuable thing we have, right? So
it's everything. I mean, and that's the crazy thing is most people wouldn't deny that. Most people, when you say like, what is the most important thing in life, most people would say it's the relationships you have, and yet there's so little like time and effort and brain power being put into solving this problem, and it's never been worse or harder to find those relationships. And so it's been a little discouraging seeing that it's so small of a part of the economy. When you look at VC capital that goes into this stuff, it's like the average crypto rug gets more than this entire industry raises in a year. But
it really is nuts when you look at it that way too, because VCs aren't looking to do anything altruistic necessarily. I mean, it's not in their nature. Their job is to make money on their money, so it's got to make money. And so that's another part of it that I know you're trying to work on solving.
I know you haven't been on the apps for a while, but it's like $100 a week for a lot of these apps now. So there is money in it. People are willing to spend the money to find.
Is it really that much for the dating apps now?
I'm not kidding you now. Yeah, it's like they are literally, if you don't get like the 3-month plan, which they'll take it down to $20 a week if you commit to 3 months, they'll charge you like $100, $200 for a month now on some of these, and that's for the cheaper ones. The more expensive ones, $1,200 some of them now for
I'm trying to remember. So my youngest just turned 14. She was born about just over a year and a half after I met my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And I had just broken up with my ex. She left me with 4 kids. I was 33 years old, so just wow. Slightly older than you.
Yeah.
And I had 4 kids. And by myself, I had custody of the kids. I had actually also just lost my job of like 8 years. It was 2010 was a rough year.
Yeah.
So I was devastated. My ex had moved out. I was not happy about the situation, and I actually was kind of broke. I had actually just got I had gotten let go, and then they challenged my ability to collect unemployment on my unemployment insurance because there was some shenanigans going on back then where they were routinely letting people go at the company I'd worked for, and then getting credits to hire people out of unemployment. So it was crazy. So I got my hearing. I got approved for my unemployment. So I got like 3 months of unemployment back pay. So I had some money.
Nice.
But just before that happened, I was so broke, my sister paid for my Match.com account.
Oh, wow.
That's how I met my wife. I married from Match.com. I think it was like $150 for the account or something.
Okay, yeah. Back in $2010, that's like $300 now.
Oh, easily, and probably more than that, actually.
Yeah.
But it was more than I could afford at the time. My sister paid for it for me. And I was really just, I didn't even know. I didn't even want to be on there. I just didn't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
And so the long and the short of it is I went on several dates, by the way. And I did it by being honest. Also, I explained I had 4 kids. I wasn't looking for anything serious. My wife and I, when we first went out on a date, she was just going through a divorce. She wasn't looking to do anything serious. We were not really trying to have a relationship. We were both just looking to go out and have a good time.
Yeah.
And we did. And I was successful several times before that, single for the first time in my adult life. It was an amazing experience. But then I met my wife, and that was it. That was the extent of my adult dating. It was a couple months of really nice, good times, meeting some people. But those apps back then worked. They worked then. They gave you exposure to a market. And so I highly encourage people that are I've heard nightmares about some of the apps that have been going around the last, I don't know, maybe decade, because I'm old, so I see things in a longer timeline now. but I think what you're working on actually gives people a lot more substance to start with. And also having an AI companion, I mean, there's still too many people that don't quite really. My wife's just getting exposed to using Copilot from work.
Yeah.
Like, she's like, oh my god, it's like it keeps track of my grocery list, and I'm taking and what I have presents for all the kids and everything. And now she's learning that it doesn't really store memory for that long and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you got all of this huge amount of people getting exposed to this paradigm with the AI agents that are way more functional. And I know you have a really strong AI basis to your model. So you people when they engage in the app, should we do you want to do a screen share, or you want to just take what's the user experience like? I'm coming on to dating.
So I mean, yeah, we can.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. I think we got GP in here too. Let's bring GP on.
Nice.
GP, you with us? He just said he was back. He might be. Well, you know what? We'll I'll just he can turn himself back on when he comes in.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, no. So I mean, the experience is. I guess maybe I could screen share here. Let's see. I've got a demo account running on kind of a back end, so maybe I might have some bugs here. But I mean, basically, the idea is one thing I really hate. I hate making profiles on dating apps. I'm so bad at talking about myself, telling people like what I care about, who I am. I'm so bad at that. I'm bad at resumes too, cover letters, all that stuff. I just don't do a good job of describing myself, and I think our friends do a better job of describing us. And I think we've been experimenting with just how well can an AI describe us based on giving it as much data as we can, so that it can fundamentally understand what we care about. And so this is my profile. You click through pictures, you can see the different sources that I've integrated. So, we're pulling in my X data, my Apple Music, my Eventbrite, YouTube, Google Calendar. It can analyze the photos in your camera roll. It can analyze your ChatGPT data. You can see that logo is all screwed up for ChatGPT.
So it does it all. So it takes all of the information that you want to feed into it.
Yep.
And it'll aggregate that and make your profile, your bio, and all that for you.
Exactly. It does all of it for you. And then it basically tries to understand you based on thousands of personality traits and interests and who I am. So here's my interested in cryptocurrency. You can see me like retweeting some Bitcoin Pepe spaces about Munib, Top Chef Munib. And so it knows like I'm pretty bullish on Pepe and STX and Bitcoin. And, here's like some of the stuff that it can see from my photos where I'm talking about, going on a romantic midnight drive or a cozy day, have a cozy day in, or here's my Eventbrite data talking about one of the events that I went to, or some of my calendar events where it understands like, okay, here's like the stuff that I'm looking for. And so once you do that, you basically just start talking to the bot, and, I'm like, I want a gamer girl. She doesn't have to be in LA. And it's like, okay, here's a little bit about like, what I'd like to know. Is you want someone who's into shooters, or you want someone who's like, more just playing an RPG with you? Like, give me a few of those preferences. And it just kind of like starts to try and figure out what you like and who you are. And over time, it gets better and better at figuring that out. And then it just starts matching you with people, and it describes why it thinks, you'll be a good match. And you can come in after a date and talk about what you liked or what you didn't like. And then once you do find a match, it'll introduce you. It'll tell you why it thinks you're going to be a good match. And then you can continue to use it throughout the process of being in a relationship. So you can ask it, where should we go to dinner tonight? Somewhere we're both going to like. What should we watch on Netflix? We can't decide. We're having this fight about, who should pay the car payment this month. And, I'm making more money, but, I feel like she should pay her fair share. Like, how do we come to an agreement on this, and who's right? And it can just kind of like understand who you are and what might be a good solution, and just kind of be like an unbiased third party that also like fundamentally understands where both people are coming from, so they feel seen and understood, and like they have someone in their side of the ring. So that's generally the idea, and it's been pretty interesting. I mean, I've watched it save several relationships where people were on the verge of like just not being able to come to terms with each other, and it found just like a very elegant solution and was like, it's okay if you guys both think this is over, but maybe if you want to give it one more shot, like here's what I would do. And they're like, you know what, okay, we care about each other enough to give it this one more shot, and they kind of do what it tells them to do, and they find like they see each other for the first time again in a lot of ways. They are reminded what they liked about each other to start, and it helps them just kind of like remember those things that can sometimes get lost when you're with someone long enough. So I think that's really cool to see, and it's cool to also just have someone who is kind of there fighting for you in your corner, that just kind of lets yeah, maybe this one didn't pan out, but it's not you. I think they're just looking for something a little different. It's not that you're too ugly. It's probably just that you're too into crypto, and they just are kind of like not super into crypto. And
that's less of a problem for guys than it is for women. Like, women will date ugly guys.
yeah.
Fortunately for guys like me. Yeah. Especially,
but I mean, on the apps, it's tough now. Like, it is like it's never been harder to be an ugly guy with the way Tinder and these other apps are structured, because they don't do a good job of describing all of your other great qualities. They can't translate aura and be like, look, he's all the women he's been with say he's a vibe, though.
The algorithm is designed to put people in front of the user that they're more likely to click on and engage with. And inherently, you can't tell a person's personality from the image.
Yep.
So, of course, the ones with more broad physical appeal are going to trigger more response, and thus they're going to get pushed forward in the algorithm, at least in the current paradigm of the algorithms. And I'm sure that there's high-tech development trying to put those people together based on their personality and everything too. But they already have their model in place, so they don't need to. If people are still using the app, they're not dramatically changing the current paradigm, and what you're working on changes the paradigm.
100%. And a lot of people are just getting filtered out. Like you said, because like physical appearance is so important, like height is the most visible of things. So like height becomes the most important metric when, 20 years ago, I don't think, it was probably top 5, but it wasn't by and large agreed upon to be the most important thing. And so it's really shifted a lot of that just because of the incentives that are in place and the information that people have access to. It's the one thing I can verify. Okay, he might be lying about his job, he might be lying about this or this, but yeah, he looks pretty tall in that picture. And so that becomes the thing that it's focused on, as opposed to all the other things that color in someone's character that end up being really important. And I think there are so many of these questions that a lot of people maybe forget to ask, that it can be good at reminding people of. Like, you said you wanted kids. Well, he's going to be a really great father, I think. He takes really great care of his cousins. He's always, trying to spend time and play with the kids in his life. And I think he would make a really great dad. But, that tall guy, he actually hates kids. He doesn't want a dog. He doesn't like taking care of anyone but himself. So, if that is something you want, maybe, just keep that in mind. And I think a lot of people maybe just having that nudge every once in a while. And I think they used to have a friend or someone who would kind of be that voice to them. But I think people don't have that nearly as much anymore. So it's very interesting to see how that's caused just a lot of disjointed sort of issues in the market right now. And I think the other piece of that is also just people are very broke, and a lot of the good men out there are struggling, and they can't afford to pay for the premium plans on all these dating apps and risk the amount of money it might take to go on 3 dates a week to find that person. If each date doesn't really work out and it's not very well matched, it's really expensive and it's a big time commitment. And if we can at least just minimize some of that expense and some of that time commitment and make it a little bit easier, I'm hoping we can find people those relationships a little bit easier, and just make it a fun process. It should be fun. It shouldn't be so miserable. It shouldn't be something that people dread. It should be an enjoyable part of life.
Yes, I agree. It really should be the most enjoyable part of life, or one of the most enjoyable parts of life. Finding a person that you fit with. That's really what kind of like a huge part of what almost all of our social interactions are about, to a large degree. It's finding a person, and then creating a family with that person, and then the extension of that, and all of the things around that, getting a good job, taking care of yourself, and all of that kind of revolves primarily around those specific events, life events.
Yep. And it's a great opportunity to learn about yourself too, is what I'd say. Like every time you go out, you're like, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. Self-discovery is another thing. And actually, so you would say that there is a self-discovery piece to this.
100%. Like it's constantly trying to understand you, but also telling you what it's learning and saying, I do realize, you say you want a gamer girl, but I don't know if you could just sit inside and game all day. You're a social guy. You do want to get out there and you want to have friends, and maybe it can work if you've got your friend group who you go out with every week and you get that out of your system. Then maybe you are okay just cozying up and playing video games all day. But maybe you need someone who has a little bit of both of those things, and it's very good at understanding how and it's just like all of the different social medias we're connecting, where each one is kind of like a different part of you. Who I am on Twitter is not who I am on Pinterest, is not who I am when I'm texting my friends or going out and seeing people in person. And so it's about finding all these disparate pieces of yourself and really understanding like what is the balance that makes you the happiest, and how can you find someone who fits nicely into that balance.
That's actually really interesting. I never actually saw it that way, but it really can almost help you. Sometimes we don't know really what we want. Oftentimes we don't know what we want. We have a perception of what we want. A lot of time that's actually influenced externally. So it really is almost like it's a guide to helping you understand what you want too. That's
100%.
Really interesting, which is definitely a new paradigm for dating apps.
Yeah, that one, most will not tell you that. They'll just try to find you what you think you want. And even then, they don't really try that hard to find it for you.
No, because if you find what you want, then you don't need to pay their weekly subscription.
That's exactly it. Yep.
So it's a disincentive model.
And so, yeah, they've all used the same business model. None of them have tried innovating on the business model at all, which is disappointing to me. And it's just a terrible model. It's like, okay, I'm going to pay to get in front of people who don't really want to see me. Okay, well, no one's happy in that scenario. And now I'm just paying money and other people are wasting their time. And for a lot of women, it's really hard too. You look at what their apps look like. They have 1,000 choices, where they've got 1,000 guys in their DMs.
Yeah, it's so much worse. Women have a different challenge. I would say it's worse.
And just so little information to go off of, and you have safety concerns. You don't know who these people are, and I mean, there are just it's a nightmare.
Women have a hard time getting a date or finding a willing sexual partner, even, right? That's an easy thing for them, but that's not necessarily what they're looking for. And
men have got really good at telling them what they want to hear too, I think.
Right. Well, and then there's also the constant. It happens to men too a lot now because we're all so overexposed to advertising, but advertising's been targeting women and like appealing to their or preying on their insecurities and all of that to sell them things for so long. So there's that too that makes that compounds the dating scene and the inability to get what you're after in a sea of things that you can possibly fall into chasing what you're after. It's definitely a hard time. So it sounds like you are working to solve a lot of problems for this This
we are. Yeah, we're trying. We have some of the best people in the world helping us try to solve this problem, who have fundamentally understand all of the different pieces, from the data science to the psychology to the AI to the sociology. Like, there are so many areas of research that you have to combine to get this right that I haven't seen anyone else trying to solve the problem as dedicated as we are to actually solving the problem. I think a lot of people are coming at it trying to throw AI into it and make it a little gimmicky and just get something out there, make some money, sell it to Match Group. And that's the other piece, is Match Group owns the whole industry. It's essentially a monopoly, maybe an oligopoly, but it's even the Hinge CEO is going to do something very similar to what we're doing. I think he's probably on platform, like, using it, trying to see what he can do. But he's getting funded by Match Group, and so they're essentially just incubating one of their own competitors to keep it in the family, to make sure that if something does come out, then they still have their claws in it. But in a lot of ways, that kind of gives me some certainty, because I just don't believe Match Group wants to solve the problem. And so I don't believe that anything they put out is actually going to work that well. In some ways I hope it does, but I just, I haven't seen it yet.
They don't really need to make a good product, because they are so well resourced that they can just buy users direct and just churn users, and it doesn't matter, because they're generating the revenue with their ad base and branding, mind share. But one thing I wanted to ask you too, you have, like, the other day you mentioned in the group chat that you guys are working with Tony from X402 Stacks, trying to figure out how to integrate X402 payments into your AI models. And I know that you also had an interim grant that was related to the data, preserving user data and users having access to their own data and all of that stuff. So tell us, there is some crypto integration into your app.
There is. So we're trying to keep it somewhat on the down low, because no one wants to use a crypto dating app. That's just the
It's
truth
not
of it.
right. It's not the selling feature.
Women are not gonna, that doesn't work. So we try to keep that somewhat low key, but I think it's an excellent use case. One, because most dating apps are considered high risk payments, so they bunch you up with porn sites and all these other bad actors that makes it very difficult to do payments. And especially if you want to go international, it just becomes incredibly difficult to do. So it actually makes a lot of sense from that perspective. And what we'd always wanted to do, and part of our business model, is to take commissions on things that our agent plans for you. So if it goes through and it can book your movie tickets at AMC, then maybe we take a 1 or 2% cut when it organizes it and sends you the tickets and finds you the perfect movie to watch and the perfect place to go, and syncs it with your calendar and knows when you're both available, and just does enough work that fee feels reasonable. And it'll never be a Ticketmaster size fee. It'll be reasonable. And so that's one piece of it. And then the second piece is all of this data is incredibly important for training agents. And I think that we need more agents being trained on data that is essentially focused on how do we make people's lives better. There are a lot of agents being trained on how do I make this code more efficient? How do I make this tool, put out a little bit better of an image?
How do I get more attention on social media?
Exactly. But if you think about okay, someday the Terminator comes out and his brain is one of these things. Which brain do we want? I want the brain that's my job is to bring people together and create love and peace. And you that would be nice. Let's maybe optimize for that one. And so I think having more agents that are trained on this is really important. I think it's really important because incumbents, for one thing, like OpenAI, half of OpenAI's brain is Reddit. I don't want half of AI's brain trained on Reddit, but also I can't go get half of Reddit's training data to train mine, which makes it very hard to compete with a company of that size. And so I think we need to democratize a lot of this, give people the option to contribute, but allow them to contribute. And if they do become, get paid for it or get some kind of reimbursement because they're a part of a new project and they are foundational to its creation. And so I'm hoping third-party developers and also researchers can get access agentically to this data. And really the thing is, like, most of this data will be acquired through agentic means pretty soon. I think the sales process of selling data is a nightmare. It's like 6 months of, okay, here's the scope of what we're doing, and here are all the people, and here's me verifying that it's what you need. And I've done these sales cycles, and sometimes it's $500,000 for 100 people if you find the right people, but it's a nightmare to get there. But the agents, they're going to be way more efficient, and they're just going to go search for whatever they need to complete whatever tasks that they might have. And if that task is, I need to understand consumer behavior because the person on the other side of this is launching a product and really needs to know what these types of people are thinking, then it can just go out, find it, immediately pay the people on the other side who have opted into the program, and people can make money. And I think if we don't put people in that loop, then the companies that own that data are just going to go around them. And so I think this is the best system to give people control and ownership, and also empower developers, indie programmers who want to create models that might someday be able to compete with the big boys who, frankly, I don't trust to not create the Terminator. So we need a bunch of little good AIs, I think, to make sure we balance out the AIs that might go off the rails someday.
100%, man. Mark, I love having you on. You've been a regular contributor to our shows for a long time, especially when we're doing the nightly show regularly. I'm a huge fan of the Bitcoin Pepe crew. The Touch Grass space on Thursday is one I am loath to miss. I generally balance and juggle things around it a lot. And tomorrow, I'm actually wanted to ask you, because they have the Stacks Town Hall and then the Stackies Awards. You guys you guys still doing your space tomorrow?
I mean, as far as I know, but maybe I'll bring the crew over and we'll just come mob over to whatever space is going on. I do want to see the Stacky Awards. That sounds fun. And Town Hall would be good. So maybe
you guys, and I'm going to be covering it on DeOrganized as well, so you guys can tune in. Ham it up in the live chat. We love when you guys do that. It's been a long time since nobody said hi to us. One of our everyday fans. He was on a lot. So would love to see you guys there. I do gotta wrap because I actually have a guest I lined up for 2 p.m. So I got
no worries at all.
I'm like back to back these days. Where we're like, doing stream is a blessing and a curse because we have so much space, and I've started dropping things in outside of our regular time slot. It's like almost like hard for me to say no now when somebody suggests a time that
no worries at all. I totally get that. But I guess a few parting words. I'd say one, I guess I didn't really get to SBTC. I think Bitcoin will be the payment layer of agents. I think we really need to push
100%.
on all the Ethereum and Sol guys. I was just like arguing with like a very big builder who's trying to build something on ETH, and I was like, trust me, like agentic payment rails, we really want Bitcoin here. Like this is
how are you guys? Is that's what you guys are expecting? 402 X402 on Stacks and utilizing SBTC to be the foundational layer for agent to agent interactivity, and I tend to agree with that. I think that this is it's amazing how fast it iterated recently, from just being an idea to being like this seems like it's legitimately the way.
It is the way. That's why I'm here. That's why I think a lot of people understand that it's the deepest liquidity. You'll have access to the most lending. Like agents don't want to sit on idle Bitcoin. If they're not using it, they're going to want to get more of it, and they're going to do it automatically and quickly, and they're going to want to tap into the deepest pools with the most resources. And they also, I think just for safety's sake, it's the most distributed system we have. Like if you think about an agent swarm gaming proof of stake, they could just go buy up all of the ETH within a fraction of a second and start gaming the system without anyone even noticing. But are they going to buy up every crypto miner and consolidate them without us noticing that shipments are all coming in from all over the world? Like it is just a much harder system to game, and I think that's super important, and a lot of people have somewhat lost that.
Are you suggesting though that agents could potentially, you're saying without us noticing, but you're suggesting that they could actually, AI could potentially come up with the idea of creating a company buying equipment, hiring people to put it all together, and running their own miners.
Yep, but I think it would be a lot easier to just buy up a bunch of ETH and game proof of stake stuff, and like there are a lot of other.
Right. You're not right. They still have. There's the logistics behind proof of work versus proof of stake makes it really, even though you could theorize that they could do that. There's no guarantee that they'd be successful doing it.
Exactly. We would at least have more time to notice, whereas the other ones, you know, they could do it in a flash of a second, where all of a sudden across every network, every exchange, you know, you see a candle on ETH and all of a sudden they own 51% of the network, and without even realizing it, you know, they've swept a bunch of wallets that they've hacked or something. Like this stuff, you know, it's going to get crazy. So I think we really do need to plan around all of that. And but yeah, I think we're very well positioned for this. And then I guess one little other shout out. I do run the Crypto Economy podcast, and we do have an exciting guest today. Angela McArdle, who is the chairman of the Libertarian Party. She was largely responsible for getting Ross released. Like it was basically her organizing the Libertarian Party to make that as the core request to Trump for their support. And they were like, here's a reasonable request that we think he can get done, that, you know, day one is something that's easy enough and palatable enough to his base. And so like she was really driving force there and deserves a little more appreciation. But I'm excited to hear how it all went down from her perspective.
You're going, what time is that today?
That's at 1 today.
At 1 Pacific.
Pacific, yeah, sorry.
So in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
Yep.
Very cool, man. That's on the Crypto Economy podcast, which is on Apple and Spotify, if I remember correctly.
You got it.
And also, you guys, you want to try out DataIng, you can go to dataing.io. There is a web app available now, and it's also a mobile app in the Apple Store as well.
Yep, exactly. So if you're international, you'll have to go to the web app or on Android web app. The web app is a little janky. It's kind of in beta right now, so there's still a few bugs, but the iOS app is pretty clean. But we did just put in a new model. We've been upgrading the memory and a bunch of other pieces. So, I mean, it's the first time that I'm really using it side by side with GPT, and I'm like, this is just a much better experience. It really fundamentally understands me more than the GPT I've been talking to for 3 years, which is
wow, that GPT's getting better too. So if your experience with your app is better than GPT, that you're doing pretty good.
We're getting there. Yep. No, it's cool because I can port in all my GPT data and it knows me just like my GPT does, but it knows me even better because it has so much more to it. And we've given it a lot more freedom than GPT gives theirs. So we've let it kind of be itself a little more and not be so afraid of hitting the guardrails that it doesn't give you good responses. So that's been cool to see how small companies can just be a little edgier and outcompete the big guys who can't take quite as many risks with some of this stuff.
Oh man, awesome stuff, Mark. Much love, my brother. Definitely don't be a stranger as things develop. We'd love to hear more on what's going on with what you're building, doing some more demos. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of a like an online thing when we did that time with the group session.
Yeah, that would be great. Yep.
We'll do
something. I would love that
soon. Awesome stuff, brother. Guys, tune into Mark's Crypto Economy podcast later. That's going to be awesome. You know what I'll do too? Well, no, you guys got to tune into it, and then we'll talk later.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mark. Much love, brother. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will be back in about 10 minutes with Jeff from Base Dollar to talk to us about a new algorithmic dollar on Stacks coming to the Stacks ecosystem. Thank you, Mark. Pep Toshi, if you guys didn't know.
Pleasure, guys. Thank you so much.
Right on, man. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. And stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
The afternoon session is about to begin. We are going to go through the Hacker House demos. We are getting started in 2 minutes. Please begin to make your way to your seats. Very much like that live.
You guys may notice that lunch sign at the top.
All right.
That was a great lunch.
Time for section number 2. 2 minutes goes fast. 3 minutes goes fast. That's how much time each of the projects that you guys are about to see, that's how much time each of them gets. So really quickly, what you're about to see is coming from multiple days of these builders spending day in, day out, working on their projects at the Stacks Hacker House over the course of the last week. So this has been a very fun and enjoyable experience where several of these projects have won some sort of Stacks builder competition previously. This was a campaign that started back in late September, early October. And so every project that you're about to see has had the opportunity and earned their spots to win a hackathon and earn their way into the Stacks Hacker House. This was a 4 or 5 day long hacker house with different workshops, different times where they're just spending every minute of the hour working on their projects. And now they're going to be put into this very high pressure, stressful environment of giving their demos across in 3 minutes. So we have 11 projects that you are about to see. Yes. So in this order, I'm going to quickly go through everyone. Up first, we have Reparito. Second is Bitcoin University. 3 is Big Market. 4 is HyperInsure. 5 is Stacks Machines. Then X402 Stacks, followed by Certificores, followed by CV Chain, Rather Strategy, and then B2 Picks. We're going to get through all of those, one project, 3 minutes at a time. Let's hear it for our first presenter. Right here. Let's hear it for Reparito.
Let's go.
Hello. Thank you for being here. It's a beautiful sunny day. So I am Omar. I am the creator and founder of Reparito. Reparito is the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So I have been doing freelancer for a long time, especially here in Latin America. That is really important for this part of the world. But there is something that is really painful. Most of the time, freelancing is lonely. It's hard to do the work. It's hard to find clients. It's hard to, do all the networking. I mean, it's really hard. You have to do everything yourself. So thousands of Web3 talents don't have the opportunity to be discovered. When I entered the industry, I realized this. So thousands of freelancers worldwide are wondering, what's next? How can I get a client? How can I get a new project? How can I be part of something new, to be part of a new project? So I think this can be different. What if there was a platform where you can find your next freelancer project by help of people you trust? Enter Reparito. Reparito is a decentralized talent platform for Web3, built stacks and secured by Bitcoin. We align incentives between freelancers, talent scouts, and clients through smart contracts to ensure that everyone involved receives their fair share. So Reparito is focused on link referrals. So the whole system allows the users to connect to each other. You can see here a little sample of this. So this platform allows the freelancers to set their commissions, to also, with blockchain, be sure that everybody will receive the automatic commission distribution. So And the best part is that everybody can be a talent scout for all the users. So I'm going to show you a little demo here. All right, this is how it works. So a user enters to our platform, connect their wallet. So the user set the profile and can, decide how much profit, commission fee can give to someone to find a job for him. And he can actually search for other users and connect and get a referral link. With this referral link, they can actually connect with other users. There was a transfer happening in the blockchain. So you can see the platform is working really well. We are working in do some little stuff to prove it. So yeah, this is Referido. So we are building the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So with Referido, freelancers set their own referral commissions, talent scout, and automatically the blockchain enforce who gets paid by automatic commission distribution. So if you want to join this project, there is our link to our Telegram. You can take a picture. So with Referido, we are starting the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. Thank you.
Great work, great work. All right, we're getting right into the next one. So speaker number 2, Bitcoin University, please start making your way up to the stage. Woo! Here for Bitcoin University. Buenos dias, Buenos Aires. I'm so excited to be here and share with you guys why I'm here and what I'm building. So my daughter, I'm building for my daughter. She's my biggest inspiration. I'm building Bitcoin University for her. I missed her birthday to be here. And so I just, I told her I was going to be here for a reason. And that reason is that I believe education can unlock sovereignty and opportunity for the next generation. That's why BTCU exists, to create a pathway to financial freedom and meaningful work in the Bitcoin economy. The world has changed and is still changing. People worldwide are fleeing weak fiat currency, seeking stability and control over their wealth. Bitcoin offers global, borderless, sovereign money, accessible by anybody with an internet connection. But we still have an education gap. Traditional education systems haven't evolved to teach people how to participate in this new economy. Traditional universities are failing the next generation of learners and workers. It's too expensive. The curriculum is outdated. People aren't graduating and getting jobs in the field that they're studying. And they're graduating with debt. People need skills, not diplomas, and they need income, not debt. That's where crypto comes in. It provides an opportunity. The Bitcoin and Stacks economy is rapidly expanding, but there's no talent pipeline to fill these critical roles. Companies are hiring and opportunities are abundant, but beginners have no clear way in. The real problem is that wallets are confusing and seed phrases are scary. Educational resources are scattered across the ecosystem and fragmented. Career paths are unclear and people don't know which skills lead to real jobs in the crypto economy. That's where Bitcoin University comes in. A friendlier, simpler, modern way to learn Bitcoin and enter the global crypto economy. BTCU removes every barrier between curiosity and capability. We're building the front door to the Bitcoin economy, designed for absolute beginners with real opportunities. So we're designing beginner-friendly courses for anybody, regardless of technical background. We have a mobile-first UX design so that you can learn anywhere, anytime from your mobile phone. And we're using AI to personalize instruction that adapts to your personal learning style. We are going to connect you with peers in the space that you can learn with, and also mentors to help you guide you through your journey. After completing courses, you will receive on-chain credentials. And we know all of the companies in the Stacks and Bitcoin ecosystem that are building on Bitcoin, so we can connect you directly to companies that are hiring talent. So frictionless onboarding. We partnered with Turnkey and developed a way for you to create a wallet with your biometrics, so Face ID or fingerprint. And so there's no passwords, no complexity. You get an instant wallet and you can jump straight into your first lesson in under 30 seconds. So by limiting friction at the entry point, we ensure that nobody is left behind. So as you can see, it's very simple. You log in, you sign up with passkey, your seed phrases are stored on your device, and you can instantly get access to course content and resources. And when you're finished, you can mint your NFT certificate. Bitcoin University, let's build a future for our children. Thank you.
Well done, Bitcoin University. Moving on to our next project. Come on up, Big Market.
Yeah, of course.
Hello, and good afternoon to everybody. My name is Antonio. I'm representing Big Market, and let me tell you about what Big Market is today. So Big Market is a prediction market, and for those who don't know, prediction market is like a platform that helps us predict future. For example, will it rain tomorrow? So we build a prediction market around one certain problem. And the problem is that information does not necessarily over means that that is truth. And truth, we believed in the past, that leads to wisdom and power. So we are overwhelmed with misinformation around us in today's world. And the question is like, what can we trust? So basically, one of the basic problems that is facing humanity today is like, how do we distinguish that signal from noise? Everything in the media, we are bombarded with like untruthful information. Libra here happened in Argentina. Can we trust governments? Can we trust politicians? Like, what can we actually trust? And the notion of prediction market exists for quite some time, but we have built Big Market completely different. We have built Big Market around a concept of DAO, and we have made it like severely or radically decentralized. Participation, anybody who participates on the platform basically gives signals for that truth discovery. Accuracy, if you are the person that has insider knowledge or information, will it rain tomorrow, will basically make you earn more reputation because information that you're providing to the platform is more accurate. Resolution on the platform, where other platforms are lacking in terms of the speed and trustworthiness, we have a triple layer system. And basically AI, oracles, and humans are working together to resolve the markets, will it rain tomorrow, on the fastest possible way, which leads us to the multiple applications in DeFi around our platform. There is a saying, when you come into the casino, house always wins, right? Because big market is built around concept of DAO, we have built it on a way that we build the house and we invite everybody to join in just by participating. You don't need to stake money, put money, just come there, leave a comment, and you immediately receive in our ecosystem something which is called soulbound token, like something that is very tied to you. And your soulbound token, soulbound reputation token cannot be traded on, cannot be traded or exchanged for anything else except for the big market IDO token, meaning that everybody can participation, take part into the protocol. Speed matters because triple layer system makes market cycle through very fast, which allows multiple applications in different industries.
Insure, come on up, Hyper Insure.
Okay, I check. Yeah. I've been sure. So we are protecting institutional Bitcoin transactions. Imagine this: you have a massive arbitrage opportunity. Agents has been placed, counterparties aligned, millions of liquidity has been posted, and suddenly your transaction or your trade doesn't go through. That's gonna be suck. People have been posting about it on X, and these are like some of the real numbers here, like approximately 1,000 transactions, which are of very high value, didn't go through. Like 18% of failure rate because of the massive spike at a network congestion level. If you ask me, protocol risk is very real. It could be related to, not paying the enough amount, mempool congestion at a Bitcoin level, or every missed block impacts on the liquidity that you are holding. So you wouldn't want that when you're dealing with that level or that volume of trade. So here comes HyperInsure. What you have to do is before putting that high volume of transaction at a network, just buy one of the insurance policy at our platform, and we take care of everything from network congestion to network monitoring from mempool, and we make sure your transaction goes through. And if it doesn't, and if your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payout. So ready to eliminate the protocol risk? I'm going to show you a small demo how it works. All you have to do is just connect your Leather wallet. Simply, as soon as your wallet is loaded, just select one of the package. Now what it does is here you have standard packages. Just have to make sure okay, I'm okay with this much amount of delay time. Just enter the amount, purchase the policy, perfect. Now once you have the policy set, all you have to do is submit the claim. If your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payouts. Everything is done by automation, smart contracts. So the payout and everything is automated. And guys, what? We are live with HyperInsure. Just scan this, test out the whole platform, and there you go. So that's HyperInsure for you.
Nice job, HyperInsure. Okay, next we have Stacks Machines. Come on up, Stacks Machines. Time for you to take stage. Here we go. Yay, Stacks Machines.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jan Alarcon. So I'm gonna present about Stacks Machine. So the problems that we realize is like we want to help developers and we want to help founders, and we realize that these two important people face two problems. First, developers, they need more, assistant or tools for them to keep and develop fast. And founders, they need to show their idea, their product in a better way, in a way like this idea is almost production ready release. So that's why we have Stack Machine, this tool, AI tool that will give to you a high quality clarity smart contract. It means with this tool, you can get almost production ready clarity contracts and you can show and you can keep shipping. Also, with this tool, is especially for developers, so we can onboard thousands of developers that we have here. And the idea is to accelerate, to boost. For example, in this case, we can achieve very high speed. So how does it work? So we will collect so this is the architecture, sorry. So basically the user or the developer is gonna ask any kind of question related to clarity, stacks on our environment. It can be Visual Studio Code or Cursor. And we'll have an internal server that will handle all of these queries that we have. But before that, we have to ingest all of this knowledge data into our database, so the MCP or the tool can actually retrieve this data to the users. So this is the main flow. So here I want to show a bit more, but it's not showing. How is it? It's not showing my slide, but anyway. So yeah, happy to partner with us. So the idea is to scale this. For example, this is a project on early stage. We are just a POC. So, but the idea at the end is to scale this to production, to have this tool that can provide a much better response, a much faster response, and can provide an answer or can reply this developer's question in a fast way. Yeah, that's basically it. So with this tool, we can achieve what Stack is needing to build BTC-Fi projects. So anyone can easily just come, log in, register, and start building the projects that is gonna leverage BTC-Fi into the next level. This is my QR code, so happy to connect. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you, Stacks Machines. For our next presenter, come on up. Let's hear it for X402 Stacks.
Sí, gracias. Hey everyone, great to be here. My name is Antonio, and you guys can see the screen, but basically this is a Cloud interaction. I was trying to get Cloud to use an API, and he says it's not possible. Why? Because internet payments are made for the old use. What is that flow? So for example, let's say you want to interact with an API. You need to go sign up, get an API key. And once you have that API key, now you can start using that API. But there's a problem. Basically, agents don't have a credit card. They want to pay for a service, if they want to pay for a API, for anything, they cannot pay, but they still need to get some resources. That's why I want to introduce you to X402 on Stacks, the native Bitcoin payment protocol. But first of all, what is X402? So whenever you guys go to the internet, you're going to get a response on the browser, on your mobile device. Whenever you try to go to the internet, you're going to get a status code. That represents the action. So for example, if everything is okay, you're going to get a 200. If you cannot find a resource, you're going to get a 404. You know, like the one in the ground with the dinosaur. So those are the status code. We also have the 402 status code, which represents payment required. In the past, we were not able to use this status code because there was no way to have micropayments. You won't pay with your credit card. You know, like it's more expensive to pay with a credit card 1 cent than actually doing something else, right? So we were not able to use this status code correctly. But now with Bitcoin and micropayments, we can add the payment details to that response. So this is the basic flow of how X402 works. So we have a client, let's say your AI agent. That AI agent wants to consume one resource, maybe an API to get a TikTok video, whatever. So it goes to that API, and the API will respond with 402. That's their normal flow. Actually, that works right now. But instead of only responding with 402, now the backend is going to send also the payment details, my wallet, and also the amount of SBTC that I want to receive for that resource. So once I get that information on the client, your agent will send that amount of SBTC to the backend. The backend will verify, the facilitator will verify the transaction. And once the verification is done, you are going to get the resource you were looking at, X402. So what this means for the industry. So basically, now every content creator, like if you are posting something on your blog and maybe an LLM is scrapping your blog for that information, instead of only get scrapped, now you can charge and get paid on Bitcoin for that resource. All right, another content creation. Something important I want to touch here is that yesterday, 30% of all the base transactions were made by X402 protocol. 20% on base. That's a lot, and that's a huge opportunity for the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I have a quick demo here. I think I'm going to skip it because I cannot see it here. But basically, I was trying to get information from that TikTok video. That's the cloud example I was showing at the beginning. So I couldn't do it. But with X402 on the stacks, now I can get paid with SBTC, with Bitcoin, and get that resource. I'm going to skip the video because we cannot see anything. But, well, let me introduce you to the team. So my co-founder and CTO, Cloudco, he's really good at AI, at coding. And me, Antonio, I've been founder many times before. I did Y Combinator a few years ago and also launched the first crypto credit card in Mexico. And, well, if you guys want to start Stacks X402, you can scan this QR code. It's ready. It's now ready on TypeScript. And if you're gonna connect, my DMs are open. So thank you so much, guys. Woo!
Well done, X402 Stacks. Let's bring up our next presenter, Certificors. You are up. Take the stage. It is your time. Let's hear it, everyone, for Certificors. Come on up, Christian.
Yeah. Oh, that's it.
I need more muscle. Hold this right here. Hold on. It's gonna fall down.
Sorry.
It's not gonna work. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. Ooh. Yay! Look at that muscle. All right. Mike's looking like fun.
Delante justo con el otro compañero. All right, so quick pivots. We are going to bring up a different project, and you will go after the next person. We will give out headsets. Yep. Yes. Yep. So, my mistake, everybody. Our next project is actually going to be Move Your Wallet. Move Your Wallet. Let's hear it for Move Your Wallet. Come on stage. Woo! After Move Your Wallet, then we will do Certificore's. Certificore's presentation is going to be in Spanish, so the production team will be handing out headsets. If you need a translation to English, just raise your hand when they come out, and they will give you a headset. But for now, we're going to go to Move Your Wallet. Este nomás.
Hello, everyone. My name is Manuel Elias. I'm the CEO and founder of Movia Wallet. But before I talk about our project, let's imagine that we are out and ask a random person if he can send us one USDC. Do you think that it's possible? Most likely not. And how many time it will take to teach that person how to create a wallet, save the seed phrase, have the token for the gas, and a lot of basic concepts and a lot of time. That's why I created Movia Wallet. It's a smart wallet for everyone, but focused on web to persons, where you don't need to understand blockchain concepts, have the network token for the gas, or sign the transaction, because it's gasless and signless. You just need to connect your Gmail and send messages or have transactions. That's all. And now I will show you a demo. Right now, we connected already our Gmail, and we are on the dashboard. We added pounds, and we just need to go to a chat, write the same 0.1 STX to the person. Let's wait a little. The agent is saying, would you like to confirm? Yes, and you just need to wait. Here you can see the transaction, the hash, then we have the history. And another feature that we have is that we can add a contact. Not only this, not only transactions, you can make swaps, just sending messages. It's like this. So the person that you went out to talk, now, yes, he can send you money, just with one transaction. What's Movia different from the other wallets? Simple access to your wallet and integrate data assistant for transaction and swaps. This wallet is self-custodial. All the data will be stored in your phone, so we won't have your seed phrase or your private key, nothing. You have it. Our roadmap, we have 5 stages. We are right now in the second one, building the MVP. Next, we would like to have at least 1,000 users from Bolivia, Argentina, all Latin America. Then we would like to add all the feedback that we received, add new features, and finally have a pre-seed investing secure. This is the business model. We have 3 models. The first is commission for swaps, 0.5% for each swap. Then if you have a pro account, of course, you have to pay a monthly fee. The commission will be less for the swaps and priority super. And finally, the
Well done, move your wallet.
Standing up till I'm freezing, man. In the heat.
So for our next demo, we are going to be bringing up Sebastian from Rather Strategy to give us our next demo. So let's hear it for Rather Strategy. No, Antes lo probamos. Te digo una más, por favor. Okay. Thank you very much. There we go. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. I'm project manager. I'm part of the growth team at Rather Labs. Rather Labs is a local software company. We work with different foundations like Arbitrum Foundation, Near Foundation, MultiverseX, among many others. And this is our first approach into stacks and clarity. So we are really excited. And what we built is the Rather Strategy protocol, which is about automated token strategies on stacks. So this strategy is trend. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's a hot topic right now across different ecosystems. It was following the Michael Saylor's strategy, which is selling a token in order to a stock, in that case, in order to buy another asset, Bitcoin in that case. So the first one in this case was Punk Strategy, who launched a token called Punkster in order to buy CryptoPunks. They currently hold over 34, I think, CryptoPunks, which is huge, and the market cap is over $35 million in this dip. The week before it was like 9 figures. And beside this, it's happening with different NFT collections. And another example I added is Node Strategy, which is a token trading node monks, which is a Bitcoin ordinals collection. And also is a way to prove that this works and made the collection pump over at 70%. But there is a problem with Bitcoin ordinal. These strategies are not automated, are run by a centralized team. So we are aiming to solve that too. So how this automated token strategy works, just to make it short, basically someone launches a token and a liquidity pool to trade that token. That liquidity pool generates a trading fee. It can be set up by the creator, 5%, for example. So each time anyone buys or sells the token, it generates a fee that goes into a treasury. That treasury has an automated token strategy, and when it reaches the floor price of a particular NFT collection, it buys and releases it on profit with a premium, let's say, for example, 20%. So when that NFT gets sold, all the proceeds are used to buy
and burn the strategy token. This way, the strategy token helps the NFT collection, and the NFT collection helps the NFT token because it buys and burns it. So it generates a perpetual flywheel between both. And again, it's proven that it helps a lot the collections. So this is how it works. Next one. And we have built, I don't know if with the sun you can see the front end. The main developer behind this was Mauro Coco, who's present here. And we built a proof of concept, an MVP, to show this can be done on Clarity, on Stacks. We did 4 smart contracts, one for the token interacting with LP, another one for the marketplace, another one for the NFTs, and for the trading strategy. So this works. We can see the other one. Here you can see the treasury balance of the trading fees. The floor price of the NFT collection is trading, so now it's ready to buy and release it on top. And the amount of the strategy token that have been bought and burned, it's a fixed supply token. So again, we want to bring this proven tool to the Stacks ecosystem and also solve this clear pain point on ordinals. So thank you for your time. You can connect here and we shall.
Well done, Sebastian. You're good. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So for our next presenter, we're now going to bring certificators back up on stage. Christian, are you with us? Yeah. All right. So while we're waiting for Christian, Christian's going to come up now. After Christian, we have Beta Picks. We're going to finish up with Hawk. So, Lisa? Let's hear it for Christian, everybody.
¿That's okay? Perfecto. Hola, bueno, mi nombre es Cristian, fundador de Certificate, y hoy les hablaré porque el fraude de diplomas hoy en día es una industria que mueve más de 7.000 millones de dólares cada año. Sí, así es una industria. Esto les está costando a las compañías miles de millones en malas contrataciones y asuntos legales. A los estudiantes no logran comprobar su verdadero valor y las instituciones ven dañada su reputación. El sistema actual es lento, caro y basado en la confianza, no en la verificación. Ahora iremos desde los sistemas obsoletos a un futuro de verificación instantánea, inmutable y universalmente certificable. Somos Certificate. Somos Certificate, la fuente oficial para la nueva validación de certificados académicos. Usamos la blockchain de Stack para lograr crear una verificación en segundos, proteger marcas de instituciones y una verificación instantánea de certificados. Nuestra plataforma crea valor para todos, las compañías, reclutadores, estudiantes e instituciones. Nuestro modelo de negocio es B2B SaaS. Compañías y reclutadores pagan una suscripción anual por nuestro sistema para poder verificar certificados. Ya tenemos un MVP trabajando. Dentro de los siguientes meses planeamos lanzar nuestro piloto con al menos 2 escuelas e-learning. Ahora veremos la demo, donde solamente ingresando el correo pueden encontrar la wallet y ingresando el nombre del curso certificamos en la blockchain de Stack. Aquí podemos ver cómo se genera el ID y está registrado en la blockchain de Stack. Sin ningún problema. Luego, como estudiante, pueden ver todos sus certificados listados. Y dentro de una certificación tendremos un ID que nos llevará a validar el certificado de manera inmediata, sin ningún problema. También tenemos un explorador público donde con el correo podemos buscar todos los certificados de un usuario, los datos de una academia y más información sobre un certificado particular.
Si buscan real talento, certificos, hoy los certificará. Muchas gracias. Well done, Christian. Well done. Let's hear it one more time for Christian. Great job. All right, so moving into our next speaker, we are down to our final two projects. Our next presenter, pointing to you, Ronell. Come on up, B2Pix. It's your time. Take the stage. Let's hear it for B2Pix, everybody.
But I did everything and made everything a lot more. Like keep it more important than what it is. Where did you have people understand from your program is like it's just been
So far, so good. I'm not sure if I'm not sure. Every so often I lose connectivity, and I'm not sure if GP is accidentally hitting buttons and switching cameras.
I'm from Brazil. I'm the founder of Bitcoin. We are bringing Bitcoin self-custody for over 200 million of Brazilians. I worked over 15 years as a software engineer. During this time, I met Bitcoin. That was designed to be P2P, right? But trading, P2P trading with fiat currency has several issues. We become a place full of scam and long negotiations, so we surrendered to the centralized exchange. We're giving up our custody, our privacy for convenience. But if we could make P2P trading more secure and faster. Well, in Brazil, we have PIX. PIX is a standard payment system created by the central bank. Everyone there uses PIX to transfer money, to make purchase, any kind of payment. That's very popular. So what if we connect PIX with Bitcoin? This is what B2Pix did. B2Pix let anyone buy Bitcoin as easy as buy a cup of coffee. We took very seriously the simplicity and security. To buy Bitcoin, you just come to our website, create your wallet if you don't have one with your passkey, without the need to install any app. So choose an offer, pay with Pix. In a few instances, the system will verify in the seller's bank account if the payment was confirmed. So it will release in the smart contract the Bitcoin for the wallet, the buyer's wallet. We built it in the Stacks blockchain that can confirm the transactions in a few seconds and have the Bitcoin finality. Also, we use both protocol. Both protocol enable you pay the transaction fee with Bitcoin. So it avoids the dual token that it provides the best user experience like a Web2 experience. We already live on the main net, and we are open gradually. So you're welcome to access our website and join our waiting list. Thank you. You solved your piece. You solved your piece.
Let's go.
Well done, B2Pix. Okay, so we're down to our last presenter. So let's go ahead and get into it for our next presenter. muy especial. Feliz cumpleaños a ti, Pablo. Let's hear it. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, that's my doctor. Thank you. Thank you.
Made it.
Take your time. Take your time.
So thanks, my ass. Just need to copy whatever you use. And you can franchise, people will have to buy them. No. Can I rent you? Yeah, whenever you need it. You don't need to own stuff. Just like two suitcases so you can move free wherever you want. It's like pick me up. I don't know. This you don't need to own shit.
Okay, thank you.
What if we like co-own it? You know what?
If that boats only go down in value.
Exactly. And you want to change the boat and now you need a smaller boat. Then you're going to move from, I don't know, Ibiza to, let's say, France. That's expensive, takes time.
Yeah, but how did I finance it to begin with? I loaned out my Bitcoin, right? My Bitcoin's gonna go.
Yeah, no, the big business and she wants to be paid.
Oh,
Goods and services, I guess.
so don't own the boat.
Never own a boat. I own a small fishing boat. I own a small fishing boat.
Well, but then you're monetizing.
Huh?
Then you're monetizing.
I just fish with it, but that's like a small fishing boat. But like for the bigger boats, so different. You don't need to be more than 2 liters on the boat.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Hola.
Hola.
Muchas gracias por venir. Bienvenidos a Buenos Aires. You like it? You like Buenos Aires, right? Yeah. I want to know who I'm referring to. There's I follow hacks. I've been developing since a lot of years, like more than 7. Also researching Bitcoin since late 2018. Going to very networks on in the digital sphere. And now I'm building on stacks since more than 1 year. Also studying for being a Bitcoin core developer here in Argentina. I'm gonna go back to the Amazon where is my origin the next year. And right now I'm very, very grateful to be part of this project. You did check that name, right? You understand what is that about. It's the legacy industry of the music. Communities are pretty messed up. We are seeing a lot of applications that didn't got really the fair compensation for the artists. So I'm as a musician and as a programmer and as a 3D modeler even, I'm really pissed off about that. So I building with our DAO here also in Latin America is cross countries. Sumac, that means belleza, beauty in Quechua. It's a software universal music art kernel. Basically, it's a protocol for people to share music, art on the Bitcoin to stacks. It's so easily to just share what you are making on. About the flow of this process is practically making a contract, charging a fee for all the entities that are the artist, curator, buyer, or remixer that can use your work. So we already have the first song minted on Bitcoin stacks. That is Cholo. Is now driving also that band. Yolo Cholo is the first album. So how to earn Satoshi really? That's what people ask, right? Not just how to buy it on the floor or whatever. It's like how to really earn as an artist. We have Satoshi from SBTC, this network that is really strong. I really believe in that. I want to test it. You just have to mint, list, launch, and earn and repeat. That's what you need to do on this ecosystem. So practically I'm doing this for open source. All my work is open source. You can check it on GitHub, anywhere. On my site, that is hacks.pe. So we stand for the right to play. I invite you to check sumac.app. Maybe you can get a little bit of fun out there. I follow hats. You can follow me on Nostr or whatever. Do what you want. Okay. Thanks. Well done, Paolo. Let's hear it one more time for Suman. Let's hear it for all the presenters, everybody. All the demos, backgrounds. We're really happy to see the final projects. Really pleased with everything. So we're going to keep moving along with our agenda. So up next, we're going to have Kenny Rogers from Stacks Labs come up and give an overview, a workshop into Stacks and Clarity. So I love this energy that we have in the audience. Let's just keep that energy high. Let's do it nice. Round of applause. Welcome to Kenny Rogers.
Yeah.
While Kenny gets set up, what the rest of the afternoon looks like is after Kenny, we're going to hear from the Stacks Latam team. If you're here at the beginning of the morning, I gave an overview as to why we are here, why we are in Buenos Aires. The Stacks Latam team is going to give some context as to why that is. After the Stacks Latam team talks, we're going to hear from Eric Toy from Stacks Labs, who's going to talk about bridging Bitcoin with SBTC. And we're going to round off our last speaker with Raphael, so from Hero. And so Raphael will be talking about how to build real applications using Stacks and Chainhooks.
Yeah, baby. Well, yeah.
That's enough.
Or another grandma.
I just got to say real quick before I get started, I've been with all these builders for the past week watching them build their projects. And we could just do another real quick big round of applause because watching them go through all of this. Crazy crowd, all of them, super cool. This is probably one of the coolest events I've ever been a part of. Honored to have been able to be with them during this journey. And I'm also going to put Ileana on the spot and give her a big round of applause. So with that, I'd like to welcome you all to the nerd portion of today's programming. Where we're going to be kind of digging into how Stacks works. We've been talking a lot about some of the opportunities. We've been looking at some of the people that are building things on it. And now we're going to kind of get into the how it actually works. And I was up vibe coding a little something last night. So you guys pay attention. We're going to play a game at the end, and the winner is going to get 100 SDX. So if you're not paying attention, get out here and let's do this. So one of the things that I think is super important when we're talking about all this stuff is we look at the opportunities for why we should be interested in kind of this whole idea of activating the Bitcoin economy and building on Bitcoin and everything. But where does Stacks actually come into play in helping us to do that? And really, I think this is Bitcoin kind of serves as two things. Most people understand that Bitcoin operates as money. I think that part's pretty well understood. But the other piece of Bitcoin that I think is maybe a little bit underappreciated or less understood is its ability to operate as sort of this foundational layer for a new, better kind of internet with the same concept as what it does for money. And that concept, I think, really comes down to ownership. What Bitcoin does is it allows people to own their money. And what I really like about Stacks is Stacks builds the piping that allows developers to come in and then build the systems that money runs through and have that same concept of ownership be built in. If you look around the internet today, it really runs on like a rental model. Very few businesses really own their entire stack from beginning to end. And so we may have the good money, but the pipes that money is flowing through they're still centralized. We still don't own them. They can still be taken over, shut down by somebody that's not us. That's not the one that owns the business. And so the vision for the future that I have with Stacks is, can we get those pipes that the money runs through to have this same ethos of decentralization and ownership and freedom and everything. So we're going to look a little bit today at how Stacks approaches that. And so I have open right here the stacks docs. We're not going to do any slides or anything today. I'm just going to run through and we're going to kind of walk through a couple things together. So we've got the stacks docs up here, and I find that the best way to kind of help people get their head around how stacks works is to go through each of the components. We're going to kind of go through these one at a time, but if you're a developer and you go here to the stacks documentation, that's really the best place to start to kind of get your head around what all these different pieces are. And so we're going to kind of go through some of these in order. We're actually going to start right here. Do you guys read those? Probably not. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit here. There we go. So this is kind of what I would say almost like what you might call the like transaction journey of how somebody's going to interact with stacks and how that's going to flow from when the user first initiates an action and how it's going to flow through the whole system and ultimately settle onto Bitcoin. It's another term that we throw around a lot. Stacks helps things settle on Bitcoin. So today we're going to kind of look at the path that actually goes down. And the first thing is obviously the user app. So this might be a wallet, this might be a DeFi protocol, whatever. This is really going to be the first point of interaction. And usually what's going to happen is that when a user uses their wallet to call a transaction, behind the scenes, that's going to be using a JavaScript library called Stacks.js. So real quick, how many people are developers out here? Okay, so like half and half about. So if you've ever built on Solidity, Stacks.js can be thought of as like Web3.js or Ethers.js, but it's really going to be the interaction layer between the user and the Clarity smart contracts. So that's kind of where the journey is going to start from the user perspective. They're going to interact with an app. That's going to use a Stacks.js function to then call a Clarity contract. And Clarity is kind of the lifeblood of the Stacks ecosystem because that's the language the smart contracts are actually written in. And so what we're going to do right now is I'm going to have some audience participation. That's okay with everybody. We can't see this one either, can we? Okay.
A little bit.
How about if I...
Oh, we can't tell.
This may not work. We can't see this, so that's okay. We're going to wait. All right. What this was supposed to look like was a nice, beautiful little set of templates for what we actually want our contract to do. But basically what we're going to do right now is we're going to build, it's called a multiplayer counter contract. Super simple. The goal is we're going to maintain accounts and anybody could initiate a transaction to add on to the account. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to call out what we need to add next, and you guys are going to help me kind of put together this Clarity contract so we can kind of get introduced to some of the concepts. So what I want you to do is I want you to look over here on the right. We've got a collection of a bunch of different elements of Clarity functions and contracts that we need to put together in the right order to write our contract. And so the first little block that we have over here that you guys can't see, the first thing that we have to do is define a storage map. So I'm going to start calling on everybody to shout out. If we need to define a storage map, which one of these do you think that we need to use? And I'll give you a little bit of a clue. The pink ones are the ones where we need to define something, so create something new. The yellow ones are where we need to call a function. And then the blue ones are going to be variables, so they're going to hold some values. The orange ones are going to be different data types, and the green ones are going to be the actual data itself. So if we want to define a storage map, which one of these are we going to grab?
Define map.
You said define map. Hey, we want to name it counters. Which one?
Counters. The blue.
Yep. Now, we want it to be keyed by the user. And what that means is a map is basically a data structure where you have a piece of data that has an identifier. And so what we're saying here is we want the data here to be able to be identified by a user. How do we identify users in crypto?
Principal.
Addresses. So in Stacks, an address is called a principal. So if we remember that the orange is the type that we want to put here, and we need it to be an identifier for a person or a principal, but that means we're going to put what here?
Principal.
Principal. And we want them to be storing a type of a number, but it's a specific kind of number called an unsigned integer, which basically means a positive number. So if we say unsigned integer and it needs to be this same type of data, which one are we going to want to throw there?
Uint.
Uint. Now we just need to end. I'm not going to make you guys guess that one. Next, we need to define a read-only function. Which one's that going to be?
Define read only.
Read only. Nice. If you can pick up on what I'm doing here, I'm trying to highlight how readable Clarity is, because you can basically just pick and choose for the thing that you need to do, and there's going to be a function that's going to be named similarly to that. So we want this function to be named getCount. And the yellow ones are function definitions. There's two different ones here. So which one do you think we're going to want to use here if we're just trying to define the function name?
getCount.
Right? Now what we need to do here is we need to define the argument that we're going to pass to this getCount function. And we're going to call that argument who, and it's going to be a principal type. So we're going to want to do which one there?
At the bottom.
Nice. And now what we want to do here is the first thing we want to do is if whatever we're about to look up fails, we want to have a default fallback value that we're going to fall back on. And so we need our value here to default to something. So what are we going to want to call it here first then?
Default to.
Cool. And we want it to default to 0 if it doesn't find anything.
U0.
Okay. Now what we need to do next is we need to look something up in our map. And there's a little hint here for functions that end in a question mark. That means that we're going to be going out and retrieving something that may or may not exist from a map. So which one are we going to want to do there? And which map do we want to get it from?
The first one we created.
Okay. And now, remember we set up this identifier here by the principal. So now what we need to do is we need to tell this function how it knows which of these map items to go look up. And the way that we want to do that is by using a particular keyword in clarity that identifies the person that sent the transaction. So what do we want to do there?
getCount TX sender.
No. Oh wait, I'm wrong. There we go. I grabbed the wrong one. What's going on here? What did I do? Oh, okay. I failed my own test. So this is probably going to be the trickiest part of it, but what we have here is when we define this function, we define an argument called who, and when we call that function, we're going to pass a principal into that, but we need to be able to reference it from within the function. So what do we want to do there?
So we need to define a public.
Not quite yet. All we're doing here is we're telling our function who we want to look up, and it corresponds to the variable name that we define.
Who.
There we go. So that's what we want to do there. And then we're just going to end that one, and we're going to end that one, and we're going to end that one. What are we at the time? Okay, we speed up a little bit. Next thing we want to do, define a public function. Which one's that going to be?
Define public.
We're going to call it count up. Function's going to be named. Now this one doesn't have any arguments because we don't need to pass anything into here, because what this behavior is going to do is it's just going to increment the counter that we have right here. So what we want to do is, if this succeeds, we want to return a success message. In clarity, there's two return types. There's OK and error. So we want to tell this function that we need to return a success message. So we're going to do what right here? Now we need to set a value within our map. So we're going to run the map set. We need to tell it which map we want to update. It's going to be counters. And now we want to make sure that whoever calls this is the one whose count is going to be updated. So whoever sent the transaction.
TX.
That's what we were trying to do before. Now we need to do an addition function, and operators work a little bit differently in clarity. If you're used to other languages, you might be used to saying, 1 + 1 = 2. In clarity, what you're actually doing is you're calling the add function and you're passing arguments to it. So we need to call a function that's named plus, which means we want to grab this guy right here. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to get the current count of this person's counter. So we're going to retrieve that value from the map. Then we are going to add 1 to that. And now it's just a bunch of end parentheses here. And congratulations, we all wrote without putting in contract. So with that, we're going to talk a little bit about the next tool that we have in the Stacks ecosystem, which is Clarinet. So if we go back and look here at our diagram right here, Clarinet's right up here. And Clarinet is really the home base for Clarity developers because it's where they're going to initiate the process of writing their Clarinet contracts or Clarity contracts. That's where they can set up a local developer environment, get all that stuff going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a command called Clarinet new, and we're going to say multi account. We're going to change into that directory. Then what we want to do is we want to create a new contract called multi-account. And we see here, we've got a couple different folders in here. We're going to pop open cursor. You guys can semi-see that, right? We're going to get our contract right here. Right now, it's just empty. And so we're going to see if this is actually a valid contract that we just wrote together. We're going to save it right here. We're going to run back, and we're going to run clarinet check. Congratulations, we just wrote a valid Clarity contract by putting some building blocks together. So that's the quick tour of Clarity. The next thing I want to go over quickly is proof of transfer, because this is a pretty core part of how Stacks actually operates. When we talk about how Stacks is like a Bitcoin layer 2 and settles on Bitcoin and has Bitcoin finality, proof of transfer is the mechanism by which all of that happens. And so we've got a diagram here that can hopefully help make this a little bit easier to understand. I don't know how readable the words are, but we'll go through each piece of it right here for what we can see. So basically it starts with the miner, which is this little guy right here. And what that miner is going to do is that miner is actually going to spend Bitcoin. So that's how mining works in proof of transfer. The Stacks miners will start by spending Bitcoin. And what that's going to do is that's going to put them into a weighted random function to decide who's going to become the next miner. Now what they do next is a result of the Nakamoto upgrade that happened not too long ago. Previously, Stacks blocks were tied 1-to-1 with Bitcoin blocks. They happened roughly every 10 minutes. Now with the Nakamoto upgrade, what we did is decoupled the block time from Bitcoin. And so now Stacks blocks are roughly 5 seconds or so, sometimes less, is how long it takes for a block to confirm and for a transaction to settle. So most of the time when you initiate a Stacks transaction, you go to check the Explorer. By the time you actually open it up, a lot of the time it's already confirmed, which is great. So when that miner gets selected, they start a tenure. And what that means is their tenure is going to last that whole Bitcoin block, but they're going to be mining blocks every few seconds during that amount of time. And then what they're going to do is they're going to pass those blocks to signers. So the miners do not append the blocks to the chain. The miners just propose the blocks. They pass them to signers, who are a separate party in the mining ecosystem. And what they're going to do is ensure that the blocks the miner pass actually conform to the rules of the chain. And if they do, then they're going to confirm them onto the chain. And so where does that Bitcoin actually go? That Bitcoin gets sent to stackers who are related to signers in the ecosystem. Stackers are people that are locking their Stacks tokens up in exchange for earning that Bitcoin as yield that the miner sent over. So when you earn yield on Stacks, you're not earning some randomly inflated token. You're actually earning real Bitcoin. And so the staking mechanism in Stacks is not deflationary, because it does not increase the supply of the SDX tokens outside of the set Coinbase reward as part of the emission schedule anyway. And so this right here, this whole picture, this is what's called a reward cycle. And a reward cycle is 2,100 Bitcoin blocks, roughly 2 weeks long. And so what'll happen is these stackers, at the end of that reward cycle, they'll get a proportion of that Bitcoin yield distributed out to them, proportional to how much they stacked in the protocol. So that's the quick whirlwind overview of proof of transfer. And the next thing I want to cover is SBTC. So SBTC is really how we can actually use Bitcoin on the Stacks chain, because as most everybody knows, Bitcoin by itself is not programmable. So if we want to take it and use it in a programmable environment, we have to somehow find a way to represent that Bitcoin within the programmable environment. Most of the time, that's either a centralized or relatively centralized solution like wrapped BTC, for example, on Ethereum. And so what the Stacks core developers sought out to do was they wanted to create as decentralized of a version of this as possible. So when Andre was up earlier, one of the kind of principles he talked about was, what can we build on Bitcoin with the technology we have available to us now that is as decentralized as possible, that then also leaves open a path to further decentralization over time. And that's really the core ethos behind how SBTC works. And so the way that this actually works is, maybe another example of not being able to see what I get from being a dev and doing dark mode on everything. But basically, we got Alice up here. Alice wants to use a Bitcoin in DeFi protocol, but she doesn't trust a custodian to hold her Bitcoin. And because Alice is super smart, she decided to join the Stacks ecosystem and try out SBTC. So right here, down here, you can see we've currently got 100 Bitcoin stored. This isn't real numbers, by the way. We have more than that, but for the example, we have 100 Bitcoin that is in what's called the peg wallet of SBTC. And so what's going to happen is Alice decides she wants to convert 1 Bitcoin into SBTC so she can use it in the ecosystem. She's going to send that Bitcoin to that special wallet that's collectively controlled by the signers. Now, these are a separate group of signers than what we talked about for Stacks, but it's a decentralized group of signers that are going to basically collectively control this wallet. So it's not like a single organization, it's a distributed set of organizations that are going to control this wallet. She's going to use something like the Bridge app that we have set up on the Stacks ecosystem, or as you can do also if you're an application, you can actually build your own custom version of Bridge into the UX of your application. So her Bitcoin is going to get sent to that wallet. We have a couple different components that are then going to basically notify the signer software that that transaction has occurred. So now we've got 101 Bitcoin wrapped up into this wallet. And when I say wallet, this is really represented as a single UTXO. So what'll happen is the signers will go through and consolidate all of these transactions into a single UTXO that represents all of the Bitcoin that is being held as SBTC. So the signers will detect that, they'll pick it up. And then what they're going to do is after that gets sent to the signers, that transaction has happened, they're going to verify it. And then what they're going to do is they're going to then basically vote on if that is a valid transaction or not. If they reach 70% consensus, it's considered valid, and they are then going to mint SBTC in response to that. And part of the Bridge process is that Alice will also send over a Stacks address she wants that SBTC sent to. So that's a clarity contract on the Stacks side of things. It's then going to mint that SBTC to Alice. She can now take that. She has 1 SBTC now in her Stacks wallet. She can deploy that in DeFi. She can do whatever she wants with it. Then let's say, okay, I did the DeFi stuff. I want my Bitcoin back into layer 1 Bitcoin. Now she's going to call that same contract, but she's going to call a withdrawal function. And that is, again, going to ping the signers to say, hey, we've got a withdrawal. They're then going to initiate the process of withdrawing that back to Alice on the L1. So Alice gets her 1 Bitcoin. After they have verified that that transaction has occurred successfully, then those SBTC signers are going to burn the corresponding amount of SBTC. So because of this system, SBTC is always exactly 1-to-1 correlated with Bitcoin, and people can move it in and out of that as they wish. So that's how SBTC works. And all of this eventually settles on Bitcoin because there's one piece of that proof of transfer protocol that we didn't quite mention yet. And that is that what happens when a miner switches tenures to the next miner, what they do is they will record the hash of the last block that they mined in that handover process. There's a transaction that will initiate the handoff from one miner to the next. They're going to record the last hash of the mine that they blocked, the block that they mined. When the miner then the next miner takes over and they start appending blocks and proposing them to the signers, the first thing the signers will do is verify that they are building on top of the correct block that they're supposed to, and they're not going to allow them to mine those blocks if they're not. Because if the miner's not doing that, that means that they're attempting to overtake the network and create their own fork of the Stacks chain. So the Stacks chain will always follow 1-to-1 in lockstep with the Bitcoin chain. And this is what we mean when we say that Stacks has Bitcoin finality. Because of the way that that mechanism works, if you wanted to go back and reverse a Stacks transaction, you would actually have to go back and reverse the Bitcoin transaction that it was included in, because it's not going to be considered a relevant block to build, and the signers are going to reject it, because the signers and the miners have complementary incentives. So they're not competing, but they're not the same either. So the signers are incentivized to make sure the blocks are valid. The miners are incentivized to mine the blocks. And so that complementary system is what helps lock down that Bitcoin finality. So, you guys want to play a game? I want to see how much you were paying attention. We're going to play Stacklander. There can only do one. Anybody gets that reference. So, I'm going to hit this. You guys are going to all get your phones out. And we're going to scan this. We're going to play a little trivia game. The more correct answers you get, and the faster you answer them, the more points you get. After the game's over, I'm going to send 100 stacks to whoever gets the top spot. So hopefully you all paid attention. I'm going to have my feelings hurt if you didn't. Let me know if it's not working.
Can I put my BTC name, or does it need to be? Yeah.
I'm just gonna manually send it, so put whatever there.
Blockface is the first one in.
If you don't have a Stacks address yet, put that in there and talk with me after, and we'll get you set up accordingly. Everybody good? Anybody still going? Wait, all right. Wait. We got 6 minutes. The game only takes about a minute and a half, so we're good.
Bravo, you're cholo.beats.
Yeah, I totally
No wonder it wouldn't let me get that name.
I know. You were stuck with Pendejo.
have some competition there. Also, fair warning, I put this at like midnight last night, so I tested it a few times on my own, but just keep that in mind. Everybody in?
Yep.
Somebody say no? Mike, are you saying no or are you stretching your neck? Okay. All right, we're going to do this. Everybody get ready? You're going to be looking at your phones. That's where you're going to want to look. Questions are going to pop up. You got to get the right answer as quick as you can. Ready? Get ready. Halfway there.
Yes, Harold, I will tell him that.
All right, we're down to the last question. Let's see who's going to win this thing. Here it comes. Ah,
oh!
Congratulations. No, Fred's the real winner. All right, that's it for me. Thank you, everybody. Oh, if there's any questions, we need a question for a couple minutes if anybody has any.
Anybody have any questions for Kenny?
All right, guys, that does it for me for the live stream. Gonna switch off.
Thanks.
Hopefully, GP's gonna wings to reset up the screen share for Restream content. But we are wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires. We'll see y'all later.
Buenos Aires. And so one of the reasons as to why that is due to the efforts of a few important folks in the Stacks community. These guys have been working really hard and doing lots of community programming and activation for the last 18 months. They're going to talk a little bit about their stories, some lessons they learned along the way, what they've achieved, and what they're going to get involved in.
Oh no, we're going to stay. We're going to stay. I didn't realize there was a Stacks Latam up. Let's go. Woo! Brother, can you do me a favor? Yeah, sure. Can you just hold this on them for a minute? Sure. He's a bad man. Okay.
Hi guys, what's up? It's glad to cover it. But this brief summary is super important and deeply kind such that we're people now downloading a government on to Colombia. Well, 2024 was a big year. Start that mission to increase developer adoption in Latin America. 2025 was awesome because you are here for that. Well, again, 2024 was expand and increase our ecosystem in countries like Peru, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil. The idea was launched the first Clarity Bootcamp in Spanish. We received over 100.5 applications, and finally, we invest 15 hours learning Clarity. Next, Nakamura Meetups was a perfect skills to increase our scope. For example, we have 6 countries in 9 big cities to explain how works Stacks, how works Clarity. Few weeks under the Nakamura upgrade happens. Well, hopefully, the complete was an event and our perfect to increase our scope to explain how Stacks is working with Bitcoin. In the end of 2024, we execute our first online hackathon with different countries in order to meet you to meet your projects and increase our impact for the next year. And that's it. Rolling 25. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. So, what happened in 2025 is made a huge plan. We start growing the ecosystem, continue growing the ecosystem, but we try to focus more in retention builders. So we did a roadmap for this year when we try to activate every city in North America with different kinds of initiatives like IRL meetups, like technical workshops, and online bootcamp. We can have many developers from Latin America here.
You're officially a DeOrganized.
Yeah. Very exciting for us to have many projects from different countries from Latin America here in Argentina, building and sharing their projects to all the crypto and Bitcoin community. This was part of the plan. We did a lot of meetups in Chile, Colombia, Peru. We activated the tech partnerships here in Argentina, like Restream, who already won a prize in Tax by Coding Hackathon. We unlock new developer communities like Bolivia, countries we've never been before. And also we expand our presence in other countries like Argentina, like Mexico or Brazil. There are those you didn't see, but it was around growing around 600% between 2024 and 2025. We grow with more than 40 developers in the ecosystem right now. In comparison with last year, when we did a hacker house, we had approximately a developer. So it's exciting for us like have more developers in our ecosystem right now. But what was one of our most important regional milestone? We did a hackathon last month, an online hackathon, the Start Latam online hackathon, and we have more than 250 builders from across Latin America building projects and stuff. We achieved a record with more than 50 tax-based projects. Our initial objective was 10 projects, so it was a good result for us, like more than 50 projects building and doing things and stuff. And the winners from this hackathon come here to our hacker house in Argentina. We have winners from Brazil, from Peru, from Mexico, and Bolivia, winners that you already saw in the previous presentation, like P2P, like certificates like X402 and stuff. Other success stories we have here in LATAM ecosystem. 2 of the 3 winners from the Global Stacks hackathon, Bitcoin hackathon, came from LATAM. Rudder Labs, the first place for this hackathon, they are from Argentina, and they won the hackathon after participating in one of our clarity workshops we did with them in the month of September. So this is good for us because with this initiative, we activate a region like Argentina, which is going to be important for the ecosystem here in Latin America. And also, the winner of the 2024 Stacks Latam Hackathon and Stacks Latam Hackathon we did last year during the BitConf, here in Argentina, still working in the Stacks ecosystem and be part from the Stacks program, which is like one of the most inclusive programs in the Stacks ecosystem. And he joined to the Stacks ecosystem and the Stacks Hackathon, for his participation in our program. So that's it. Well, that's what we want to share with us. This is part of the result we had in these 2 years. We have a growth between the quantity of builders we retain between 2024 and 2025. And now LATAM is one of the strongest contributors to the Stacks ecosystem builder panel. What else? Right. Well, as Jonathan told us, we are just now 3 people in the Stacks core, core team building, but we invite you, if you are a developer, if you're a builder, if you're an educator, builder, or even you are interested in being part from the Stacks Latam, it doesn't matter what country are you, if you are from Brazil, from Mexico, doesn't matter. We come together, accelerate the Stacks adoption and create impact across the region. If you are interested in joining us in this ecosystem and continue building and continue growing the ecosystem, you can scan this QR code, share with your friends, share with any people who are interested. We speak Spanish, we speak Portuguese, we speak English also, so we have space for everyone in Latin America to continue building in Stacks. And what's next for 2026? So we want to increase our presence here in Argentina, but also in other cities important in Latin America as Mexico or Brazil. We have the mission to expand not only developer education, we want to continue with community education and also help with other protocols and other the apps or projects who are already building in Bitcoin with the Stacks to connect them with the LATAM builders, with the LATAM ecosystem, and give more opportunities for our people to work with them. And we are going to continue keep pushing to accomplish that the next major fronts, that the next major Stacks projects come from Latin America. So I think it's all. Thank you very much. Gracias. Español. Obrigado.
Well done, Stacks Latam team. These guys earned and deserve a little bit more of a louder round of applause than that. Let's hear it a little bit louder. Well done, Angela. Well done. So while they pack up, we have a quick update. So next we're going to hear from Eric. Eric is going to talk about bridging Bitcoin and building with the SBTC JS library. And Eric is going to be our final speaker of the day. So when Eric is wrapped,
I'll do an official close, and then we will go into the happy hour closing event of the entire conference. So let's hear it for our last speaker of the day. Let's hear it for Eric Toy from the Stacks Labs. Hello. Oh, nice done. Oh, I'm live. So, for those who have seen my demo on Sunday, I demoed basically how to bridging your Bitcoins to SBTC via the SBTC library. And, oh yeah. Yeah. It's, oh, okay. Well, yeah, they can see it. Okay, cool. This is fine. Yeah, this is a browser. Yeah. All right, so let me see how I can do this. All right. All right, so I don't have any slides. Yeah. I'm just raw notes and raw code. So, all right. So for those who have seen me on Sunday, you've seen me demo how to use the SBTC DS library for pegging in your Bitcoins to SBTC. And I did the reverse of pegging your SBTC out back into Bitcoin. For those who are still sticking around for the last workshop, you know what? I'm gonna peg in the Bitcoins and have somebody else receive the minted SBTC. Who wants the SBTC? Yeah. Okay, let me randomize it. Who should I pick? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Let's do that, all right? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Let's do it on 3. 3, 2, 1. SBTC! I think you won.
Yeah, absolutely.
Send me your stats address in a Telegram group. Okay, so yeah, this workshop is going to be about using that library so that anybody, any app, any builder can integrate a peg in and peg out process for SBTC for their users. At the moment, there is obviously an official SBTC bridge app, but with this library, with this JS library, you can integrate that into your own app and customize it based on the flow of your app and the UX of your app. Scrolling down, so the goals for this workshop is, to understand the Bitcoin to SBTC pegging flow, understand the reverse, which is the SBTC back into Bitcoin peg out flow, and to persuade you to build your own SBTC bridge UI. So I feel like everyone here is in the know already. Do I need to explain this? What do you think? No? Yes? No?
Give the 10-second version.
Okay. What does it mean to bridge Bitcoin? It means to bring Bitcoin from the layer 1 to the layer 2 on stacks and to make Bitcoin productive, programmable, unleash Bitcoin's power. All right, a high-level overview of how the system works. We have, think of it as 3 different parties. On the left side is the Bitcoin chain, on the right side is the Stacks chain, and in the middle are very well reputable, trusted men in suit and ties signers, right? These are the guys that we're trusting to sign the SBTC operations, communicate with the SBTC contracts, and also help to manage the SBTC UTXOs. The SBTC UTXO, to give you a little quick glimpse of what that is up over here. Let me refresh the page.
by clicking on this. This is where the single SBTC UTXO lives on this ginormous taproot address, and this is controlled by the signers. It's very dark right now, it's very hard to see, but the current balance is about 4,300, and that represents how much the value is in SBTC on stacks right now. So,
Just on like 400 million.
Go back here. And yeah. All right. So this is understanding the peg and flow. We're going to go one level deeper into the peg and flow. Let me make it bigger. Did you send, Antonio, send your exact address to me? Okay, yeah.
He needs it now.
Gotta get it. How about that? Yeah, he's getting the minted SBTC that I'm going to be demonstrating. Lucky me in right there. All right, so this is one level deeper for the peg and flow of what we're going to demonstrate. The user, that's me. I'm going to be on Bitcoin. I'm going to send my Bitcoin not to the signers, but to a custom Taproot address or a custom P2TR, pay to Taproot address. Once this transaction confirms, the signers will then sweep this UTXO right here into their main address that I showed you a second ago. They're going to complete all their configuration checks and whatnot. And then once they feel that it's confirmed and that they have UTXO in their address, they will then invoke the clarity contracts on the right side, on the stack side, and then Antonio will be getting minted, freshly minted SBTC. So the overview of the deposit peg and flow of what I just went through in that diagram. As the builder, you have 4 things that you need to do. You need to build the SBTC deposit address or that custom Taproot address, sign and broadcast the Bitcoin transaction, notify the signers that you are making a deposit, and then confirm the user's balance at the end. All right, let's get into the demo. Any questions so far? No? Well, that's a good thing. All right. So I have this code over here. I'm gonna run it locally. Right now it's running locally on a local server. I'm gonna bring up that website. Slide this over. All right. So yeah. I'll repeat it again. What we're going to do now is peg in Bitcoin from my wallet into SBTC to Antonio's stack's address. And let me get that address. Oh, send me a tested address. I mean, right, we're dealing with real money here. I'm going to be sending you real SBTC here, not testnet.
Yeah.
But I can go through the code. Oh, wait, that's kind of hard to see the code, right?
We can see it. Oh, we can see it.
Okay, from my angle, it's like blurred a little bit. But oh yeah, you're right. Come on down. All right. So let me make it bigger. Actually, it's kind of small. Oh, did you send me?
Yeah.
You sent me a main address. Nice. Perfect. Update the code. All right. So this field over here, I'm gonna get rid of that field, and I'm gonna replace it with Antonio's address. Oh. All right, cool. It's working now. Let me just refresh my app. Oh, cool. And let me make the code bigger again. All right. So, all right. So at the top over here, we're creating that custom Bitcoin or custom Tether address. This address is controlled by me, user, and also the signers. Once we create that custom address, we're going to send it and pass it into this field over here. This method is going to invoke your SATS wallet, and it's going to create a Bitcoin transfer. We're going to specify that custom deposit address that we just made, and also the amount of Bitcoin that we want to peg into SBTC. And then at the end over here, we are going to retrieve the TX hex of that same Bitcoin transaction that we just made. And we're going to notify the signers about it, just so that they are aware that there is a pegging process that is being requested, and for them to basically monitor it, check it, and sweep those Bitcoins into their main address. And so, and that's it. It's pretty simple. We're using the SBTC library for that create deposit address method. And also with this client over here, this client is using, he's able to communicate with the signers via the Emily API. And then so with this short amount of code, we can simulate the Bitcoin to SBTC process. So let's go ahead and peg. Well, first, I want to make sure my wallet is properly connected, actually. So let's go and you know what? Yeah. Second. All right. So my wallet's connected to my app, and I'm going to go ahead and click on the purple button. I made it purple just so I can differentiate between peg in and peg out, right? So we're pegging the sets, the old purple facade. So let's go ahead and invoke that function. And nothing is happening. Hold on a second. Okay. Going back. All right. Let's put in my password. Is that what it is? Okay. This off screen, and so nobody can see what I'm typing in, just in case. All right, and we're back. So to summarize, I'm making a Bitcoin transaction to mint into SBTC. The transaction is going to consist of 0.01 Bitcoin. That is at the moment the minimum to peg in. And then we're going to confirm it. And then in about maybe 2 or 3 Bitcoin block confirmations, you should be receiving freshly minted SBTC on mainnet.
Woo!
Okay, and my Bitcoins went through. At the moment, it's probably in net pool right now, waiting for confirmation. But essentially, it's honestly as easy as that, and you can customize this flow however you want to, based on the purpose of your app, the UX of your app, UI.
So just a little glimpse as to that custom deposit address that we created. Essentially, we're creating an address or taproot address that, let me make it bigger. Okay. So we're creating a taproot address that contains a deposit script that is controlled by the signers, reclaim script controlled by me if I want to reclaim back my Bitcoins, and an unspendable pub key that's kind of like, doesn't really mean anything, but essentially it technically means that this address right here doesn't have a spendable private key. So meaning like that actually nobody has control over this address, but the signers and I have control over those scripts over there. And honestly, that was it. So there was the reverse process, the withdrawing of your SBTC back into Bitcoin. It's pretty similar. The user on Stacks is gonna burn their SBTC in the Clarity contracts, and then the signers will be receiving that emitted event from the contracts. And then the signers, after performing their checks, they will then send back the Bitcoins to your Bitcoin address. And so the process for the developer is just you want to make sure that the Bitcoin address is valid. Make a contract call to the specific SBTC contract, and then you want to confirm that transaction. So lastly, to sum it up, why build your own SBTC bridge? Well, I kind of stated it in the beginning. One, you can tailor the UX for your specific app's flow. For those who use the main app, maybe there might be some things that you want to add more, such as more status updates or more information regarding that, regarding the transaction either on the Bitcoin side or on the Stack side. You alleviate having your users from moving away from your apps, so that you don't need to have your user open up a new window, a new browser, a new app, localize it, rebrand it for your community, and you can continue to make Bitcoin bridging invisible. And on the final thing that I want to leave you guys on is the official bridge proves minting SBTC works. Your bridge proves what's possible next. So that's it. Everybody. Let's hear it for the winner of the new receiver of Eric's SBTC. He got about $100 worth of it.
Let's go.
All because of his loud voice. Sometimes you have to be loud. And also thanks to the current minimum of how much you can peg in. Right now, the minimum is about $100 worth of Bitcoin. So, okay. Honestly, if there was no minimum, I would have just maybe gave you like $5. But now you have $100 worth of for minimum. So.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric. Well done. Well done. That was fun. All right, everyone. So that is a wrap. That was our last speaker. Today, we had a panel, and we had a keynote, and we had a fireside. We had another panel, and we had 11 projects give demonstrations of what they've been working on really hard for the last 4 days, followed by our final 2 workshops that just wrapped up today. I am your host. I'm Adam. I am white. We're going to move into our little closing happy hour session. Don't talk to me. I'm too tired. I need a minute. No, I'm kidding. Let's go have some fun over there. We have beverages. We have refreshments. We have some food. Let's go have some fun. Let's mingle. Let's network with everybody. Thank you for coming out. Bitcoin Builders Conference. Thank you.
Let's go. All right, guys. That's a wrap. We're wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires for Dev Connect and all of the Stacks events around. I'll be back at my desk, probably not tomorrow morning. I'll be flying in tomorrow morning around showtime. I think I'll see you guys on Friday. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. I'm gonna hook up with GP and we'll get some more content going soon. See y'all on the flip side. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day.
Oh, it's okay. Keep it.
Oh, yes.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news.
0% slippage with the new HODLMM concentrated liquidity market maker over at Bitflow. Awesome stuff going on over there. Well done, guys. Can't wait to play around more with it. And there is opportunities now for phase 2 of the beta testing going to launch soon. There'll be some boot camps helping people learn how to go through these later on in the month or maybe early December. And we're really excited about this project because it's really going to take trading on the Stacks ecosystem to the next level. You know, the liquidity provider opportunities are going to be really cool, and just 0% slippage on swaps is something we need, or way lower than 4%. The 4% slippage is probably something that's been holding the ecosystem back a little bit. I'm glad these guys are solving the problem over at Bitflow. Let me bring on the Chads. Stop sharing my screen. We got GP in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
Good morning. Doing good, man. Doing good. Just getting started. Happy hump day.
Happy hump day. We got 300 in the house. What's up, brother? How you doing today?
What's up? What's up? Peace. What's up, GP? Good to see you. Bizak on your camera. Awesome.
That's right. I forgot we had. This has been. You do look nice. You get a new camera.
Yes, dude.
It's actually better quality.
Got a new light too.
So nice.
Might be the lighting.
Very cool. So I mentioned in the opener earlier today when I first opened the stream, you guys will be running the stream tomorrow without me, which is, I'm sure you guys can do it, but I just I like to remind everybody, give these guys an extra hard time tomorrow. They need. So my broker, right? My real estate broker, who's an old guy now, and I've been doing it for a long time. But when I first started, and he still says it to all the new guys, he used to say, I want you guys to have hard transactions. I want you guys to get beat up a little bit because that's how you learn. That's when things go smoothly. You don't learn how to tie it up. And we're easy here. We don't care. We're a little bit of out of the ordinary is kind of our thing anyway. So I'm sure you guys will do fantastic no matter what happens. But I do want you to get beat up a little bit. So people tune in, give these guys a hard time in the live chat, or don't. Give them support. Show them some love. I don't care. But just show up. Show up for the homies tomorrow.
It'll be a good time. Me and 3 have ran the show once or twice, one or time or two. So
yeah, I mean, you did the night show for forever. So you're not new to doing this. So
I think it'll be good for 3 to get a little bit of experience with the producing side of things. That'll be cool, man. It'll be good.
Yeah, I think so. We also got Nosferatu in the house. What's up, Nos? How you doing this morning? Nos is actually our newest producer as well. He's got some producer access. He's gonna come on. He's gonna help out a little bit, being supportive of the. Hunter has to ominously flex a little bit. All right, let me bring on our guest.
Also, go chain right here, son. Go chain right here. You ain't got that, do you?
I know. That's a win.
I'll win. Oh, nice. GP wins, right? GP got Jesus. GP got Jesus, so GP wins.
Everybody needs a little bit of Jesus. Everybody needs. Yeah. Where is Jesus?
Jesus? Oh, Jesus! You said
peace. Has he risen? There he is.
He has risen. Let's go.
He isn't, dog. Well, you gonna need to put him closer to the camera or something. He blurred out. You can't blur out your Lord and Savior. Come on.
We have the homie White Official Ovi Mars coming on.
Let's go.
Ovi, how are you today, man?
Hello.
What's up,
Good
Ovi?
morning, GM, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. Ovi is he's been in the ecosystem for a little while now, and he's a participant in Stacks D grants. And he's got a really cool project called, is it STX Works or Stacks Works?
Stacks Works. Yeah.
Nice. Why don't you there's a lot to know about this guy. He does live streaming. He's a musician. He plays some music. He's really good at, he can play the guitar. He can sing. And he also is a coder. And he does a regular live streaming on Binance as well, on the Binance platform. So, Ovi, why don't you, now that I kind of spoiled everything, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just like I'm basically a physics enthusiast, and I've been a theoretical physicist and robotic engineer. So I've just switched up myself. I've been into media industry in Pakistan. Like it's been like 16 years I've been spending with the ATL, BTL, TTL campaigns with the different brands. And after that, I just realized to do something different in Web3. Then I've entered myself into different channels in Solana. Then I've just hopped out from there. Then Freddie is one of my first friend on Stacks, and he introduced me like why don't you hop into the Stacks ecosystem? I said, okay, let's do it something. So I started with my token with like a white on Stack City. Then after that, I'm just trying to, working on some different applications and gamification stuff as well. I've been working as a VFX artist, CGI artist as well. And I do lots of things according to acquiring or need, but I'm not stuck on a single thing. But gradually by the time I'm trying to change myself in somehow to promote myself, promoting the ecosystem. I'm keep doing promoting on Binance, we have a team matrix actually. Individually on Binance, we have 80K people whenever we do our live together. We always say ourselves defenders of the assets. Every single one character is representing that different chain. I'm representing as an Stacks. You can visit the matrixclan.com. So we are 9 core members, and we are keep doing promoting the different chains. But mostly whenever I hop in, I've always promoted Stacks on Binance every day. Most people don't know about it in South Asia. So we do BTC party and give away to the people on a raffle wheel twice in a month. Yeah. So we are keep building our and keep expanding. We have another group which is Portal Latino from Latino gangs, and Alondra is in our.
Oh, I think we lost him.
I think we lost him. Goddamn.
We
and
did.
I know
We lost
GP was very in the Latino part. He's like, hey, people, Latinos.
Let's go.
Hey.
Vamos. Vámonos. Let's go.
GP was interested in the Latina part.
Yeah, I'm a Filipino dude. We're like part Spanish. Like Spanish Asian.
I'm Italian, which is almost the same damn thing. I think he's back. I hope.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe not. I heard it, but I don't see him. Might be having some trouble. So. I wish he was here because I would love to have him talk a little bit more specifically about his project. It's a freelance platform, so similar, not dissimilar to the gig marketplace piece at Zero Authority DAO, but a little bit different and its own take on the process. And it's basically a way to almost like a Fiverr, but on Stacks, where you can offer gigs, accept gigs. There's an escrow piece where you offer a gig, you put up some money. It can be Stacks or SBTC, and on there, he's still just working on it. It's a new project. It didn't exist before D grants. He's literally building this as a proposal for D grant. He did submit his milestone 1. He has a testnet MVP piece that's a little bit, I was hoping we might even be able to try it out a little bit, but I don't have the link handy. Hopefully he'll be back. Let me actually see if he's DMing me. Now that you guys all saw all my DMs.
Let's go. Docs the D.
It goes down in the DM. It goes down in the DM. In the DM.
Good thing I don't talk shit about people in DMs.
Damn.
I don't really talk shit about underscore.
Just don't leak the group chat, yeah? Don't let everyone see the group chat. We be hiding alphas from
you mean the Stacks alpha
platform? While we are a media platform, we're going to gatekeep alpha, except you keep tuning into the organized. Then maybe, just maybe we give you all alpha. But until then, it's just gonna be in the group chat. Maybe.
Word. Are those sneakers behind you, bro?
Yeah. I'm a bit of
nice. It's a good test, bro.
I'm a bit of a sneakerhead.
Oh, I think he's back.
That's nice.
I think he's back, right? He's back.
Are you with us, OV?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry for my bad.
Yeah, no worries, man. Honestly, it happens. It happens.
Yeah.
All right. So without further ado, why don't you tell us a little bit about STX Works? What your plan is for the platform moving forward, what it does, and where you're expecting it to go.
The thing is, like, that there are different platforms for freelancers and clients, and people are struggling with the KYC especially, and getting the payment in the right way. And I've been experienced it in past years many times, and not getting the the legit one people. Also, the different countries has a different governance terms and conditions according to the when you hop into the KYC stuff. So there is the way, like what we are integrating, the people can integrate here for confirmation. Also, the directly experts or Ledger wallet, you can connect it, and you don't need to. There is an escrow, and also we are implementing the NFTs leaderboard for clients and freelancers as well as a leaderboard, so they can gain some points and they can as an rewards. And the accumulating the BTC for everyone, easily the payments on SBTC and stacks, both options in it. And hopefully, like before what I'm targeting, like if it is executed from back the milestone 1 grants. So I'm pretty much sure, like it will be done by the mid of the December, maybe by the first week of the December. It will be beta test, will be on for everyone.
Very good. So basically, if I want to offer, I have a job I need filled, and I want to offer it on the platform, I'll be able to go in as a I guess what's that
as
user?
A client, as a client, you are hopping.
Or right, I'd be a client, or well, I'd be a client. I wouldn't be a freelancer. So or a client hires the freelancer. So I would put there'd be a job board. I put up the job, and I put in the stacks or SBTC that I'm offering for the job. That gets escrowed as soon as I offer the job, or does it not get escrowed until somebody accepts the job?
Yes, until that accept the job. Once both are, because we include the chat system. So once they get agreed, then escrow will create it according to their compensation,
right. So
whatever
I have
agreed with together.
I post something with my scope of work, what I'm looking to do. Freelancers on the platform will see the job, and they'll be able to kind of get into a conversation. They'll be able to maybe bid for the job or something.
Yeah, maybe it can be a bit, because it depends on compensation. Once they got agreed with both of terms, then escrow will create it. So I'm trying to make more feasible. There are 4 milestones on each client. once they completed their attachment of their, let's say, like if somebody wants to create a logo design, very simple, or website, the first draft has been completed, the milestone one complete from the client, and they checked it, then it confirmed it. Still, they cannot get the complete payment until they finish their job, because mostly it happens like the people gone in the middle of the midway. So this is not I want, like until you can complete the job 100%. But at least it can confirm and give him the approval, like I've done like 1 or 2 or 3 milestones already, I need to complete the 4th one to get the complete payment.
So you can have, similarly to how we have DGrand set up, you have certain milestones in the job. If as they reach those milestones, that might release some payment.
Yeah, I can share with you as well. It's open up in my.
Yeah, you can share.
Or it's something like Upworks, right?
Yeah, I just shared it. Is it here? Let me check. Okay. Share. Is it here?
I don't have a request to share. There should be a share button or just a hotkey H actually too. I think you should see a share button at the bottom in the studio.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when you click it, you can pick whether
you
can pick whether you got which tab. You have to choose like what screen whether you're sharing your whole screen or a tab or whatever.
I'm sharing. Once it starts, you can share it. Just a second, share it is because it's on a. It takes a 1 or 2 minutes for loading for pre-render stuff on backend for server, so you can use it. So we've tested it like a couple of times and with the different wallets, Ledger wallets, and through SBTC and STX, both are functioning very well on testnet.
I'm not getting a screen share.
Yeah, no, I've shared you the link actually, because there is some error glitch on my end. That's why.
Oh, okay. So there's actually, can you drop it in the private chat right here?
Okay.
Oh, there it is. I got it here too. All right. I got this.
But give it like in a 1 or 2 minutes for HTTP server loading. Then it comes.
All right. So let me. That's not the one. Oh, we did it.
Yeah, here it is.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is the platform. And let me get back on here. So
there is nothing right now because I can create it, or you can create it as a testnet. You can test right away, no problem.
Testnet? It's on testnet?
Yeah.
All right, so let me actually change to testnet wallet.
And once you confirmed it, so I can give you like or you can, if you have 2 wallets, you can put the wallet when we are agreeing with the freelancer, because escrow cleared in between, and we are putting the one more, the treasury wallet, so which is getting the some few percentage for the maintenance for the website and treasury. Or for the whole project free.
All right, so I'm on the client page now, so I could. This is where I would create. So created escrow is actually where I would create a gig or like a put forward like a scope of work offer.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and you need to put the freelancer's wallet address.
What's that? That's so it automatically.
The freelancer wallet address.
Oh, this is for. Okay, so this is after I've actually reached an agreement.
Confirmed your deal. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
So let's start from. So if I was browsing, where would I see? So I'm on the freelancer dashboard. If I was going to be a freelancer, how could I let people know what my skill set is, or is there a way like where I can set up
Yeah.
my user account, show some
There's
of my scope of
and
work?
profile.
Yeah.
Yeah, the profile thing and NFT. That's why I just hold it up, because I'm trying to integrate the NFT stuff with the profiles individually for everyone. Like once they reach the good milestone, and the more jobs you do, you were more up on leaderboard, so they can get the rewards as well.
Okay.
So we are just working on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
For a while.
So I'll have if I'm looking for work and I have, I'm a content creator, I can come on here. I'll be able to set up my profile, showing like my prior work, my CV, my portfolio of prior work, and then I'll have an NFT for that.
NFT, once you done the NFT is for the registration. Once you achieve the good performance, then we will give the NFTs for clients for the approval, like in a 100% one, like in a legit one. Hold a second.
Okay, so you're gonna use now. Will that be like a dynamic NFT that'll like update over time as I get more work done? Keep my information on there. How's that gonna function? Oh, did we? OV, you're muted. Oh, okay. Oh, I gotcha. It's prayer time. That's what I thought I heard. So very interesting though. So you're going to be able to submit yourself up there, and as over time as you do work, you'll be able to earn some reputation for completing work. And if you're looking for people that are doing work, you can come here and post your job, and they can engage with you and see what you're doing. See if you're interested in the job.
That's sick, dude. Earn your reputation and get some bucks for stuff that you're already doing in the ecosystem. Looking cool.
Yeah, looks cool, and it reminds me of Upwork in Web 2. So yeah, it's something good to have like a freelancer version of it in Web 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and excited about seeing this come online. It definitely seems to be very fast and efficient right now in the early alpha stages. So excited to see more of this.
I got a question, Ovi. So my question is, and it's pretty simple. What do you think your success metrics for this would be? Like, how would you measure the success of this application in the next, like, maybe a year, short-term success, long-term success? How would you measure that? What defines success for you?
Ovi there.
I don't think Ovi's here though.
No, I think he had some background stuff going on. So it's prayer time in where he is. So that's fine. We got about 15 minutes until Find2Earn, so hopefully he can make it back before the end of the piece. I would just say that I would expect success would be, I guess the first success would be completing the first, project, the first successful agreement where, client post a job. Freelancers post a certain number of freelancers post their account. Post create a profile. So having some clients and freelancers set up accounts, and then actually engaging in gigs, engaging in projects, facilitating milestones, number of payments, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I have like the few campaigns, and according to this, like which I'm thinking to run according to that, like to promote the platform, the proper commercial for it, and getting, because I have some FMCGs companies, and I can ambassadors or different wallet companies like a Zeely or anyone, or Layers wallet, which I'm thinking like we can integrate with it as well. And so to collaboration with the different platforms, so it can helpful for expanding the more.
So I
also,
wonder,
there are different.
Yeah, I wonder if Stacks just announced a partnership with Wallet Connect. So I wonder if that actually, do you see that as being any kind of impactful on your project?
Stacks going I think he's dealing with background noise. So
yeah, I think he's having trouble hearing. And
yeah, sometimes network issues. There's a glitch.
No worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, man. So what do you expect? When do you expect you're gonna have a live on mainnet project by the end of the year?
Yeah, maybe by the end of this November I'm doing as soon as possible, because I need to move on a few more things, which I'm looking for, like a gamification stuff as well on Stacks. Also the few more stuff which is already I've sent you on my document, the pitching deck. The two or four platforms I'm looking to creation on Stacks, not just only this one. I'm not sticking with this one. I'm keep going with the 4 or 5 platforms. This one is a good one. After that, the music one, regarding the interactive NFTs, which I've talked about before, like which is something different, like an FFT work. I'm creating something like a very entirely different thing. Like you don't need to QR scan or something. Just printing out. If I say the 1 GB of data, I can print it out on a A4 size paper. So anybody can, it's something different. So these kind of unusual stuff I'm trying to make usually. So I'm trying to integrate with it. Also the BSC chain, I'm trying to integrating with the Stacks actually. That's my main hook as well.
Really?
Binance, connecting with the Binance, yeah.
You're trying to connect Stacks and the BSC chain?
Yes.
Very interesting. And you're working on a music NFT
well.
project. Tell us a little bit more about that.
It's like if you got a photograph or anything, it can convert it into NFT, and you need to scan it on a decoder. Decoder is like in a user interface dashboard, and encoder is only available for the developer, not for everyone. Nobody can create it because it's something a very different thing, and it is difficult to comprise the audio waves into the photograph or any image, the multicolor image, and with the FFT, the complete sound waves. And sound waves can be scannable through the decoder. If you are on it, you can hear it. For the samples, people can get the samples on platform, on NFT platform, like a 4 or 5 sample of NFTs, so they can test it, they can understand how it works. So if you have the NFT, you own it. Let's say any song we have, and you own it. And you don't need the internet or anything. You just need to, same as like an offline audio, but it has image as well, the audio FFT embedded into the image form.
So
the data is embedded into audio.
You would need some kind of like an application to play it on.
Yeah, the same platform application. The same, platform itself and an application which can
So it's almost like it's almost like an encrypted NFT. There's some of the data is publicly available for anyone to use. Some of it needs to be decrypted or decoded in the application.
Yeah.
Very cool. Actually, Zenitron, who's going to come play Find2Earn with us in a little bit, has part of his Skullcoin project. They developed encrypted NFTs. The way those work, you have them on the Gamma marketplace or on a marketplace. They show like certain, the NFTs are used in a treasure hunt game called Skullcoin, like an on-chain game, where you get some information like the type of NFT it is, or the type of information that's on there. But then you actually have to have the NFT in your wallet, be connected to the platform and logged in to get like some of it's like clues for a treasure hunt. You have to go look for this, you go look for that.
Yeah, I've experienced it.
Oh, so you're familiar with Skullcoin.
Yeah.
So it's similar concept, I'm assuming, where you just have some encryption on the NFT where not all of the data is available until you can decode it.
Also, if we can say like there's an NFT which has infinity music. It keeps going. It is designed like that way, like a radio with a synthesizing sounds, and it is keep going, like a nightfall sound or anything like in a meditative kind of stuff. Usually we binaural sounds.
So you have like a music generating
NFT. Yeah. Infinite music generator NFT. Exactly. These kind of stuff as well.
Wow, very interesting, man. Very interesting. When do you expect to have that developed?
After StacksWorks, I've quickly jump into the BSC connection. After the BSC connection, I'll just dig into this one as well, because I've started in 2019. I have the samples for it, but that's a very small part of audio which can put it into a single NFT. But now I'm able to put like in a 10 minutes of audio into one single box, which is 1080 pixels.
Very interesting. And you stream, how often do you stream on Binance?
Yeah.
Daily on Binance.
What's the
every day?
You have a group you have a group you work with. I can't remember. I don't have the website handy.
Team Matrix, Matrix Clan. Let me write. Here it is, matrixclan.com.
All right. Let me actually put that on there. So, and you guys are all like heroes. It's a comic.
Yes.
Oh, you got a comic.
Yeah.
Comic thing going on. Here's you.
Yeah.
I like the theme.
Yeah.
Nice.
But
GP's working on his own comic. He's got his Gigaverse characters and the Gigapepe and the spaceships and the memo bots. We're actually giving away. Oh, we gave away a memo bot last week. Memo bot NFT. So GP's working on some comics and stuff too. You guys should definitely get together and collab maybe.
Yeah. We usually do in that way, like in a comical theater on every. Yes, we can talk to like that every time. We are the defenders of the assets. Yeah, man. So welcome to the Matrix. So this is how we always do, like in that way. And we have a global community, like from Algeria, Switzerland. Everybody's representing from different countries. I usually represent the Southeast Asians, like Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Nepal, and Arnpai is from Australia. Everyone has a bullish. We have Telegram. We are putting like in different stuff as well together. But it's rare. When we honor, there is no any higher or lower in our team. It's like we are all on a round table, and everyone is very much experienced in their analytics and their development stuff and all. So we always educating the people on Binance according to the new upcoming AI technology and all stuff.
And so each of you guys represents a specific token to the platform. And
Yeah.
down here, you're representing Stacks.
Stacks. Yeah.
Stacks in the Stacks ecosystem in this group.
Yeah.
And regularly with your live streams on Binance.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes 24 hours, sometimes 12 hours I'm doing.
Oh, really?
8 hours. Yeah, yeah. I don't sleep. You can ask anybody. Like
No, I
Binance
believe
people
that.
live-
There's never been a time where I haven't been able to get you. I believe that. You've mentioned to me many times. I do sleep, but it's only from like 10 p.m. till about 4 a.m. and that's all I got. Which is for somebody that doesn't sleep, that probably sounds like a lot.
People keep saying to me, like, "No, please take care of your health." I say, like, 5 days are enough for me in a month, whole month. Just keep doing until I got frustrated. Actually, if I not get the result, whatever I'm coding or something, when I'm stuck in, and I'm keep awake myself to engaging with the audience as well. Meanwhile, and working on coding as well, and both things I'm going put one co-host so they can manage the live as well, and the KOLs I'm putting it. There are more. I'm bringing out like more people on team. Metrics is centric to the Binance, but we recently launched our BSC token as well. Just as like suddenly we are just doing fun, and somebody hops in our space and say thank you. I said okay, thank you. Okay, so let's make a coin, the think tank. Okay, the Tinker Banana tank. So we put like that. So yeah, it's good, and we do BTC parties. And what I'm doing, I'm putting like more people to get aware about the stacks. Literally, people don't know about stacks on Binance. They are not much aware about it, and people are putting their trading into different tokens. Daily Binance is opening up the new tokens. So stacks is one of the most, what I'm seeing, like a very stable one, and it has a very good moves on each candle, and it's not like in a volatile so much in that way like other tokens are doing it. So just just making up every spaces open up with the stacks. I put the stacks handle, and people can get into their stacks and interact with the stacks token, and they bought it. So more wallets hopping into the stacks.
And honestly, that's a huge lift for the ecosystem. That's more than anything else. We need developers building new projects, which you're facilitating personally. You're building some stuff. Thank you. And then we need more users and more exposure to users from other blockchains, which you're also helping us do with your streaming and Binance. So, man, I really appreciate your participation. You're welcome to join us anytime, by the way. It doesn't have to be just a speech.
Thank you so much.
Spotlight your project.
It's been a privilege. It's been an honor to be a part of your ecosystem. Like, I've been always feel bullish on ecosystem. Like, I was like a sheep, which has no way, and it's running, keep running. One day I've said, okay, now I find a way. I find the flag. Oh, somebody help me, I'm here. So yeah. It's good to see you, every single one. So yeah, what we are doing, I'm planning to do a BTC party again in this week. So hopefully, if you can join up, anybody, GP or you, anybody of you guys.
It might be hard for me to join this week because I'm traveling. I'm leaving on a long flight on Friday, and I'm going to be in Buenos Aires, and that's kind of a new thing for me. But definitely soon, I want to get on there, and I appreciate the offer. I know eventually it's only a matter of time before I join in and meet your crew and get in on some of your streams, and definitely you want to get these guys in too. They're always a good time with these guys. That's why I keep them around. We will be awesome stuff, man. We're going to be playing Find2Earn rounds shortly. Absolutely welcome to stay and play with us. Zenatron oftentimes lets the new players come and get in on the whitelist round, make it a little bit easy, maybe win a little bit of stacks meme tokens. So I'm going to play a quick word from our amazing sponsors, and then we'll be back with Find2Earn rounds momentarily. So please stay tuned, and we'll be back in a minute.
Sure. I'm here.
All right, man. Looking forward to it. Guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in a minute. All right, my friends. I'm actually super excited about this next segment. We have our good friend coming on to talk to us about the Aligners project, which I've been very interested to learn more about, and I haven't had the time. So I'm super excited to have our brother in here. It's his first appearance on the live stream, I believe, and long overdue. We got Dr. Whoppy in the house. Whoppy, how are you today, man? Can you hear me okay? Oh, it looks like you're muted.
Can you guys hear me? Because for some reason this is happening.
There you are. Now we can hear you.
Good.
Good evening, brother. It's afternoon for me. It's a little later for you. Thank you for. I'm so glad to have finally gotten you on here, man.
Yeah, it took a while, right? It took a while. It was a long time ago that we have been talking on certain things, and
used to be back when we used to do the SIP call on Spaces every Friday. That's where we chatted the most, I think. The stacks.
I think that's where we met, and also voting proposals on stacks and that sort of spaces. I joined a lot, and I must say it was very fun to hang out. Good to be here finally and be part of your show. Thank you very much for asking.
Yeah, so great to have you. I've been, I see you. You're always obviously contributing in the ecosystem. You do and I'm slow these days too. Like I don't want to say I'm slow. I'm because we do so much on the live stream now. I don't have as much time in the morning to follow your posts, but I love the regular inspirational posts you put out there, and you've been doing that for a long time. You're constantly motivating people, and that's one of the things I really love about you. Like you're very positive, you promote positive outlooks, and that's important, I think.
Yeah, it was something that I found myself a little bit more like. For the longest time I was a little bit lost on X because first of all, I'm not a developer. I'm not a builder in the sense of I do have my thoughts, of course, but I'm not a developer. And I'm more like an enthusiast in a lot of things. And at some point I needed to find at some point I needed to find something to do with my with the NFTs or with whatever I had and blockchain in general in charge. So at some point I just I created this little character. It's already doing these little tweaky posts about positivity and mindset and awareness and as a sort of note to self kind of thing. That kicked off. So when I woken up the captain through AI, I found an audience, and from that I just grew because I did I have a full-time job, right? I work as a product manager at RL, but I love hanging out with a lot of people, so I was always listening to spaces, and in the meanwhile just playing around on X, and this gave me practically an audience, built my presence on X, and for the longest time it did very well. For the recent exit that I took, it doesn't really match, but still it brought me a lot of experience in a way of writing, in a way of looking at things, in my own mindset, in a way that I changed my life. But also seeing it affect others. I really had some amazing DMs through the years of people saying hey bro, how do you do that? What can we do with this? And how it impacted other people to make better decisions. So yeah, that for me was the key to keep going and go from there actually.
Awesome. I love it. GP in the house. GPSC as well, our brother. from
Whoppy.
the Pepe Spaceship Club and so much more these days. Community manager for Trust Machines at Zest and Stacking DAO, and obviously my main co-host. One of the best decisions I ever made was bringing him into this project. But he was super excited when he found out that we were bringing you on as well, man. You have a very strong reputation throughout the Stacks community, for sure, brother.
Yeah, what's up, Wappy? Glad to connect with you and get to see you, man. And yes, man, your posts are some of the ones that I always look forward to. Always a good, positive message, and we need more of that positivity that you bring to this ecosystem, and the inspiration and great takes, man. But I had to come up and say what's up to you, man. Welcome, and good to connect and finally get to talk with you like this.
It's good to be on the DeOrganized show for once and connect with the guys that I've been, even if you don't see me that much, secretly still looking and look at what you guys are doing.
We see you. I see you.
Didn't do groups. Okay, the group activity is a little bit less, but it's very busy, very demanding. I'm trying to find my way in a certain way. And you probably have seen that I now made a second character, so it's Mr. Duck with the little horns, and also that one is taking off, getting requests for people asking me to make ducks and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's good to be able to build and contribute in certain things, in things that I'm good at, and happy to be here. Good to see you, GBSC. It's great to see Stack still building strong and working on it. It's good, exciting things happening all around. That's one thing I can say.
Yeah, there's so much going on right now, man. Especially this week, we have the Stackies Awards taking place on Thursday, and then the Stacks Town Hall, and then all these other seminars that are taking place. Our community is a tight one, right? It's very tightly knit. But I do see some of the people that got quiet for a little while starting to come back around and posting again. And that's a good sign for me that, hey, there are some catalyst news events for our ecosystem, like USDC, native USDC coming to our ecosystem and making his debut to Bitcoin DeFi with Stacks. So people are seeing that as a signal, and there's plenty of other, updates and innovations coming to our ecosystem. So it's good to see that the community is still here and paying attention, though it may have gotten a little quiet for just a moment. People have to sometimes reassess and then get refocused and then, come back with a stronger mindset. So it's good to see people still around, and it's awesome, man. I think 2026 is going to be a good one for our ecosystem.
Can fully agree about that. And the funny fact is, one thing you mentioned is now USDC is coming to Stacks, right? That's a big thing. But what is that, vested names in Stacks that I've seen here or met elsewhere? The circle goes full circle, right? I see these Stacks not only in Action Trader. I see other people that I met before in the last couple of years around and going from EVM to Bitcoin back to the ones that ecosystems and this whole network of blockchain, you keep coming across them left or right. And that's something I really love about space. So yeah, totally agree that's exciting.
Yeah, it is. People don't always necessarily stick around in one place, but there's a lot of conviction for crypto in general. And it doesn't even necessarily mean, it's a decentralized world. The whole Bitcoin is built on the